Chapter 789. What a pity. I told you that Li Jianxin couldn't have mastered the fourth move of the skyline sword technique. If he succeeded, the one lying on the ground now wouldn't be Li Jianxin, but Li Fuchen. Everyone felt that it was a pity that they could not see the fourth move. It was a pity for Li Jianxin. This match ended with Li Jianxin's defeat. Everyone knew that the swordsman tournament was coming to an end. Next, it would be up to the emotionless Sword Emperor or Li Fuchen to see who would have the last laugh. Of course, the emotionless Sword Emperor had to defeat the Heart Sword Sovereign and Li Jianxin. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be qualified to fight with Li Fuchen. Second arena, Ning Ke vs Xiao Yuan. As both of them were veteran elite swordsmen, the battle between the two of them was unimaginably intense. Moreover, everyone could see that the Heart Sword Sovereign's condition seemed to have improved significantly during the battle between the emotionless Sword Emperor and the Heart Sword Dao. The Heart Sword Dao emphasized the most on one's condition. When one's condition was high, one's battle prowess would naturally increase as well. Emotionless Sword Emperor, you and I have fought several times, but I have never won against you. This time, I will reverse my fate. The Heart Sword Sovereign's battle intent soared into the sky, but his heart was clear. Every move of the emotionless Sword Sovereign couldn't escape his eyes. Don't you understand? There is a qualitative gap between us. The emotionless Sword Emperor brandished out blinding white light one after another, forcing the Heart Sword Sovereign to be unable to retaliate. Heart palpitations. The Heart Sword Sovereign burst forth with his ultimate move. Raging waves of sword chi surged towards the emotionless Sword Emperor. The emotionless Sword Emperor leaped backward and brandished his longsword. Countless white lights shot out and shattered the Heart Sword Sovereign's heart palpitations cleanly. It was like the spring snow meeting the blazing sun. Heart sorrow. The Heart Sword Sovereign quickly followed up with his killer move. His Sword Dao Law transformed into the true essence of death and enveloped the emotionless Sword Sovereign. The sword is heartless. The emotionless Sword Emperor's longsword spun around, and the cold white sword radiance illuminated the stage. The Heart Morning's true essence of death immediately dissolved when it came into contact with the white sword radiance. It was completely useless. That sword domain that froze the void couldn't stop the sword radiance from expanding, and it was constantly being pushed back. The sword is already emotionless, so it has no fear. Why would it be afraid of death? A truly emotionless sword can kill gods and Buddhas. Li Fuchen saw the true essence of the emotionless Sword Dao. The emotionless Sword Dao sacrificed one's emotions in exchange for fearlessness. It was easy to imagine how terrifying a person would be when they had no fear. Puff! Spurting a mouthful of blood, the Heart Sword Sovereign was sent flying. This time, he lost again. He had never won against the emotionless Sword Emperor. The emotionless Sword Emperor's Sword Dao didn't have any weakness. He suspected that even the Sword Sovereign might not be able to defeat the current emotionless Sword Emperor. Heart Sword Sovereign's defeat is not unjust. Li Fuchen let out a sigh. The emotionless Sword Principle was definitely a terrifying sword principle, much more terrifying than he had imagined. After coming into contact with a large number of Sword Daos, Li Fuchen already had an intuitive feeling. The emotionless Sword Dao and the ordinary Sword Dao were definitely on the same level. Li Fuchen had crowned these Sword Daos as top-rate Sword Daos. The Heart Sword Sovereign's Heart Sword Dao was also very strong, but it was still a little weaker than the emotionless Sword Dao and the ordinary Sword Dao. It could be considered a quasi-superb Sword Dao. As for Tang Xing's stellar Sword Dao, it could only be considered a first-rate Sword Dao. Murong Yoyu's water-drip Sword Dao was a second-rate Sword Dao. Above the superb Sword Principle was the Supreme Sword Principle. Li Fuchen believed that his primary extreme Sword Dao was the Supreme Sword Dao. Of course, the strength of the Sword Dao wasn't directly related to the swordsman's strength. If a swordsman delved deeply into a second-rate Sword Dao, he might be able to defeat someone with a first-rate Sword Dao. Only when the Sword Dao was raised to the extremity, the strength of the Sword Dao would affect the swordsman's strength. After all, If one's extremity wasn't comparable to others, it meant that one's ultimate potential would be inferior too. However, those that could create incredible sword daos would normally be extremely powerful and wouldn't be overly weak and mediocre. The Heart Sword Sovereign still isn't able to defeat the Emotionless Sword Emperor. The rise of the Emotionless Sword Emperor isn't inferior to the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign. Before the previous Swordsman tournament, he didn't even enter the Sword Emperor rankings, he didn't even enter the Great Emperor rankings. He is just like Li Fuchen before the Swordsman tournament, a nobody. It seems like the Heart Sword Sovereign can only be ranked 4th, Li Jianxin will either be 2nd or 3rd, that's right, let's see if the Emotionless Sword Emperor can defeat the Sword Dao monster, Li Fuchen. Everyone had already crowned Li Fuchen as the Sword Dao monster. Right now, it wasn't Li Fuchen challenging others, it was others challenging Li Fuchen. It was unknown how long had passed, Martial Stage 6, Ning Ke against Li Jianxin. Li Jianxin's injuries had already recovered. When facing the Emotionless Sword Emperor, Li Jianxin, he didn't dare to be careless. He immediately executed the Skyline Sword Art. The Skyline Sword Art was the fastest sword technique at the pinnacle. Unfortunately, the Emotionless Sword Dao pursued speed and accuracy. In terms of sword speed, only the Emotionless Sword Emperor could compete with Li Jianxin, even Li Fuchen was inferior. Of course, if Li Fuchen executed the primary extreme sword art, he would still be able to compete in sword speed. The primary extreme sword art's first move, Sword Sea Horizon, was also unbelievably fast. It was comparable to the Skyline Sword Art's third move, Sky Wind Godspeed Slash. The primary extreme sword art's intention was the source of the Sword Dao. It was the pinnacle in all aspects. Apart from that, the Void Heaven Sword Art might not be comparable to the Skyline Sword Art in terms of pure speed, but in terms of effects, it wasn't inferior to Li Jianxin's Skyline Sword Art. No matter how fast Li Jianxin flew, the Void Heaven Sword Art could shorten the spatial zone and arrive at the same destination as Li Jianxin. Otherwise, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to defeat Li Jianxin with the Void Heaven Sword Art. The clash of fast swords made this match even more intense and thrilling than the match between Li Fuchen and Li Jianxin. On the martial stage, there were only blinding white lights and astounding sword lights that were clashing. Too fast, it is even faster than the match between Li Fuchen and Li Jianxin. I thought the Skyline Sword Art would be the fastest sword art. I didn't expect the Emotionless Sword Emperor's Emotionless Sword Art to be so fast. Apart from that, the Emotionless Sword Art is more accurate and ruthless. Don't be in a hurry. Apart from the second move of the Skyline Sword Art, each move is faster than the previous. It isn't the time to judge who is faster. As everyone was discussing, Li Jianxin executed the second move. The second move was slightly slower than the first move. It was because of the overlapping sword lights that affected the speed. As compared to the first move, the second move was almost impossible to resist. On the martial stage, a river of light was flowing towards the Emotionless Sword Emperor. When facing this move, the Emotionless Sword Emperor executed the move that he used to neutralize the Heart Sword Sovereign's fifth move. He leaped back and brandished his sword. Countless sword lights shot out, but this time, the sword lights didn't scatter and gathered together. It looked like a river of light too. Boom! When the two rivers of light clashed together, an intense radiance filled up the entire wind cloud martial stage. It was even leaking out of the stage. When the radiance dimmed a little, Li Jianxin's figure vanished. The third move, Sky Wind Godspeed Slash, was instantly executed. There was an abnormally sharp wave that assaulted the Emotionless Sword Emperor. Since the start of the tournament, this was the first time the Emotionless Sword Emperor let out a yell. His entire body turned blurry and the sword in his hand was so fast that it felt as though time and space were flowing in reverse. In the next moment, a spatial crack that was 2 fingers thick burst out. The Emotionless Sword Emperor's sword blocked the sudden sword. Li Jianxin's Sky Wind Godspeed Slash was blocked. Everyone looked as though they had seen a ghost. Earlier on, Li Fuchen wasn't even able to completely block Li Jianxin's Sky Wind Godspeed Slash. Once the sword made contact, it was immediately broken. His emotionless sword Dao is already extremely close to extremity. The mystic deep sword saint praised. The Tiger Fang sword saint and the 100-flower sword saint nodded. In order to block the Skyline Sword Art's third move, they had to be like Li Fuchen, condensing the Sword Heart and the Void Dao Heart. Otherwise, they had to be like the emotionless Sword Emperor and push their Sword Dao to an extremely close level to extremity. The two swords clashed against each other. Both sides were unable to move, because the speed of their swords was too fast. When they clashed, it created a terrifying stickiness in the void. At this time, the one who couldn't hold on first would be the one who would be utterly defeated. The spatial crack was like black lightning that burst out between the duo. There was a shocking energy that was constantly collapsing and was going to explode at any moment. Crack. All of a sudden, there was an invisible crack on the surface of Li Jianxin's sword. It was a crack that only Li Jianxin could sense. Li Jianxin is defeated. Li Fuchen had also seen the crack. One mustn't forget that he had a saint's spiritual awareness, and his soul spirit was even stronger than a saint's. Crack, 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 more cracks appeared. Immediately after, Li Jianxin's sword shattered into thousands of pieces and shot back into Li Jianxin's body. Thousands of tiny blood arrows sprayed out from Li Jianxin's body. Li Jianxin was sent flying and vomited a blood arrow. This time, Li Jianxin didn't forcefully execute the fourth move. Furthermore, with his current condition, he wasn't able to execute the fourth move. Once he executed it, he would probably suffer severe injuries. Who says veteran swordsmen aren't good? The emotionless Sword Emperor has directly neutralized Li Jianxin's third move. The emotionless Sword Dao isn't that gorgeous, but it is definitely the most terrifying Sword Dao. Everyone in the audience seats was shocked by the emotionless Sword Emperor's strength. Even the Saber Emperor Chu Kuang was looking at the emotionless Sword Emperor with caution. Emotionless Sword Emperor, I am waiting to fight with you. The Sword Sovereign emitted the sword prowess of the 10,000 sword greeting and was like a ruler of the sword. Chapter 790. Heart Sword Sovereign 4th, Li Jianxin 3rd. Finally, the first and second will be decided. I feel so excited, my body can't help but tremble. Who isn't? This is a battle at the pinnacle of the way of the sword. It's comparable to the battle between the Sword Emperor and the Sword Sovereign. In my opinion, this battle might not be inferior to the battle between the Sword Emperor and the Sword Emperor. There were only a few matches left and everyone was looking forward to the match between the emotionless Sword Emperor and Li Fuchen. Mystic Deep Sword Saint, who do you think will win? In the Tiger Fang Sword Saint's opinion, the emotionless Sword Emperor had a higher chance of winning. After all, the emotionless Sword Emperor was able to neutralize the Skyline Sword Art's third move, while Li Fuchen was only suppressing the Skyline Sword Art's third move. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint said, on the surface, the emotionless Sword Emperor is naturally superior. However, sometimes, superficial things are the easiest to deceive. What do you mean? The 100-flower Sword Saint was curious. Do you remember Li Fuchen's expression when Li Jianxin executed his fourth move? The Mystic Deep Sword Saint asked. Hearing this, the Tiger Fang Sword Saint and the 100-flower Sword Saint recalled. Suddenly, the two of them revealed shocked expressions. As saints, having photographic memory was just child's play for them. They were able to rearrange things that they had seen before. Right now, the duo's mind was already replaying Li Fuchen's expression back then. Apart from confidence and a trace of surprise, Li Fuchen's face didn't have a trace of fear. It also meant that even if Li Jianxin executed the fourth move of the Skyline Sword style, Li Fuchen still had the ability to resist. No way. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint did not believe it. It also means that Li Fuchen is still concealing a portion of his strength. The 100-flower Sword Saint gave the answer. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint nodded. Most likely. Right now, we will see how much strength Li Fuchen is concealing and how much strength the emotionless Sword Emperor is using to deal with Li Jianxin. Therefore, it is hard to judge the outcome now. As the matches ended, the referees still didn't report the match between Li Fuchen and the emotionless Sword Emperor. Finally, when there was only one match left, the referee's voice rang out. Ning Ke against Li Fuchen. At this moment, the 9 arenas had already merged into one, and each side was 3,000 meters long. It's about to start. Everyone held their breaths. 2 figures landed on the stage at the same time. Your sword is very fast. Li Fuchen spoke. Did you try your best earlier? The emotionless Sword Emperor asked. Li Fuchen laughed, aren't you the same? That's good. The emotionless Sword Emperor nodded. If Li Fuchen had already tried his best, then this battle would be without any suspense. A battle without suspense was meaningless to him. What? Neither of them tried their best. Although their voices weren't loud, everyone heard them clearly, and they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Li Jianxin and the Heart Sword Sovereign were both formidable, especially Li Jianxin. With the Skyline Sword art, he was definitely at the pinnacle of the Law Phase realm. Back then, everyone believed that he was qualified to contest with the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign. Right now, Li Fuchen and the emotionless Sword Emperor were telling them that they didn't use their full strength in the previous fight. How could they not be dumbfounded? It is understandable for the emotionless Sword Emperor to conceal his strength, but I can't see through Li Fuchen's strength. The emotionless Sword Emperor had broken Li Jianxin's third move, so he might have a backup plan. Li Fuchen barely broke the third move and couldn't even injure Li Jianxin. On the martial stage, there was not even a trace of wind, the air had directly frozen. There might not be any Sword Dao resonance between the duo, but the pressure from the Qi field was even more terrifying than the Sword Dao resonance. Then let's fight. Li Fuchen said. Of course. The emotionless Sword Emperor's eyes were indifferent and emotionless. Clang! Without any warning, sparks burst out in the air between the duo. Clang 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 clang, the emotionless Sword Emperor's sword art was extremely fast, accurate, and ruthless. Each move didn't need to be complicated, but it was unblockable. In the world of sword arts, there was nothing that couldn't be overcome, only speed was unbreakable. The emotionless Sword Emperor's sword art was vividly displayed and it was superior to Li Jianxin's sword art. As for Li Fuchen's Void Heaven sword art, it utilized the spatial distance to the extreme. No matter how fast the emotionless Sword Emperor's sword was, there would always be a slight gap between him and Li Fuchen. It didn't matter how far the emotionless Sword Emperor and Li Fuchen were, Li Fuchen's sword would always be able to close in at the appropriate moment. This was an evenly matched battle. Between the duo, they were only fighting for that trace of upper hand and initiative. However, this trace of upper hand and initiative had been lingering between the duo and didn't favor either of them. After images flashed, and the two people who had been fighting in the air suddenly collided. Sparks flew wildly, connecting together. This meant that the two of them had exchanged many blows in a short period of time, and had changed many angles. This is close combat. Someone had goosebumps. Close combat was the most dangerous because it was too close. Be it Li Fuchen or the emotionless Sword Emperor, their sword speed could easily reach a few thousand times the speed of sound. With such fast speed, a few hundred meters was nothing and a few dozen meters was negligible. What about a distance of less than 1 meter? It was simply dancing on the edge of a blade. But it was precisely because it was too dangerous that everyone felt their blood boiling. They looked at the duo with deep reverence. Fast, it was truly too fast. When fighting with a distance of a few dozen or a few hundred meters, the duo would still judge the situation and make arrangements. But when the distance was less than 1 meter, the duo didn't care about anything else. Their only thought was to swing their swords with all their might. Crackle! The duo's swords broke at the same time. In the next moment, the duo took out a new Heaven-class mid-tier artifact sword from their storage bags at the same speed and slashed at each other. Clang! The duo's swords clashed and their bodies were almost leaning against each other as they had a frenzied contest of strength. At the same moment, the duo's eyes looked into each other's eyes without any surprise. Li Fuchen's eyes were blazing and calm. The emotionless Sword Emperor's eyes were indifferent and emotionless, but they were filled with sincerity towards the Sword Dao. The duo didn't see any trace of apprehension or flicker in each other's eyes. This is truly satisfying. Li Fuchen grinned. In terms of Sword Dao, the emotionless Sword Emperor was definitely a formidable foe. He felt his blood burning, but his heart was extremely calm and was almost cold-blooded. The duo didn't just blindly fight in close combat. Whenever the shockwave separated them, the duo wouldn't waste any opportunity and would slash from a distance. The duo's fundamental strength is comparable. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint commented. The 100-Flower Sword Saint nodded. Before this, no matter who faced Li Fuchen or the emotionless Sword Emperor, they would be at a disadvantage. Only these two are evenly matched. But I can see that their Sword Dao foundation isn't on par. To be serious, the emotionless Sword Emperor's Sword Dao foundation is slightly stronger, but Li Fuchen's combat awareness is too powerful. His sword art might look unconstrained and unrestrained, but it gives off a tight and seamless feeling. If the opponent isn't the emotionless Sword Emperor but someone else who is on par with the emotionless Sword Emperor, they would already be at a disadvantage. That's right. The emotionless Sword Dao doesn't have any emotions in its sword art. It is because there aren't any emotions, therefore, it can always fight in the most correct way. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint revealed a surprised expression. He might be talking about the emotionless Sword Emperor, but he was actually praising Li Fuchen. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint had never seen anyone in the Law Phase realm who could display combat awareness to Li Fuchen's level. Such a person was simply born for combat. The emotionless Sword Emperor had obviously realized that Li Fuchen was different from all the other swordsmen he had encountered. It was impossible to defeat such a swordsman in close combat. Only by using finishing moves and kill moves could the emotionless Sword Emperor be defeated. Countless white lights shot out and each of them were extremely fast. They were like the sunlight but were much colder than the sunlight and could freeze the heart. Clang clang clang, Li Fuchen brandished his sword and countered with countless transparent blades. Right at this moment, the emotionless Sword Emperor's body turned blurry and an extremely cold sword light burst out. Due to the extreme speed of the sword light, the spectators felt as though time and space were flowing in reverse and the spatial zone was collapsing. It was this sword move that allowed the emotionless Sword Emperor to defeat Li Jianxin. Right now, this sword move was used on Li Fuchen. At this moment, no one had time to think. Of course, there were still people who could think. Like a saint. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint's eyes were burning. He wanted to see how Li Fuchen was going to block this sword move. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was naturally able to observe this sword move. But this sword move was indeed too fast and was even slightly faster than Li Jianxin's Sky Wind God Speed Slash. Li Fuchen executed the Void Heaven Sword World and brandished his sword. The sword field that froze the void was collapsing and this was the first time Li Fuchen was at a disadvantage. Immediately after, the two swords clashed together. There was a burst of horrific power as Li Fuchen slid away. Such a crafty kid. The 100-Flower Sword Saint's eyes lit up. Li Fuchen obviously knew that his sword wasn't able to block the emotionless Sword Emperor. Therefore, when he brandished his sword to probe, he left some leeway. Otherwise, in the face of the emotionless Sword Emperor's sword move, his sword would be broken and he would be defeated. In this aspect, Li Jianxin was far inferior to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen had always been able to advance and retreat freely in battles. Even when facing opponents that were stronger than him, he would be able to remain undefeated for a short period of time. After losing the initiative, it isn't that easy to escape. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint knew deeply about the terror of the emotionless Sword Dao. As expected, after the emotionless Sword Emperor's sword had the upper hand, the emotionless Sword Emperor's sword had caught up and had already caught up to Li Fuchen. If Li Fuchen still wanted to use that move to deal with the emotionless Sword Emperor, he would definitely be defeated. Sword See Horizon. Li Fuchen naturally wasn't going to force it. His strongest sword art was the primary extreme sword art. During the process of retreating, the boundless sword prowess burst out. It made the emotionless sword emperor feel as though he was in a boundless ocean or in the starry sky. There was a limit to one's strength. When facing the heaven and earth, even the most fearless person would feel insignificant. Danger. The emotionless sword emperor's entire body was warning as he brandished his sword in a frenzy. Despite the case, his body still burst out with blood. The sword sea horizon couldn't find the other shore and could only sink. Chapter 791. Everyone might have realized that Li Fuchen had stronger sword moves, but when Li Fuchen executed the primary extreme sword art's first move, Sword Sea Horizon, everyone was still shocked. Even someone as strong as the emotionless sword emperor was injured by this move. If it was anyone else, wouldn't they be severely injured or even killed instantly? Li Fuchen, who released this sword, didn't pursue and stood quietly in place. The boundless sword sea was already extremely close to the extremity of the way of the sword. Coupled with the heart of the sword, it was even more powerful than an attack that was infinitely close to the extremity. As for his void heaven sword technique, it was only close to the pinnacle level. Moreover, the void Dao heart and the sword heart were separate. In terms of profundity and potential, it was far inferior to the primary extreme sword technique. Of course, the emotionless sword emperor's sword Dao realm was extremely high and seemed to be infinitely close to the extremity of the sword Dao. However, he didn't condense the sword heart, and that was his greatest weakness. In short, Li Fuchen didn't just have the advantage of the sword heart, his sword Dao proficiency was only slightly inferior to the emotionless sword emperor. This move's intent is too profound. The mystic deep sword saint's eyes flickered with radiance. Li Fuchen's sword art might not be at extremity and was far inferior to his mystic deep sword art, but he could feel that Li Fuchen's move contained a sword Dao that was beyond the emotionless sword Dao. The Tiger Fang sword saint and the 100-flower sword saint nodded too. They could feel a boundless qi presence from Li Fuchen's move. I see. 1,000 meters away, the emotionless sword emperor lowered his head and looked at the bloodstains on his body. He originally thought that Li Fuchen should have a stronger void Dao sword move. From the looks of it now, Li Fuchen's strongest sword art wasn't even a void Dao sword art, but an even stronger sword art. It also meant that Li Fuchen hadn't used his most proficient sword art. My strongest sword technique is the primary extreme sword technique. That move just now was the first move of the primary extreme sword technique, Boundless Sword Sea. Li Fuchen introduced. Primary extreme sword art. From Li Fuchen's tone, the emotionless sword emperor could feel the ambition to swallow the universe. Primary extreme meant the source. If there was a day when Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword art reached the extremity, it would definitely be the strongest sword art in the boundless universe. Of course, it was unknown whether the primary extreme sword technique had such terrifying potential. Boundless Sword Sea. Li Jianxin's expression changed. He assumed that as long as he cultivated the Skyline Sword Art's fourth move, he would be able to suppress anyone below the Saints. From the looks of it now, he had overestimated himself and the Skyline Sword Art. Li Fuchen's Sword Sea Horizon was obviously comparable to his Skyline Sword Art's fourth move. Unless the fourth move was an extremity sword move, otherwise, he would only be on par with Li Fuchen. Emotionless Sword Emperor, take out your trump card. Otherwise, you won't be my match. Li Fuchen said. Alright, Dream Bubble Shadow. The emotionless Sword Emperor soared into the sky and slashed out with his sword. As this sword slashed out, countless air bubbles appeared in the void. In each air bubble, there was an emotionless Sword Emperor. Moreover, these air bubbles were constantly appearing and disappearing, giving off a feeling of emotionless life and death. Seeing this scene, those who were familiar with the emotionless Sword Emperor were very surprised. They had never thought that the emotionless Sword Emperor would create such a magnificent sword move. Seeing this move, Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. What others saw was beauty, but what he saw was the truth behind it. Turning complexity into simplicity and turning simplicity into complexity, these two paths didn't have any superiority or inferiority. If a person's sword art was very complicated and gorgeous, if there was a day that the person could create a concise sword art, then the person's sword Dao would definitely have a great improvement. Similarly, if a person's sword art was very concise, if there was a day that the person could create a magnificent sword art, then the person's sword Dao would definitely have a great improvement. Once the dream bubble shadow was executed, Li Fuchen felt that the sword Dao law in the world had evolved the life and death Dao presence. This was the same path as the Heart Sword Sovereign's sixth move, Heart Mourn, which used the sword Dao law to evolve the true meaning of death. But it was obvious that the emotionless Sword Emperor's sword art was more profound and thorough. Li Fuchen didn't use the Sect Origin Swords. What a joke! The Sect Origin Swords was a sword move that was extremely close to the extremity of Sword Dao. When complemented with the Sword Heart, it might not be inferior to a true extremity sword art. Therefore, when facing the emotionless Sword Emperor's true kill move, Li Fuchen still executed the Sword Sea Horizon. This time, the Sword Sea Horizon was even more boundless and there weren't any signs of holding back. Bang boom! The bubbles burst one by one. Li Fuchen's Sword Sea Horizon was like a vast starry sky and an endless ocean. There was no end or boundary. No matter how terrifying the emotionless Sword Emperor's dream bubble shadow was, it was unable to approach Li Fuchen and could only sink into the Sword Sea. PFFF. After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, the emotionless Sword Emperor was sent flying again while his body was bursting with blood. At this moment, he was rather shocked. It was obvious that Li Fuchen had held back earlier because he was waiting for the emotionless Sword Emperor to execute his true kill move. It was a pity that the emotionless Sword Emperor's dream bubble shadow was still not a match for the Sword Sea Horizon. I can see that you haven't studied this move for a long time. There are some flaws. Li Fuchen frowned. This move seemed to be strong in appearance but weak in reality. Of course, it was only strong in appearance but weak in reality to Li Fuchen. To others, this move could only be described as horrific. How can life and death be so easily comprehended? This next move was originally used to deal with the Sword Sovereign and Sword Emperor. But in my opinion, you aren't inferior to the Sword Sovereign and Sword Emperor. It isn't a waste to use it on you. The emotionless Sword Emperor regained his calm expression. In fact, the dream bubble shadow wasn't considered his true kill move. But if the dream bubble shadow was perfected, it would become his true kill move. This move is called Emotion Oblivion. After speaking, the emotionless Sword Emperor's body emitted an empty chi presence. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. In his perception, the emotionless Sword Emperor had nearly vanished and it felt as though he was going to escape into the void and into nothingness. Sword Sea Horizon. Instinctively, Li Fuchen brandished his sword. But this time, the emotionless Sword Emperor wasn't immersed in the Sword Sea anymore. The Sword Sea had lost most of its restraints on him. Emotion Oblivion had already forgotten about emotions and this world. Therefore, it was normal that he wasn't restrained. There was a faintly discernible wave that assaulted while Li Fuchen countered with his sword. On the martial stage, Li Fuchen could only see Li Fuchen constantly executing kill moves. Everyone could feel the boundless sword prowess through the barrier. But the emotionless Sword Emperor seemed to have vanished. The boundless sword prowess would occasionally reveal a trace of his body. During the rest of the time, no one could see his existence. After a few dozen breaths, Li Fuchen was finally familiar with Emotion Oblivion. The emotionless Sword Emperor had finally found the only entrance to the Sword Sea Horizon. Only by passing through this entrance would he have the chance to injure Li Fuchen. Boom! The duo's swords finally clashed together. At the instant when the swords clashed, there was a sword chi that was like a breeze that brushed past Li Fuchen's body. For a moment, Li Fuchen felt as though his entire body was going to vanish and be forgotten by the world. Of course, Li Fuchen's boundless sword force had also been transmitted into the emotionless Sword Emperor's body through the emotionless Sword Emperor's sword. There was a loud sound and the barrier was broken. Li Fuchen and the emotionless Sword Emperor were both sent flying. The difference was that Li Fuchen instantly recovered when he was flying and forcefully landed. The emotionless Sword Emperor's body sprayed out a huge amount of blood and was sent flying off the martial stage. Chapter 792. Unmoved was a move that wasn't inferior to Li Fuchen's Sword Sea Horizon. In fact, in terms of Sword Dao level, this move was far superior to the Sword Sea Horizon. It was a pity that Li Fuchen was able to withstand Unmoved's attack, but the emotionless Sword Emperor couldn't withstand the Sword Sea Horizon's attack. Let alone the fact that the emotionless Sword Emperor wasn't a body refinement emperor, even if he was, he wouldn't be able to withstand the attack. A regular body refinement emperor's defense was negligible against such an attack. Li Fuchen has such tough defense. The emotionless Sword Emperor's attack actually couldn't injure him. He is at least a completion level Law Phase Realm Body Refinement Emperor. That's right. Both of their attacks might have weakened by half, but even if there was only 15% left, it wouldn't be that easy to withstand. The emotionless Sword Emperor is an example. The emotionless Sword Emperor's defeat isn't unjust. Even if the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign were here, they wouldn't be able to deal with Li Fuchen. Everyone was shocked. Li Fuchen's Sword Dao strength was already so horrific and his body refinement strength was also at an extremely high level. How was the emotionless Sword Emperor going to fight Li Fuchen? Even if the emotionless Sword Emperor's strength was one level higher than Li Fuchen, it was still difficult to defeat Li Fuchen. If I don't eliminate this child today, it will be difficult to eliminate him in the future. Inside the top-class private room that was gathered with the Gao clansmen, the Broken Flow Saint frowned. He didn't know if it was a wise decision to deal with Li Fuchen. With his strength, he was naturally able to kill Li Fuchen, but if he couldn't, there would be endless troubles. Dual cultivation of sword and body refinement. Inside a second-class private room, the Devil Sovereign had a grave expression. On the extreme Dao Mountain, he had exchanged moves with Li Fuchen. But back then, Li Fuchen didn't use his Sword Dao strength and used his body refinement strength instead. Therefore, the Devil Sovereign knew better than anyone that Li Fuchen's body refinement strength was much stronger than everyone imagined. During that battle, Li Fuchen was only one level lower than the Devil Sovereign. If Li Fuchen's Sword Dao strength and body refinement strength were comparable, the Devil Sovereign wouldn't have such thoughts. But Li Fuchen's Sword Dao strength was obviously superior to his body refinement strength. Even though the Devil Sovereign had a breakthrough on the extreme Dao Mountain, he didn't have any confidence to defeat Li Fuchen. The Sword Dao isn't alone. The Sword Emperor will probably feel the pressure too. The Sword Emperor grinned as his battle intent surged. In the past, only he was on the same level as the Sword Emperor. But seriously speaking, he was still much weaker than the Sword Emperor. Moreover, he never knew if the Sword Emperor had given his all. Now, two existences that were not inferior to him had appeared all of a sudden. This made him excited. They might not be able to threaten the Sword Arch now, but as time passed, everything would be uncertain. Standing on the martial stage, Li Fuchen had a flash of admiration on his face. This move of the emotionless Sword Emperor was even stronger than his sect origin swords. If the other party had the Sword Heart, he wouldn't be a match even if he executed the sect origin swords. Unfortunately, his opponent did not have Sword Heart. There was a huge difference between having a Sword Heart and not having one. After all, without the Sword Heart, one wouldn't be able to perfectly control the Sword Dao laws. With the Sword Heart, one would be able to perfectly control the Sword Dao laws. As for why he didn't execute the sect origin swords and defeat his opponent cleanly, Li Fuchen had his own considerations. There were too many spectators in the swordsman tournament and there might be formidable enemies. If he revealed all his trump cards, it would only be disadvantageous to him, even if he had the hand of God. Of course, if the Sword Sea Horizon wasn't enough to defeat the emotionless Sword Emperor, Li Fuchen would still execute the sect origin swords. He was determined to obtain the first rank of the swordsman tournament. This year's swordsman tournament is rather unexpected. Tiger Fang Sword Saint, go and announce the results. The mystic Deep Sword Saint smiled. All right. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint flashed and instantly teleported out of the supreme private room. In the sky, the Tiger Fang Sword Saint stood in the air. This year's swordsman tournament has ended successfully. Those that are qualified to enter the sword world are Li Fuqin, Ning Ke, Li Jianxin, Xiao Yuan, Tang Xing, Murong Youyu, Lu Hua, Song Shanhe, Yuan Haojie, and Zhu Lang. Apart from being able to enter the sword world, the top 10 of the swordsman tournament would also receive a huge amount of contribution points as rewards. The first rank would receive 5 million contribution points, the second rank would receive 2 million contribution points, the third rank would receive 1 million contribution points, the 4th to 10th rank would receive 500,000 contribution points. As for the 11th to 20th rank, they might not be able to enter the sword world, but they would still receive 500,000 contribution points. They would also be able to receive pointers from Sword Dao Saints. The pointers from Sword Dao Saints might not be comparable to entering the sword world, but it was definitely hundreds or even thousands of times better than those that couldn't enter the sword world. It is finally over. This year's swordsman tournament is truly full of twists and turns. Isn't that so? This Li Fuqin obviously has the shadow of the Sword Emperor and Li Jianxin has the shadow of the Sword Sovereign. It is a pity that the emotionless Sword Emperor and the Heart Sword Sovereign are missing. In my opinion, the emotionless Sword Emperor's strength is probably not inferior to the Sword Sovereign. Right now, only the Sword Emperor can rule the Sword Dao world. The others aren't very stable. That's right. Apart from the Sword Emperor, be it the Sword Sovereign, the emotionless Sword Emperor, or Li Fuqin, they aren't enough to convince the masses. Of course, Li Fuqin is definitely the most qualified to challenge the Sword Emperor. Everyone was rather respectful towards the Sword Emperor. In the previous swordsman tournament, the Sword Emperor obtained first rank with absolute strength. Even the Sword Sovereign wasn't a threat to him. With the end of the swordsman tournament, everyone started to disperse. Li Fuqin and the others followed the Tiger Fang Sword Saint to the Swordsman Guild headquarters. In a garden in the Swordsman Guild headquarters, the Tiger Fang Sword Saint didn't immediately activate the sword world. He was waiting for the Sword Emperor and the Sword Sovereign to arrive. Shangguan Jiuli pays his respects to the Sword Saint. A short moment later, a youth arrived. The youth was wearing a golden crown and had a stalwart body. He might not have an obvious qi presence, but when he walked, he gave off a kingly presence. Everyone here was an outstanding figure in the Sword Dao world, and how could they not see that the kingly presence wasn't a pressure from authority, it was the characteristics of his Sword Dao. This youth was obviously the second ranker of the Sword Emperor rankings and the seventh ranker of the Great Emperor rankings, the Sword Sovereign, Shangguan Jiuli. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint smiled and said, "Shangguan Jiuli, if you don't comprehend the Sword Dao properly during this trip to the Sword World, you will probably be surpassed." Shangguan Jiuli let out a faint smile and said confidently, "I have watched the swordsman tournament and it is indeed rather exciting. But the path of Sword Dao is never-ending. A moment of brilliance doesn't mean anything. In the future, I will be waiting for them." Without absolute confidence, he wouldn't be able to become the sovereign of swords. Li Fuqin and the others were indeed formidable, but it wasn't that easy to stand firm in the Sword Dao world. A few dozen years ago, the first and second rankers on the Sword Emperor rankings weren't him and the Sword Emperor. But ultimately, only he and the Sword Emperor were remembered. It was enough to explain a lot of things. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint nodded and looked at the entrance of the garden. There was a skinny black-clothed youth with a straight back walking over. The black-clothed youth had indifferent eyes and an icy cold expression. This indifference was different from the emotionless Sword Emperor's indifference and emotionless. It was also different from Li Jianxin's indifference and arrogance. It was a kind of transcendent indifference and icy cold. This person should be the Sword Emperor Mo Hen. Li Fuqin looked at the black-clothed youth. Chapter 793. The Sword Emperor Mo Hen was ranked third on the Great Emperor rankings and first on the Sword Emperor rankings. It was said that he was the only person who could fight with the first-ranked, Heaven Emperor, and retreat in one piece. His strength was already comparable with low-tier demonic beast overlords a few dozen years ago. Right now, he probably had the strength to kill regular low-tier demonic beast overlords. Among everyone present, apart from the Sword Sovereign and a few others who had seen the Sword Emperor before, it was the first time for everyone else to see the Sword Emperor in person. In the past, they had only heard of the Sword Emperor's name and seen images of the Sword Emperor. This person is the Sword Emperor. Tang Xing, Murong Yoyu, and the others felt immense pressure. If the Sword Sovereign gave them the feeling of an Emperor of Swords, then the Sword Emperor gave them the feeling of a God of Swords. Of course, this God of Swords referred to the Law Phase realm and didn't include the Soul Merge realm. I didn't think that the Sword Emperor has already cultivated the union of man and sword to such a degree. With Li Fuchen's discerning eyes, it wasn't hard to see that the Sword Emperor was walking on the union of man and sword. The union of man and sword was also called the Solipsism Sword Dao. The Solipsism Sword Dao was an extreme sword Dao. Those who cultivated this sword Dao had already treated themselves as the sword. The man and the sword were already inseparable. Greetings to the Sword Saint. In front of the Tiger Fang Sword Saint, the Sword Emperor Mo Hen didn't dare to be impudent and bowed. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint nodded. Since everyone is here, I shall open the sword world. I hope that all of you will have some gains in the sword world. While speaking, the Tiger Fang Sword Saint flipped his hand and a sword-shaped token appeared in his hand. Swish! The sword-shaped token fused into the void and immediately after, a sword-shaped door of light appeared. Everyone enter! The Tiger Fang Sword Saint yelled out. In response, everyone rushed into the sword world. The sword world was the sacred ground of the Swordsman Guild. It was rumored that it was created by the first president of the Swordsman Guild, the Unbounded Old Man. The most primitive sword world didn't have any other effects apart from the clear sword Dao laws. However, perhaps because it contained the limitless sword Dao of the limitless old man, the sword realm had absorbed a large amount of sword intents over the countless years. After these sword intents took root in the sword realm, they began to absorb the same type of sword intents in the world. As time passed, various sword Daos were formed in the sword realm, such as the sharp metal sword Dao, the green wood sword Dao, the soft water sword Dao, the flame sword Dao, the thick earth sword Dao, the stars sword Dao, the sovereign sword Dao, the heart sword Dao, the heartless sword Dao, the solipsism sword Dao. No matter how rare the sword Dao was, it could be found in the sword world. Of course, the rarer a sword Dao was, the harder it was to grow. After all, for a sword Dao in the sword realm to grow, it needed to absorb sword intent. However, there were only a few cultivators of a rare sword Dao for countless years, so how could there be so many sword intents to absorb? Among them, the strongest and rarest was the limitless sword Dao of the limitless sword. The limitless sword Dao was publicly recognized as a supreme sword Dao. Back when the limitless old man was still alive, no one was a match for him in the deep blue plane. Even in the universe, the limitless old man had made a name for himself and was one of the absolute experts in the universe. When the later generations entered the sword realm, they basically had the same goal. Firstly, they wanted to use the sword realm to comprehend the sword Dao law. Secondly, they wanted to find the same type of sword Dao to strengthen their own sword Dao. Thirdly, they wanted to find the limitless sword Dao and personally feel how powerful the supreme sword Dao was. In a dusky spatial zone, Li Fuchen and the others instantly descended. This is the sword realm. Such a clear sword Dao law. This was the first time Murong Yoyu came to the sword realm and she was very shocked. If the sword Dao law in the outside world was hidden in the void and was covered with a layer of veil that was hard to remove, then the sword Dao law in the sword realm was exposed and could be easily captured. Comprehending the sword Dao law here was simply like a fish in the water. Sometimes, it might not be a good thing to have the sword Dao law being too clear. The Heart Sword Sovereign casually said. Why? Yuan Haojie didn't understand. The Mountain River Sword Emperor, Song Shanhe explained, if the sword Dao law is too clear, you will be able to improve very quickly at the start. But as time passes, you will be confused. Don't ask me why, because I don't know either. I am here purely to find the same type of sword Dao to strengthen my own sword Dao. Li Fuchen said, "It is very simple. Things that are too easy to obtain will not be comprehended deeply enough and will not be imprinted in the depths of the heart. Or in other words, it will not be able to be completely fused into one's sword Tao. It is just like picking up an artifact on the road. That is because you are lucky, and it doesn't mean that you are capable. It is impossible for you to pick up artifacts every day. Comprehending the sword Tao law in the outside world might be very difficult, but the process is actually a part of our sword Tao. But in the sword realm, this process is missing. The golden amulet might have allowed Li Fuchen to succeed in every endeavor, but Li Fuchen didn't completely rely on the golden amulet. Right now, even if he lost the golden amulet, he was confident he could reach the pinnacle of sword Tao and wouldn't be inferior to those absolute experts in the universe. The golden amulet had paved a bright path for him, but if he couldn't do it himself, everything would be useless. Hearing the statement, the sword sovereign, the emotionless sword emperor, and the heart sword sovereign looked at Li Fuchen with astonishment. It was no wonder Li Fuchen was able to obtain the #1 rank of this year's swordsman tournament. His extraordinary comprehension ability was indeed something that regular people couldn't compare with. Doesn't this mean that entering the sword realm isn't as good as we imagine? Tang Xing raised a doubt. The sword sovereign laughed and said, "That might not be the case. As long as your sword Tao is powerful enough and your temperament is strong enough, you can comprehend the sword Tao law for a long time in the sword realm. Let's say that you are a bottle of ink and the sword realm's sword Tao law is clear water. As long as there is enough ink, it can contain more clear water and maintain the color of the ink. The sword realm will only open once every 20 years, and it will only open for 1 month. If you are powerful enough, it will be fine even if you comprehend the sword Tao law every day for 1 month. Of course, if you aren't powerful enough, you might enter a perplexed state after comprehending for 3 to 5 days. If you continue to comprehend, the gains will not make up for the losses." "I see." Murong Yoyu understood now. There was indeed nothing perfect in this world. Of course, despite the case, the sword realm was only beneficial to them. Swish. In the dusky sword realm, there would be occasional flashes of light. These flashes of light contained astounding sword intent. TSS. A golden stream of light passed through everyone. That slicing sensation was enough to numb everyone's body. "This is the sharp metal sword Tao." Yuan Haojie was shocked. He had a feeling that if he clashed with the golden stream of light earlier, he would definitely be sliced into 2. After entering the sword realm, everyone quickly split up. "I wonder how much the sword realm's law can improve my sword Tao." Li Fuchen randomly found a place to sit down and started to comprehend the sword Tao law in the sword realm. The sword Tao law in the sword realm was too clear. After a slight comprehension, Li Fuchen felt that his sword Tao law comprehension was increasing rapidly. Once the sword Tao law comprehension increased, the power of his sword art would also increase. Be it the meteor sword art, void heaven sword art, or primary extreme sword art, it was the same. 1 day, 3 days, 5 days. Chapter 794. Each stream of light contained a type of sword Tao. From the Qi presence, there were plenty of first-rate sword Taos among them. These sword Tao streams of light were like a group of children asking for candy as they revolved around Li Fuchen. There would be a few streams of light that wanted to get close to Li Fuchen, but once they made contact with Li Fuchen's sword light, they would be repelled. Li Fuchen opened his eyes and let out a faint smile. With a wave of his hand, the sword Tao streams of light surged over and fused into Li Fuchen's body. In an instant, Li Fuchen's mind was filled with countless sword Tao essences. These sword Tao essences were like a flood that wanted to crush Li Fuchen's sword Tao. It was a pity that Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword Tao was like a black hole that devoured all the sword Tao essences. At this moment, if someone was here, they would definitely be so shocked that their jaws would drop. There might be countless sword Tao streams of light in the sword world, but no one was able to absorb so many at once. Normally, they would only absorb the same type of sword Dao streams of light, unlike Li Fuchen who didn't reject anything and didn't care what type of sword Dao it was. Swish swish swish, Li Fuchen was absorbing the essences of these sword Dao streams of light. After absorbing all the essences, the sword Dao streams of light rushed out of Li Fuchen's body and flew in all directions before vanishing without a trace. Sword Sea Horizon. The primary extreme sword Dao had absorbed too much sword Dao essence. In Li Fuchen's eyes, there were countless sword lights flashing. It felt as though there were countless sword arts being performed. Ultimately, the countless sword arts turned into a boundless sword sea. Li Fuchen drew the joint heaven sword and executed a slash. A silver sword sea surged out. If the emotionless sword emperor was here, he would be able to see that Li Fuchen's sword sea horizon was already extremely close to extremity. Sect origin swords. After the sword sea horizon was the sect origin swords. It was a pity that the countless sword Dao essences weren't enough for the sect origin swords to break through to extremity. It was only comparable to the emotionless sword emperor's unmoved sword move. However, this was already very exaggerated. When a sword art was extremely close to extremity, every improvement was extremely precious. When many saints were at the law phase realm, their martial art proficiency was only close to extremity. It was unknown how far they were from being extremely close to extremity. It seems like there is hope. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. He felt that within this month, his sect origin swords would most likely reach extremity. Once his sect origin swords reached the extremity, he would be able to put up a fight if he encountered a low-level saint. He might even be able to defeat the opponent. After all, even if it was a saint, there were very few that could raise their martial art realm to the extremity. Those that could raise their martial art realm to the extremity were all famous existences, like the mystic Deep Sword Sovereign. There's no rush. Comprehending more sword Dao laws is the right path. The sword Dao laws were one's foundation. It was related to one's future potential. The level of one's sword art was secondary. Even though Li Fuchen didn't intentionally search for sword Dao lights, when he comprehended the sword Dao law, the sword Dao anomaly still attracted a large number of sword Dao lights. Most of them were second or third-rate sword Daos, there weren't many first-rate sword Daos. Time elapsed and when half a month had passed, Li Fuchen finally felt that his sword Dao level was a little unstable. It couldn't be said that his sword Dao wasn't powerful enough or his mental state wasn't strong enough. It was because he comprehended the sword Dao laws too quickly. The sword Dao laws that he comprehended in a single day were probably more than what others comprehended in a few months. As compared to half a month ago, the sword Dao laws that I have comprehended are at least several times stronger. The amount of sword Dao laws that a swordsman had comprehended would determine the upper limit of his growth. It was just like a scholar. If he didn't have enough knowledge, even if he had a flash of inspiration and was able to write a great essay or poem, it was destined that he wouldn't be able to last long and wouldn't be able to become a true master. Similarly, if a swordsman didn't have enough sword Dao laws, he might be able to create one or two incredible sword moves, but he wouldn't be able to go far on the sword Dao. Apart from the increase in his foundation, Li Fuchen's sword Dao strength was also changing every day. Right now, the sword sea horizon was already at the level of the unmoved sword move. As for the sect origin swords, it had already surpassed the unmoved sword move. Apart from that, Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword technique had finally broken through from the middle state of the 42nd rank to the late state of the 42nd rank. It meant that Li Fuchen's sword Dao cultivation technique was getting closer to extremity. A breakthrough in a cultivation technique wasn't just an increase in strength, it was also related to the martial artist's future cultivation speed and the success rate of breaking through realms. This was also the main reason why so many people had heaven-class high-tier cultivation techniques, but only 1 in 10,000 could break through to become a saint. In order to break through to extremity with the sect origin swords, absorbing more sword Dao essences is just secondary. Absorbing the essence of super first-rate sword Daos is of utmost importance. For half a month, Li Fuchen was only able to attract first-rate sword Daos and couldn't even see a shadow of super first-rate sword Daos. With a flash, Li Fuchen flew into the sky and started to search for super first-rate sword daos. In a certain place in the sword world, the mountain river sword emperor, Song Shanhe, was very excited. He actually encountered a super first-rate sword dao light here. According to his speculations, this sword dao light should be the Tai Chi sword dao. The so-called Tai Chi sword dao could also be called the Yin-Yang sword dao. It contained the Yin-Yang Dao laws and was an extremely powerful sword Dao that had both offense and defense. The Saint Spirit continent once had a Tai Chi sword saint. His strength was formidable and was renowned in the entire Deep Blue Plain. His Tai Chi sword art was a combination of hardness and softness, complementing each other with Yin and Yang. Even if the opponent was one level stronger than the Tai Chi sword saint, it would be hard to defeat the Tai Chi sword saint. If the opponent's strength was on par with the Tai Chi sword saint, the opponent would definitely be defeated if the battle dragged on. The mountain river sword Dao burst out as Song Shanhe wanted to attract the Tai Chi sword Dao over. His mountain river sword Dao might be a water and earth sword Dao, and it didn't seem to be related to the Tai Chi sword Dao, but in fact, a higher tier sword Dao was beneficial to any sword Dao. If his mountain river sword Dao could absorb a trace of the Tai Chi sword Dao's essence, it might be able to break through the shackles and reach a higher tier. Bang! The Tai Chi sword Dao was indeed attracted over, but it sent Song Shanhe flying. In the blink of the eye, Song Shanhe vanished into the depths of the dusky sword world. Sigh. Song Shanhe sighed and didn't give chase. In the sword world, the only way to capture sword Dao was to use one's own sword Dao to attract it. It was obvious that his sword Dao wasn't very attractive to the Tai Chi sword Dao. I reckon that there aren't many people that can attract the Tai Chi sword Dao. Song Shanhe shook his head and continued to search for other sword Daos. Tai Chi sword Dao. From far away, Li Fuchen could sense a stream of light flying over. This stream of light contained a sword intent that was a combination of hardness and softness. It was continuous and felt as though it would never weaken. Li Fuchen's body released the chi presence of the primary extreme sword Dao and reached out to grab the Tai Chi sword Dao. Chapter 795. The essence of the Tai Chi sword Dao was unimaginable for Li Fuchen. Everything had yin and yang sides, and so did the sword Dao. The yin-yang rule was like the space-time rule. It penetrated all matter and non-matter and was almost everywhere. After absorbing the essence of the Tai Chi sword Dao, Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword Dao felt as though it had a soul and was organically integrated. If the primary extreme sword principle of the past was said to be ferocious and ruthless, then the current primary extreme sword principle was much gentler and more natural. The Tai Chi sword principle is indeed a superb sword principle. Two sword shadows, one bright and one dark, revolved, and Li Fuchen praised in his heart. It was hard to say which was the strongest among the top-tier sword Daos. However, if one were to ask which top-tier sword Dao was the most comprehensive and the most difficult to deal with, at least 9 out of 10 people would say that it was the Tai Chi sword Dao. Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword Dao might be a supreme sword Dao, but its foundation was too shallow. Let alone reaching extremity, even if it reached extremity, there was still a long way to go. Therefore, absorbing the essence of the Tai Chi sword Dao was extremely beneficial to the primary extreme sword Dao. After a long while, the two sword shadows, one bright and one dark, dispersed. The Tai Chi sword principle turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the distance. Boundless sword C. When Li Fuchen executed a sword slash, the silver sword C filled the void of the sword world. One could vaguely see that this sword C had the change of light and darkness. It made the originally vast and profound sword C even more majestic and mystical. Let alone others, even Li Fuchen believed that once he entered the sword C, he would sink for a long period of time. So powerful. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with light. The current sword C horizon, be it in terms of prowess or profundity, was much stronger than the emotionless sword emperor's unmoved. It was even stronger than the sect origin 10,000 swords. You don't know about myriad swords returning to origin? Li Fuchen's heart was filled with anticipation as he brandished his sword. It was hard to describe the chi presence of Li Fuchen's next sword move. It was as if 10,000 swordsmen were waving their swords at the same time. When the sword was unleashed, it was as if millions of rays of sunlight had descended from the sky. When the sword was unleashed, it was as if countless rivers had merged into the sea. When the sword was unleashed, it was like the beginning of chaos, the first ray of light between heaven and earth. When the sword was unleashed, it gathered thousands of changes into one sword, transforming thousands of swords into one sword. Whoosh! A pitch-black crack appeared in the sword realm. The crack expanded rapidly like a huge black snake, extending into the depths of the sword realm. If someone were to witness this scene, they would definitely be shocked beyond words. In the sword world, even a low-level sword Dao Saint wouldn't have an easy task to cleave open a spatial rift. Li Fuchen was able to do it as a law phase realm swordsman, and it was definitely beyond logic. Extreme state. Even though Li Fuchen had a guess in his heart, but when the sect origin swords truly reached the extremity, he was still indescribably shocked. Absorbing the sword Dao quintessence to increase the sword art rank was ultimately too fast. It wasn't as good as cultivating slowly. But extremity was still extremity. When Li Fuchen brandished the sword, he already had a good understanding of the sword move. The profundities were all reflected in the depths of Li Fuchen's spirit and were imprinted on the sword heart. Li Fuchen had a feeling that in the face of this sword, even a low-level sword Dao Saint would have to dodge. There are still 10 days left. During these 10 days, I must consolidate and improve the sect origin swords. Li Fuchen could see that the sect origin swords had the innate potential to reach extremity. As for the sword Sea Horizon, it was still lacking in maturity. Otherwise, after absorbing the Tai Chi sword Dao quintessence, the sword Sea Horizon should also reach extremity. After one day, Li Fuchen had completely consolidated the sect origin swords. Not only that, after absorbing the Tai Chi sword Dao quintessence, the primary extreme sword art wasn't the only one that improved, the Void Heaven sword art and other sword arts were also improved. For example, the Void Heaven sword art was already extremely close to extremity. The Meteor sword art was even more horrifying as it had already surpassed the Void Heaven sword art and reached the level of the unmoved sword move. It also meant to say that apart from the primary extreme sword art, the Meteor sword art was Li Fuchen's strongest sword art. It wasn't hard to understand. The Void Heaven sword art was the sword art of the Joint Heaven sword's owner and had the mark of the Joint Heaven sword art. The Meteor sword art was a sword art that truly belonged to Li Fuchen. If Li Fuchen relied on himself to cultivate slowly, the Meteor sword art would need a very long time to surpass the Void Heaven sword art. But after absorbing a large amount of sword Dao quintessence and the Tai Chi sword Dao quintessence, the Meteor sword art was like a parched land that glowed with astounding vitality. After consolidating his sword art rank, Li Fuchen continued to search for sword Dao lights. A single super first-rate sword Dao light was able to allow him to improve rapidly. Even if a second super first-rate sword Dao light wasn't comparable to the Tai Chi sword Dao, it shouldn't be too far off. Blaze. In the depths of the dusky sword world, a dazzling radiance suddenly burst out. Li Fuchen almost thought that it was a super first-rate sword Dao. But after sensing it carefully, Li Fuchen let out a sigh. This was a first-rate sword Dao, the Sun sword Dao. It contained the Sun Dao laws. The Sun sword Dao was very similar to the Stars sword Dao, but it was more tyrannical and blazing. Correspondingly, it was much weaker in terms of defense than the Stars sword Dao. Reaching out, Li Fuchen grabbed the Sun sword Dao stream of light. In the next moment, a large amount of the Sun sword Dao essence surged into his mind. For the next 3 days, Li Fuchen would occasionally see a first-rate sword Dao light. It was a pity that he didn't see a single super first-rate sword Dao light. When there were only 3 days left before the 1-month period was up, Li Fuchen finally saw the second super first-rate sword Dao light. This was a sword Dao light that was filled with endless destruction. Those with weaker willpower wouldn't even be able to muster the courage to approach it, let alone absorb it. Destruction sword Dao, super first-rate sword Dao. This kind of sword Tao was purely created for destruction. It could destroy time and space, destroy all living things, destroy everything until everything was turned into nothingness. Li Fuchen wasn't the only one who was eyeing the destruction sword Tao. The sword sovereign, Shangguan Jiuli, was also eyeing it. The sword sovereign's sword Tao was the sovereign sword Tao, and the sovereign sword Tao was supreme. It required all other sword Taos to submit to it. In a certain sense, the sovereign sword Tao didn't have a limit. Those who didn't conform to the sovereign sword Tao might not even be comparable to a third-rate sword Tao. Those who were born with the potential would be able to push the sovereign sword Tao to the super first-rate level. According to the records, there was once a person in the universe who pushed the sovereign sword Tao to the supreme sword Tao level. Once his sword was brandished, all swords would submit. Apart from the supreme sword Tao, all other sword Taos would tremble in front of him and wouldn't be able to resist. It was a pity that the sword sovereign sword Tao wasn't able to make the destruction sword Tao light submit automatically. Both parties were in a deadlock until Li Fuchen arrived. Without any intention to be polite, Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword Tao burst out and attracted the destruction sword Tao over. The sword sovereign raised his brows. It didn't matter if he admitted it or not, Li Fuchen's sword Tao was more attractive to the destruction sword Tao. You want to pluck the tiger's tooth? You still have to ask for my permission. The sword sovereign attacked at Li Fuchen. When this sword move was executed, there was a tyrannical and supreme sword intent that extended out. When the destruction sword Tao light sensed the sword intent, it automatically severed the connection with Li Fuchen and flew far away in a flash. It was interesting that the destruction sword Tao light didn't choose to leave and quietly watched. It seemed like it was going to follow whoever was stronger. Li Fuchen sneered and counterattacked with the meteor fall. Rumble. There was a burst of dazzling radiance, and the dusky sword world's void had circles of irregular ripples. The sword sovereign originally thought that even if Li Fuchen could resist this sword, Li Fuchen would take a few steps back. But when the sword arts clashed, the sword sovereign knew he was wrong. A horrific force assaulted and the sword sovereign burst in retreat. He lifted his eyes and looked at Li Fuchen. Chapter 796. Xiao. The destruction sword Tao was very practical. Seeing that the sword sovereign was at a disadvantage, it immediately entered Li Fuchen's body. I've underestimated him. It's only been half a month, yet he's already improved so much. This was the sword sovereign's third time entering the sword world. When he entered the sword world for the first time, his improvement was also great, but it wasn't as great as Li Fuchen. Jian Huang steadied himself and didn't attack again. With his pride, he wouldn't attack again if he didn't get the upper hand with his first attack. After all, they weren't on the martial stage. When the destruction sword Tao light entered Li Fuchen's body, plenty of destruction sword Tao essence appeared in Li Fuchen's mind. Destruction was a supreme power. It similarly penetrated the material and the non-material, and it was omnipresent. If one were to ask which sword principle was the most powerful among all the sword principles, it would undoubtedly be the destruction sword principle. After the essence was absorbed, the destruction sword Tao light seemed to have completed its mission. It flew out from Li Fuchen's body and vanished into the distance. You're not bad. Among the Transcendence Realm swordsmen, you're the third person who can block my sword. The sword sovereign stared at Li Fuchen with burning eyes. Opening his eyes, Li Fuchen said, You aren't bad either. You actually barely blocked my meteor fall. His meteor falls might had already surpassed the emotionless sword emperor's unmoved sword move. Coupled with the sword heart, even 3 emotionless sword emperors wouldn't be able to block it. It was very obvious that the sword sovereign's strength was above the emotionless sword emperor's. Previously, everyone had underestimated the sword sovereign and thought that the emotionless sword emperor's strength wasn't inferior to the sword sovereign's. Now that they thought about it, it was only natural. While the emotionless sword emperor was improving, how could the sword sovereign be stagnant? It was already very difficult for the gap between the two of them to not widen. Ha, I've been underestimated. Let's fight again after we leave the sword world. Previously, The Sword Sovereign might have treated Li Fuchen and the emotionless Sword Emperor as opponents on the same level as him, but even if they were on the same level, there was still a huge gap. But now, Li Fuchen's strength had obviously increased by several times. Even the Sword Sovereign wasn't confident he could win. Alright. Li Fuchen nodded. He knew that the Sword Sovereign didn't use his full strength earlier, but he didn't either. Putting aside the primary extreme sword art, he only executed the meteor fall casually. After the Sword Sovereign left, Li Fuchen started to carefully sense the changes in his Sword Dao after fusing the Destruction Sword Dao essence. As an existence that was not inferior to the Tai Chi Sword Principle, the Destruction Sword Principle contained extreme destructive techniques. Li Fuchen could feel that after absorbing the Destruction Sword Dao essence, the primary extreme Sword Dao gradually had a supreme Qi presence. Previously, the primary extreme Sword Dao might be called a Supreme Sword Dao, but it was actually Li Fuchen's ambition. The might of the myriad ancestral swords has doubled. That's not an exaggeration. On the other hand, the Boundless Sword Sea has finally reached its limit. Li Fuchen's face was filled with delight. If he had not entered the sword world, it would have been impossible for him to push the primary extreme sword art to the extreme realm without more than 10 years of hard work. If it was someone else, even if they had 100 or 1,000 years, they might not be able to cultivate a martial art to the extreme realm. I just don't know when the primary extreme sword art will reach the paramount realm. After absorbing the Tai Chi Sword Dao essence and the Destruction Sword Dao essence, Li Fuchen's primary extreme Sword Dao had already reached the peak state of the 42nd rank. It was just one step away from the 43rd rank. Once he took this step, the primary extreme sword art would reach the extremity realm. It was a known fact that even among Unity Realm saints, there weren't many who possessed extremity cultivation techniques. Generally speaking, those who possessed extremity martial arts were already well-known figures among the saints. Those who possessed extremity cultivation techniques were all outstanding existences among the saints. Time elapsed quickly and there was only one last day left before the 1-month period was up. The Sword Sovereign was rather helpless. During this 1 month, he discovered a total of 2 top-rate Sword Dao lights. It was a pity that the first top-rate Sword Dao light was the Creation Sword Dao light. If there wasn't any fated encounter, the Creation Sword Dao wouldn't even be attracted. The second top-rate Sword Dao light was the Destruction Sword Dao light, but it was snatched away by Li Fuchen. In the end, the Sword Sovereign was only able to absorb 3 first-rate Sword Dao lights and a large number of second- and third-rate Sword Dao lights. Of course, he naturally encountered more than 3 first-class Sword Principle flowing lights along the way. However, with the bearing capacity of his Sword Principle, he could only bear 3 first-class Sword Principle flowing lights or 1 superclass Sword Principle flowing light. Exceeding that would damage his Sword Principle. Not everyone was like Li Fuchen who could absorb limitless Sword Dao lights. Li Fuchen was able to absorb limitless Sword Dao lights because the primary extreme Sword Dao was profound and had the shadow of the Supreme Sword Dao. Secondly, Li Fuchen's spirit soul and true spirit had already reached the saint's level. Especially his spirit soul, it was already superior to saints. There is still 1 more day. I wonder if I can witness the glory of the limitless Sword Dao. At the final juncture, Li Fuchen no longer persisted in searching for the top-rate Sword Dao lights. Instead, he developed an intense curiosity towards the limitless Sword Dao. His primary extreme Sword Dao might have the shadow of the Supreme Sword Dao, but it wasn't a Supreme Sword Dao yet. The unbounded old man's limitless Sword Dao was a true Supreme Sword Dao. In the depths of the Sword World, the Sword Emperor Mo Hen was seated cross-legged. On his body, there was an indistinct black and white sword shadow. After a long time, he opened his eyes and his eyes were filled with the terrifying intent of life and death. He was rather lucky. During his previous 2 trips to the Sword World, he wasn't able to capture a top-rate Sword Dao light. This time, he was able to capture a life and death Sword Dao light. After comprehending the quintessence of the life and death Sword Dao, his solipsism Sword Dao had great progress. I have already obtained the top-rate Sword Dao light. Limitless Sword Dao, where are you? The Sword Emperor stood up while a horrific sword intent rushed into the sky. He felt as though he had turned into an ancient and unparalleled divine sword that stood in the void of the sword world. Buzz! As though responding to the Sword Emperor's call, there were traces of illusory but boundless sword intent that spread out from the depths of the sword world. Limitless Sword Tao. The Sword Emperor's eyes lit up as his solipsism Sword Tao burst out in a frenzy. At the same time, at another location in the sword world, a person was also calling out for the limitless Sword Tao. This person was none other than Li Fuchen. His body was overflowing with sword intent. The primary extreme Sword Tao made his entire body feel like a black hole. Inside the black hole, there were sword lights that were circulating endlessly. Buzz! A boundless and very secretive sword intent permeated the void and responded to Li Fuchen. Following the clues, Li Fuchen's sword intent followed the mysterious sword intent and traced back to the source. Finally, he saw the limitless Sword Tao in the depths of the void. The limitless Sword Tao was like an egg that was quietly suspending in an unknown spatial zone. Sensing Li Fuchen's sword intense prying, the egg was like a heart that throbbed. Rumble. In a trance, Li Fuchen felt the world turning into nothingness and everything returning to primal chaos. Is this the true essence of the limitless Sword Tao? When Li Fuchen came back to his senses, he realized that a few hours had passed and he didn't feel anything. If the limitless Sword Tao was an enemy, Li Fuchen felt that he would have died 1,000 or 10,000 times. After 1 month, the sword world produced a repulsive force that expelled everyone out of the sword world. Li Fuchen knew that this repulsive force was actually the power of the limitless Sword Tao. Chapter 797. In the Swordsman Guild headquarters garden, everyone emerged from the sword-shaped door of light. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint was already waiting there. How is it? All of you must have a great harvest, right? Only you can enter the sword world once every 20 years. Once at the Soul Merge realm, you can only enter once every 100 years. Furthermore, you can only enter for 7 days each time. The sword world was extremely beneficial to Sword Tao saints. After all, it was created by the unbounded old man. It is great, but the time is too short. Yuan Haojie wasn't satisfied. In the sword world, half of his time was used to comprehend Sword Tao law and the other half was used to search for Sword Tao lights. He nearly caught a first-rate Sword Tao light, but the month was just up and he was expelled. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint laughed and didn't respond to Yuan Haojie. He said to everyone, all of you are the best sword emperors in my swordsman guild. Prepare yourselves. In half a year, the Great Emperor rankings will be updated. At that time, release your chi presence and try your best to enter the top of the rankings. Remember, don't think it is a good thing to be nameless. If you are able to enter the Great Emperor rankings, you will be blessed with Saint Spirit Chi. The Great Emperor rankings was a very mysterious artifact. Just like the Swordsman Tournament, it would be updated once every 20 years. However, if you didn't release your chi presence, the Great Emperor rankings would ignore your existence and wouldn't include you in the rankings. As a result, there were plenty of people who were stronger than the people on the Great Emperor rankings. However, in the Tiger Fang Sword Saint's opinion, apart from some people who had certain reasons, those who didn't wish to enter the Great Emperor rankings were fools. The Saint Spirit continent was a high-class continent, and with the Saint Spirit continent's chi presence, everything would be much smoother in the future. Yes. Everyone nodded. They naturally knew the benefits of the Great Emperor rankings. They also wanted to see what rank they would be able to obtain after the Great Emperor rankings were updated. I wonder what is the Great Emperor rankings like? Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a trace of light. The Saint Spirit continent's Great Emperor rankings was also called the Great Emperor rankings. It was an artifact that gathered the Saint Spirit continent's chi presence. On the Great Emperor rankings, the higher the rank, the stronger the chi presence. It was said that anyone who was ranked number 1 on the Great Emperor rankings for 100 years would be promoted to a saint without any hidden dangers. Right now, Heaven the Arch, who was number 1 on the Great Emperor rankings, had been at the top for 80 years. He still needed another 20 years to reach 100 years. Of course, it was too difficult to be the #1 ranker on the Great Emperor rankings for 100 years. In fact, the difference between the top rankers wasn't huge. As long as you improved a little slower, you might be surpassed. For the Heaven the Arch to be ranked first on the Great Emperor rankings for 80 years, his strength was truly terrifying. Even the Sword Emperor had to retreat unscathed from the Heaven the Arch. It was nearly impossible for the Heaven the Arch to pose a threat to the Heaven the Arch. Everyone was certain that the Heaven the Arch would be able to stay at the first rank of the Great Emperor rankings for 100 years and no one would be able to seize his position. Half a year. It's enough. Li Jianxin believed that he had made great progress in the sword realm. He had already comprehended the fourth move of the Skyline sword technique after absorbing a top-notch sword Dao flowing light. In the next 6 months, what he needed to do was to improve further. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint left quickly. As a Sword Dao Saint, it was impossible for him to chat with Li Fuqin and the others. Even if Li Fuqin and the others had superior innate potential, as long as they didn't become saints, they wouldn't be able to converse with saints. Once the Tiger Fang Sword Saint left, the Sword Sovereign Shengguan Jiuli said to Li Fuqin, "Let's fight." After suffering a loss in the sword world, he wouldn't let it go just like that. His sovereign sword Dao didn't allow him to have any hesitation. Alright. Li Fuqin also wanted to experience the sword sovereign sword Dao. After all, the sovereign sword Dao was a top-notch sword Dao and had the potential to become a supreme sword Dao. The two of them are going to fight? The Heart Sword Sovereign was rather surprised. How could he not see that the two of them seemed to have crossed paths in the sword world? The headquarters garden was huge and there was a Class 9 array set up. The two of them picked a spacious area and prepared for the fight. The rest of the people were watching from the side, including the Sword Emperor Mo Hen. 10,000 Sword Reverence. The Sword Sovereign immediately executed his finishing move. He knew clearly that normal moves wouldn't be able to pose a threat to Li Fuqin. Only finishing moves and kill moves would have a trace of a chance. In the air, thousands of sword lights burst out as though they were worshipping. This 10,000 sword reverence was similar to Li Fuqin's sect origin swords, but there was a huge difference in essence. Once this move was executed, apart from the Sword Emperor and a few others, the rest of the people's swords let out a rapid sword hum and were about to be unsheathed at any moment. Such a terrifying sword. Murong Yoyu held onto her sword hilt and was shocked. Break. If it was before entering the sword world, Li Fuqin would probably need to use the sect origin swords to break the Heart Sword Reverence. But after entering the sword world, his sword Dao strength had increased by more than 10 times or dozens of times. It was as though he had been reborn and was just one step away from progressing into a saint. When the flowing merciless edge was executed, the sky was filled with sword threads. Bang bang. The Sword Sovereign's 10,000 sword reverence had been cleanly broken. His strength has increased by too many times. After seeing this sword, the Heart Sword Sovereign let out a sigh and was convinced. How could he not see that the flowing merciless edge was just a normal move of Li Fuqin and it wasn't even considered a finishing move? But it was able to break the Sword Sovereign's 10,000 sword reverence with ease. This strength was much stronger than Li Fuqin during the swordsman tournament. If the Heart Sword Sovereign's sword Dao improvement speed was slow, then Li Fuqin's sword Dao improvement speed was simply flying. Let alone catching up, it was already praiseworthy to not be left behind. Emperor's Sword Descent. After the finishing move was the kill move. The Sword Sovereign brandished his sword and a sword shadow descended from the void. It felt like the ruler of heaven and earth. It carried a shocking sword Dao Law and slashed at Li Fuqin. They might not be facing this sword directly, but Tang Xing, Murong Yoyu, and the others were forced to retreat. It seemed like they couldn't withstand the sword prow's pressure, especially the wind-chasing sword Emperor Zhu Lang. His legs went soft and he nearly knelt on the ground. His face was flushed and his mind was in shock. Just in time. Li Fuqin twisted his sword and it felt like the void was being twisted. Clang 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 clang, in the next moment, the duo's sword moves clashed. There was a burst of sparks as the sword sovereign's sword shadow collapsed. Li Fuchen's sword continued straight at the sword sovereign's face. World submission. The sword sovereign burst out with a yell, and a sword intent that could suppress heaven and earth rushed into the sky. The sword intent was extremely tyrannical. In the face of this sword, even the heaven Tao seemed to have to submit. He has already reached such a level. The emotionless sword emperor Ning Ke squinted his eyes. The sword sovereign Shangguan Jiuli's strength was definitely superior to him. Let alone world submission, just the emperor's sword descent was already something he couldn't block. What a great world submission! It is a pity that it is useless against me. Li Fuchen executed meteor fall and penetrated the sword sovereign's sword prowess and shoulder. The sword speed was so fast that only a few people could see it clearly. Even the emotionless sword emperor could only see a faint light. Furthermore, it was because the spectators could see everything clearly. If he was fighting with Li Fuchen, he wouldn't be able to see any traces of this sword. Am I defeated? The sword sovereign still couldn't believe that he was defeated so cleanly and there wasn't any hope for a comeback. The sword sovereign lifted his head and looked at Li Fuchen. At this moment, Li Fuchen had a calm expression as he sheathed his sword. His chi presence didn't have any fluctuations. I didn't think that there would be a day where I, the sword sovereign, would be defeated by a nameless individual. But I am convinced of my defeat. You have won. The sword sovereign might feel bitter in his heart, but he didn't lose his fighting spirit. The sovereign sword Tao was indomitable. The stronger the opponent, the more it would incite his fighting spirit. There would be a day when his sovereign sword Tao would rule the entire universe and make all the worlds tremble. Thanks for letting me win. Li Fuchen shifted his eyes from the sword sovereign to the sword emperor Mo Hen. Aren't you going to try? Since Li Fuchen had witnessed the sword sovereign's sovereign sword Tao, it would be a pity if he didn't witness the sword emperor's solipsism sword Tao. What? He still wants to challenge the sword emperor? Murong Yoyu was shocked. Chapter 798. Alright. Sword Emperor Mo Hen nodded. Originally, he didn't intend to fight with Li Fuchen, but since Li Fuchen challenged him, he naturally wouldn't refuse. As a sword emperor, how could he avoid a battle? This guy. The sword sovereign took a deep look at Li Fuchen. How could he not see that Li Fuchen didn't challenge the sword emperor to defeat him? Li Fuchen wanted to witness the sword emperor's solipsism sword Tao. It also meant that Li Fuchen didn't treat him and the sword emperor as true opponents. This was the reason why the sword emperor was shocked. However, the sword emperor is not me. Even I have not seen the sword emperor's true strength. Jian Huang thought to himself. His sovereign sword Tao succeeded because of the sword emperor, but it also failed because of the sword emperor. The reason why Qingyi was called the sword emperor was because with the sword emperor in front of him, he was able to maintain his high fighting spirit. He was able to overcome all obstacles and improve rapidly. Without the sword emperor, he might not be able to improve so quickly. And it was also because of the sword emperor that the sovereign sword Tao had its own uniqueness. Only by ascending to the peak could the sovereign sword Tao unleash its true power. It was just like how an ordinary person would never be able to understand the emperor's state of mind. It was already an anomaly for Li Fuchen to defeat the sword sovereign. Defeating the emotionless sword emperor and defeating the sword sovereign had two different meanings. Defeating the emotionless sword emperor meant that Li Fuchen had the strength of an absolute sword emperor. But defeating the sword sovereign meant that Li Fuchen had replaced the sword sovereign's position and became the new symbol of the sword Tao circle. Right now, Li Fuchen still wanted to challenge the sword emperor and it stunned everyone. Of course, Song Shanhe, Lu Hua, and the others didn't think that Li Fuchen could defeat the sword emperor. The sword emperor was ranked third on the great emperor rankings and was the only one that could escape unscathed from the heaven emperor. No matter how strong Li Fuchen was, it would be hard for him to defeat the sword emperor and the possibility of a draw was slim. On the empty ground, the sword emperor stood with his hands behind his back. His gaze was calm. On the opposite side, Li Fuchen also had an indifferent look. There was no sense of hostility between the two of them, but in the eyes of the crowd, they only felt that the air was filled with a suffocating pressure. They are the same kind of people. The Heart Sword Sovereign was enlightened. There were too many similarities in their temperaments. They were both unfathomable and calm. It was as if nothing in the world could cause them to lose their composure. Ding! Without any warning, the two of them collided. It was so sudden that even the Sword Emperor's pupils constricted. The Sword Emperor didn't draw his sword. He raised his index and middle fingers and burst out with a sword light. It was like an invisible sword that clashed with Li Fuchen's sword. Is this the solipsism sword principle? Li Fuchen was rather surprised that a single blade didn't sever the opponent's chi sword. His opponent's sword of true chi was much stronger than he had imagined. It was 10 times harder than a mid-tier heaven-grade sword. Clang 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 clang, sparks flew in all directions. The exchange between the two was simple and unadorned, but every move and every style was shockingly powerful, and their strength was concentrated to the extreme. The solipsism sword Tao emphasized on the unity of man and sword. The man was the sword, and the sword was the man. The Sword Emperor had undoubtedly displayed the solipsism sword Tao to the extreme. It was clearly just a sword of qi, but in the hands of the Sword Emperor, this sword of qi had already been bestowed with the true meaning of being indestructible. Break. Turning the sword into a thread, Li Fuchen used a single sword to sever the Sword Emperor's sword of true qi. The sword thread was originally a sword Tao method with extremely powerful slicing power. It could even restrain body refinement martial artists. The Sword Emperor's sword of true qi was only able to resist Li Fuchen's normal attack. It was impossible to defend against the flowing merciless edge. Clang! There was a flash as the Sword Emperor drew his sword. It was a silver-black sword, and once the sword was unsheathed, there was a shocking sword radiance that instantly severed the incoming sword thread. After a few dozen moves, Li Fuchen had already experienced the true meaning of the solipsism sword Tao. The solipsism sword Tao was a reserved sword intent that wouldn't leak out at all. It was because the sword intent was extremely reserved that the executed moves would have astounding power. In Li Fuchen's opinion, the Sword Emperor's solipsism sword Tao obviously contained the sword thread state, but it wasn't limited to the sword thread state. Li Fuchen was the one fighting with the Sword Emperor. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to block the Sword Emperor's sword, not even the Sword Sovereign. It was a pity that Li Fuchen's sword Tao level was already different from before. During the swordsman tournament, Li Fuchen's sword Tao strength might not be comparable to the Sword Emperor. But after exiting the sword world, his sword Tao level had reached an appalling level. His primary extreme sword art had even reached extremity, and it was a level that many saints couldn't reach. Sword Emperor, receive my sword move. Li Fuchen blasted the blade of void at the Sword Emperor. Soul Supreme. When facing Li Fuchen's void heaven sword art, the Sword Emperor executed his kill move. Boom! In the sky above the garden, there was a ripple that extended into the depths of the void. The Sword Emperor wasn't the Sword Sovereign. He didn't just have a higher sword Tao level, he had also condensed the sword heart. If the Sword Emperor didn't condense the sword heart, a casual sword move from Li Fuchen would be able to defeat the Sword Emperor. The duo didn't know that this battle had awakened a cardinal artifact that was in the depths of the void. This cardinal artifact was a heavenly book, and it was filled with densely packed words. At the top were the 3 golden words, Great Emperor Rankings. Following that were the names of the Heaven Emperor, Sword Emperor, and others. After taking a closer look, there were exactly 10,000 names. However, the further down the list, the smaller the names. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. The chi presence from the duo's battle seemed to have surpassed a limit and awakened the Great Emperor rankings half a year in advance. The Great Emperor rankings emitted a dazzling golden radiance, and the rankings started to change. Everyone hurry up and look, the Great Emperor rankings is awakening. Something isn't right. According to the time, there should be another half a year before it awakens. Could there be an unforeseen event? The Great Emperor rankings appeared from the depths of the void. Everyone who was at the Law Phase realm could look up and see it. The amazing thing was that no matter how far away they were, everyone would be able to see it clearly as though it was right above their heads. Everyone in the Swordsman Guild headquarters garden had also seen the Great Emperor rankings. The Heart Sword Sovereign frowned and looked at the battle between Li Fuqian and the Sword Emperor. He then looked at the Great Emperor rankings and was in deep thoughts while feeling a trace of shock. He guessed that the Great Emperor rankings should have been awakened by Li Fuqian and the Sword Emperor. If the Great Emperor rankings could be awakened, it meant that the duo's battle had reached a terrifying level in the Law Phase realm. There wasn't a need to remind them. All the Law Phase realm emperors that saw the Great Emperor rankings had released their chi presences and hoped to enter the rankings. Those that were already on the rankings hoped that they could rank higher. Swish swish swish, the Great Emperor rankings would have countless changes with every breath. At this moment, there were too many people that released their chi presences. Among them, the ones that rose the fastest were Li Jianxin, Tang Xing, Murong Youyu, Yuan Haojie, and the others. Especially Li Jianxin, he had climbed from 10,000th rank to 10th rank. From the looks of it, it seemed like he was going to continue to climb. The emotionless Sword Emperor had also entered the top 10 for the first time. The Heart Sword Sovereign was slightly inferior and was 13th. The Sword Sovereign had advanced by 1 rank and went from 7th rank to 6th rank. Chapter 799. Boom! The battle between the duo had caused the spatial zone to shatter and there were pitch-black cracks that were spreading out. It was fortunate that the Swordsman Guild headquarters had a Class 9 array, otherwise, the entire garden would have collapsed and turned into dust. The Sword Emperor is indeed formidable. There was a huge difference with or without the Sword Heart. The Sword Emperor was equivalent to the combination of Li Jianxin and the Sword Sovereign. No, it should be said that the Sword Emperor was stronger than the combination of Li Jianxin and the Sword Sovereign. Be it the Sword Heart or the Sword Dao, the Sword Emperor was superior to Li Jianxin and the Sword Sovereign. Without Li Fuqian, no swordsman in the Saint Spirit continent would be able to threaten the Sword Emperor. Void Heaven Sword World. Only I rule the world. The void was like a giant piece of crystal. With a single point as the center, cracks were spreading out in all directions. Li Fuqian and the Sword Emperor were forcefully clashing against the cracks in the void. At this moment, no one below the saints would be able to interfere. Even the Sword Sovereign would be severely injured if he interfered. At the edge of the empty space, everyone was already stunned. Be it the Sword Emperor or Li Fuqian, their strength was already beyond their imagination. They couldn't understand how a Law Phase realm could be so powerful. There is always a higher mountain and a higher sky. You cannot compare. Song Shanhe lamented. There was a gap between individuals and such a gap couldn't be made up with time and hard work. Li Jianxin clenched his fist tightly. He originally thought that after cultivating the Skyline Sword Art's 4th move, he wouldn't be inferior to Li Fuqian. But from the looks of it, the gap didn't shrink and had increased instead. The legend of the Sword Emperor wouldn't be broken just like this, right? Yuan Haojie held his breath and didn't even blink his eyes. Meteor Fall. The Sword Emperor was much stronger than Li Fuqian imagined. Li Fuqian's Void Heaven Sword Art was much stronger than the emotionless Sword Emperor's unmoved sword move, but it couldn't do anything to the Sword Emperor. Without a choice, Li Fuqian executed Meteor Fall. It was also Meteor Fall, but this time, it was like a meteor that flashed by. By the time everyone reacted, it was already over. But the Sword Emperor was still the Sword Emperor. At the crucial moment, he was still able to block Meteor Fall. This extremely fast sword move was probably only blocked by the Sword Emperor's solipsism Sword Dao. The union of man and sword wasn't just for show. Only I am unstoppable. After sealing Li Fuqian's Meteor Fall, the Sword Emperor vanished and was replaced by a crisscrossing sword chi. Clang clang clang, Li Fuqian's figure flickered and his sword was like a shooting star, blocking the sword chi. Upon closer inspection, there was clearly the shadow of the Sword Emperor within. Who is this Li Fuchen? His ranking is rising so quickly. It's really fast. He's already in the top 10. On the Great Emperor rankings, a golden light rushed into the sky. One could see that the golden light was wrapped with the name Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen and the Sword Emperor might have awakened the Great Emperor rankings, but their chi presences were intertwined and the Great Emperor rankings didn't react immediately. As such, Li Jianxin became the first person to ascend the rankings. As time elapsed, the Great Emperor board finally captured Li Fuchen's chi presence completely and absorbed it into its body. 10th, 9th, 8th, after entering the top 10, Li Fuchen's ranking was still rising. As for the Sword Emperor's ranking, he had dropped from 3rd rank to 2nd rank, pushing down the primitive sovereign who was originally 2nd rank on the Great Emperor rankings. 5th rank, 4th rank. Finally, Li Fuchen was ranked 4th after the primitive sovereign. Behind him was the Saber Emperor Chu Kuang. Inside an inn in Wind Cloud City, the Saber Emperor Chu Kuang sneered and did his best to release his chi presence. In the next moment, Chu Kuang's name pushed Li Fuchen down on the Great Emperor rankings. But before Chu Kuang could rejoice, Li Fuchen's name was ranked in front of him again. This time, Li Fuchen didn't just surpass him, even the primitive sovereign was surpassed. Li Fuchen was ranked 3rd and was just behind the Heaven Emperor and the Sword Emperor. Bang! The wine cup in Chu Kuang's hand was crushed while his face turned ashen. Even though the Great Emperor rankings didn't solely reflect combat strength and there were plenty of factors that would affect combat strength, Chu Kuang was still very displeased that Li Fuchen was ranked ahead of him. During the swordsman tournament, he promised Miao Qingxin that he would help him eliminate Li Fuchen. Interesting. In a city that was extremely far away from Wind Cloud City, the primitive sovereign lifted his head and looked at the Great Emperor rankings. He had occupied 2nd rank for 80 years. It could be said that he had occupied 2nd rank for as long as the Heaven Emperor occupied 1st rank. This was the first time he was pushed down from 2nd rank. If it wasn't enough, he was pushed down to 3rd rank again. The smile on the primitive sovereign's face vanished and a boundless chaotic chi presence rushed into the sky. The primitive sovereign originally thought that if he completely released his chi presence, he would be able to return to 2nd rank. But the following scene made the primitive sovereign silent. Let alone 2nd rank, he couldn't even reach 3rd rank. These 3 words, Li Fuchen, were like a huge barrier that firmly sealed off his path. Forget it, 2nd and 4th rank aren't that different anyway. The primitive sovereign laughed and didn't mind. There might be a difference in chi presence between 2nd and 4th rank, but it wasn't huge. Apart from that, 2nd rank's combat strength might not be stronger than 4th rank. There were plenty of times when strength didn't mean victory. There were some things that couldn't be reflected by chi presence. This is too exaggerated. This Li Fuchen is actually ranked 3rd and has pushed down the primitive sovereign. Who exactly is this person? Everyone wasn't surprised that the Sword Emperor was ranked 2nd. After all, the Sword Emperor was originally ranked 3rd and his reputation wasn't inferior to the primitive sovereign. In fact, he was slightly superior. Furthermore, the Sword Emperor had exchanged moves with the Heaven Emperor and was able to escape unscathed. According to what everyone knew, the primitive sovereign didn't exchange moves with the Heaven Emperor. But no one knew what kind of person Li Fuchen was. They didn't know if Li Fuchen was tall or short, fat or skinny. It's elderly, somewhere on the Saint Spirit continent, Yan Qinggu and the vacant mountain emperor looked up at the sky. The vacant mountain emperor was rather surprised. Even though he knew that Li Fuchen would still be a dazzling existence on the Saint Spirit continent, he didn't expect for Li Fuchen to reach the pinnacle so quickly. Earlier on, the vacant mountain emperor had also released his chi presence, but he wasn't able to enter the rankings. It was imaginable how difficult it was to enter the rankings. If I didn't guess wrongly, the great emperor rankings should be awakened by him. Yan Qingwu's intuition had always been very strong. The Thunder Beast nodded. Li Fuchen's strength was already deeply rooted in everyone's heart. Without concealing anything, Yan Qinggu released her qi presence and fused it into the Great Emperor rankings. Her ranking was rather high and she was currently ranked 30th. A few dozen years ago, she had already entered the rankings and her ranking wasn't low. After a few dozen years, it might seem like she had wasted a lot of time, but she had condensed her saint spirit. Therefore, after coming to the saint spirit continent, her strength had been progressing at a rapid pace and was improving every day. Look, he is ranked 2nd. The thunder beast extended his beast claw and had a face of worship. Yan Qinggu and the vacant mountain emperor looked over. On the great emperor rankings, Li Fuchen's name had rushed to the 2nd rank. In the Swordsman Guild headquarters garden, apart from the primary extreme sword art and his body refinement strength, Li Fuchen had already used all his strength and finally obtained a trace of advantage. This had ignited his fighting spirit. He wanted to know if he could defeat the Sword Emperor at the same level. Like a meteor, Li Fuchen's sword was getting faster and faster. It was so fast that the Sword Emperor was starting to be unable to resist. The solipsism sword Dao contained the union of man and sword, while Li Fuchen's meteor sword art also contained the union of man and sword. Logically, the solipsism sword Dao should be superior to the meteor sword art, but it depended on who was executing the meteor sword art. Li Fuchen's sword was getting faster and more imposing at the same time. With the sword sovereign and the other's eyesight, how could they not see that Li Fuchen's meteor sword art was undergoing a transformation? This transformation was extremely terrifying. The Sword Emperor who was fighting with Li Fuchen had the deepest feeling towards the transformation of Li Fuchen's sword art. Li Fuchen's sword art was still like a cocoon and this cocoon was cracking. Is it going to reach extremity? Li Fuchen's eyes were very bright. His meteor sword art had some similarities with the Sword Emperor's solipsism sword Dao. After verifying each other, the meteor sword art finally transformed. What was after the meteor? In the next moment, Li Fuchen knew. It was splendor and glory. This moment of splendor was something that nothing could stop, although it was at the cost of death. Boom! The splendor sword light pierced through the sky and the Sword Emperor was sent flying. He opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of blood. At the same moment, Li Fuchen's ranking on the Great Emperor rankings had surpassed the Heaven Emperor and was now ranked 1st. The changes on the Great Emperor rankings had stupefied countless people. The Heaven Emperor was pulled down from his throne. Everyone didn't dare to believe their eyes. The Heaven Emperor who was ranked 1st for 80 years was already an invincible existence in the law phase realm in everyone's heart. But today, the legend was shattered. Even the Sword Emperor was defeated. The Sword Sovereign took a deep look at Li Fuchen and was shocked. In the center of the empty ground, Li Fuchen closed his eyes after sending the Sword Emperor flying. It seemed like he was comprehending something. The meteor sword Dao is ultimately a second-rate sword Dao. The splendor sword Dao that was born from it should be considered a top-rate sword Dao. The meteor contained the splendor intent. It might not be as flamboyant as the sun and not as gorgeous as the flames, but the splendor intent that was burst out from the meteor was purer than the sun and flames. This was also the main reason why Li Fuchen was able to push the meteor sword art to extremity. Chapter 800. A meteor only had a momentary brilliance. Although the brilliance of the sun was long and lasting, it would eventually be extinguished. Only the brilliance itself had no limits, no beginning and no end. Opening his eyes, Li Fuchen's entire body was covered with glorious sword intent. At this moment, Li Fuchen was just like the sun, emitting a vast and glorious qi presence that no one could look directly at. This is the glorious sword Dao. The emotionless Sword Emperor squinted his eyes. He had seen the glorious sword Dao in the sword world. In order to create a top-notch sword Dao, the concept had to be deep enough. The concept of the glorious sword Dao was naturally deep, and it took the brilliance of the world. But he found it strange that Li Fuchen's sword Sea Horizon was obviously a stronger sword Dao. Why wasn't he executing it now? Number 1 on the Sword Emperor rankings, number 1 on the Great Emperor rankings. No one below the Saints is a match for him. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor was convinced. The Wind-Chasing Sword Emperor nodded. It is said that the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign are monstrous enough, but this Li Fuqian is even more monstrous. He went from being unknown to suddenly ascend to the pinnacle. For the past few thousand years, the Saint Spirit continent has never had such a person. Number 1 of the Swordsman tournament, defeating the Sword Sovereign, the Sword Emperor, and ascending to number 1 of the Great Emperor rankings. In everyone's eyes, Li Fuqian was definitely creating a legend step by step. You win. From today onwards, the title of Sword Emperor belongs to you. Sword Emperor Mo Hen was very straightforward. Li Fuqian shook his head, no need. He didn't care about titles at all. It didn't matter if he was strong or not. In the Emperor's Sky Continent, the title of Sword Emperor was given by others. He didn't mind if others acknowledged him. Of course, he wouldn't reject it either. After all, in his opinion, there was no difference between a title and a title. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint and the other two who had been watching the battle nodded. The 100-Flower Sword Saint said, I didn't think that even we would almost misjudge him. This person's talent in the way of the sword is definitely the best I've seen in my life. He's not any weaker than the Guild Master. The Swordsman Guild Leader was one of the top prodigies in the Deep Blue Plane and wasn't inferior to the Guild Leader. It also meant that he might be superior to the Guild Leader. The 100-Flower Sword Saint's evaluation was rather high, and it was imaginable how much of an impact Li Fuqian gave the trio. Of course, Sword Dao talent was Sword Dao talent, and future achievements were future achievements. After becoming a saint, the most important thing wasn't talent but opportunities. If one's fortuitous encounters were heaven-defying, it would be difficult for one not to become an overlord of the universe. If one's fortuitous encounters weren't deep enough, no matter how talented one was, it would still be extremely difficult for one to become an overlord of the universe. Mystic Deep Sword Sovereign said, no matter what the future opportunities are for this child, it shouldn't be a problem for him to become a high-level saint. I feel that it is time to rope him in. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint said, then how should we rope him in? Make him an elder of the Swordsman Guild. What we said doesn't count. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint was a little hesitant. The Swordsman Guild Elder is usually a Sword Dao Saint. The elder that they were talking about wasn't the branch elder, but the headquarters elder. The so-called headquarters didn't just refer to the Swordsman Guild headquarters on the Saint Spirit continent, it was the headquarters of the entire Deep Blue Plane. Currently, there were only 4 headquarters elders on the Saint Spirit continent. Apart from the 3 of them, there was one more who was in seclusion. Mystic Deep Sword Lord said, with his strength, he is actually not much weaker than low-level Sword Dao Saints. When he becomes a saint, I'm afraid most low-level Sword Dao Saints won't be a match for him. The 100-Flower Sword Saint said, the headquarters elder isn't someone we can appoint, we can only nominate. The headquarters elder didn't necessarily have to be a Sword Dao Saint. There were some outstanding Sword Dao Great Emperors that could take up the position, but the prerequisite was to be nominated and pass the selection. Before this, the trio had discussed and nominated the Sword Emperor Mo Hen to be the headquarters elder. But since Li Fuqian was here, the Sword Emperor Mo Hen would have to be pushed back. After all, only one person could become the headquarters elder at a time, and it was impossible for 2 to appear. It was meaningless to nominate the Sword Emperor Mo Hen. The Mystic Deep Sword Lord laughed. With Li Fuqian's strength, who do you think is a match for him below the saints? The Deep Blue Plane had a total of 9 high-class continents, and each high-class continent had a swordsman guild. But a continent would normally only nominate 1 person. It was meaningless to nominate 2 people. It also meant that if Li Fuqian wanted to become the headquarters elder, he would have to defeat at most 8 people. That is true. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint and the 100-Flower Sword Saint laughed. With Li Fuqian's strength, as long as he was nominated, he would most likely become the headquarters elder. They couldn't imagine that other high-class continents would have Sword Dao Great Emperors that were a match for Li Fuqian. Time elapsed and after half a day, the rankings of the Great Emperor rankings were basically confirmed. First rank was Li Fuqian, second rank was the Heaven Emperor, third rank was the Sword Emperor, fourth rank was the Primitive Sovereign, fifth rank was the Saber Emperor, seventh rank was the Sword Sovereign, eighth rank was the Li Jianxin, 10th rank was the Emotionless Sword Emperor, and 18th rank was the Heart Sword Sovereign. Li Jianxin's strength wasn't originally as strong as the Emotionless Sword Emperor, but in the sword world, he cultivated the Skyline Sword Art's fourth move. With the Sword Heart, it wasn't surprising that his strength was superior to the Emotionless Sword Emperor. Of course, the rankings still weren't final. The Great Emperor rankings would appear for 7 days and the rankings would only be confirmed after 7 days. But even though the rankings weren't confirmed yet, Li Fuqian's name had already become a legend. For 80 years, Li Fuqian was the first person to pull down the Heaven Emperor. It was hard not to have a deep impression of him. Right now, everyone wanted to know who exactly was Li Fuqian. After obtaining the first rank of the Swordsman tournament, Li Fuqian had an additional 5 million guild points. He was now a grade 7 swordsman in the Swordsman Guild. With his current guild points, he was just less than 4 million guild points to become a grade 8 swordsman. Li Fuqian, we are preparing to nominate you as the headquarters elder. But before that, you have to become a grade 8 swordsman first, otherwise, it will be against the rules. On the next day, the Tiger Fang Sword Saint came to inform Li Fuqian. Headquarters elder. Li Fuqian was rather astonished. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint explained, after becoming a headquarters elder, you will be one of us and will receive the same treatment as us. Also, you might have the chance to leave the deep blue plane and head to the universe to contest for opportunities. When is the headquarters elder selection? Even if it wasn't for himself, Li Fuqian wanted to become the Swordsman Guild's headquarters elder for his friends and family. 2 years later. The headquarters elder selection would be held once every 50 years and it just so happened to be the 48th year. Alright, 2 years later, I will become a headquarters elder. Li Fuqian's tone didn't have any emotions and it felt as though he was stating a fact. You are courageous, but we think highly of you. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint left with a smile. After 7 days, the Great Emperor rankings were settled. The first rank was still Li Fuqian, second rank Heaven Emperor, third rank Sword Emperor, fourth rank Primitive Sovereign, fifth rank Saber Emperor, seventh rank Sword Sovereign, eighth rank Li Jianxin, and 10th rank Emotionless Sword Emperor. Apart from the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign, the rest of the rankings had changed. In addition, this year's Great Emperor rankings were made up of swordsmen. Among the top 10, 5 of them were swordsmen. Everyone couldn't help but sigh at the power of swordsmen. Since ancient times, swordsmen had always been the mainstream. Among 100 martial artists, at least 30% of them were sword practitioners. However, it was also the hardest for swordsmen to produce experts. This year was definitely an anomaly. If there were no accidents, in the future, these 5 swordsmen would definitely become the pillars of the Sword Dao world and make the Sword Dao world even more glorious. It wasn't easy to earn nearly 4 million contribution points. In order for Li Fuqian to become a grade 8 swordsman as soon as possible, the Mystic Deep Sword Saint and the others had already gone easy on Li Fuqian and intentionally issued missions with high contribution points. Of course, these missions were extremely difficult and some missions even required Li Fuqian to interact with low-tier demonic beast overlords. Apart from Li Fuqian and a few others, the rest of the people wouldn't be able to complete the missions. In the wilderness, Li Fuqian was heading towards the mission location. Sky Tyrant Saber. A saber light that was like a pitch-black lightning descended from the sky and attacked Li Fuqian. Li Fuqian looked up and saw a youth with disdainful eyes rushing into the sky under the sunlight. Saber Emperor Chu Kuang, ranked 5th on the Great Emperor rankings. Even though Li Fuqian was currently ranked 1st on the Great Emperor rankings, Chu Kuang wasn't convinced. After 20 years, he didn't think he was weaker than the Heaven Emperor or Li Fuqian. Saber Emperor, prepare to die. Li Fuqian wasn't interested in the Saber Emperor's Sky Saber Dao at all. Seeing that the Saber Emperor was attacking him for no reason, Li Fuchen's body flashed with murderous intent as he executed Meteor Fall at Saber Emperor Chu Kuang. In the past, the Meteor Sword art only had one sword move and it was called Meteor Fall. Right now, the Meteor Sword art had become the Radiance Sword art and Meteor Fall had become the first move of the Radiance Sword art. The sword light burst into the sky like a meteor that rushed at Saber Emperor Chu Kuang from Li Fuchen's position. What? Chu Kuang was shocked. During the swordsman tournament, he had seen Li Fuchen execute the Meteor Fall, but the Meteor Fall back then was definitely different from the one he was seeing now. At that time, the meteor was like a shooting star in the night sky. Although it was dazzling, it was too far away. The meteor in front of them was so dazzling that no one could look at it directly. Puff! Fresh blood splattered everywhere as the sword ray penetrated Chu Kuang's body. At this moment, a token on Chu Kuang's waist shone brightly, and a stalwart figure appeared, blocking the sword light. Little friend, give me some face. The stalwart figure stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and his eyes gleamed with a saber light. Greetings, Sky Blade Sage. Li Fuchen converged his killing intent. The sky-gazing sword sage was one of the few sword Dao sages in the deep blue dimension. His abilities were not inferior to the mystic deep sword sage. Since the sky-gazing saber saint appeared, Li Fuchen naturally had to give him face. At the current stage, Li Fuchen couldn't afford to offend the sky-gazing saber saint. Glancing at Li Fuchen with a sinister look, Chu Kuang turned and left. The battle with Saber Emperor Chu Kuang was just a small interlude. For the following days, Li Fuchen was either completing missions or cultivating diligently. During this period of time, he had even fetched Wu Zhua and Wu Shi to Wind Cloud City. 7 million. 8 million. 9 million. 9 million. There was still half a year before the 2 years were up. Li Fuchen's guild points were now at 9.8 million. He was just 200,000 points away from becoming a grade 8 swordsman. On this day, in a wilderness that was 1,000,000 miles away from Wind Cloud City, the vacant mountain emperor's figure was faintly discernible as he flew towards Wind Cloud City at extreme speed. Chapter 801. Do you know Li Fuchen? Once at Wind Cloud City, the vacant mountain emperor started to inquire about Li Fuchen's information. The swordsman tournament was held once every 20 years and everyone knew that Li Fuchen had ascended to the first rank of the Great Emperor rankings over a year ago. Therefore, the vacant mountain emperor guessed that Li Fuchen must have participated in the swordsman tournament, and the swordsman tournament had always been held in the main city, Wind Cloud City. You are talking about the first rank of the Great Emperor rankings, Li Fuchen? He frequently appears at the Swordsman Guild headquarters. One of them pointed at the Swordsman Guild headquarters. Many thanks. The vacant mountain emperor cupped his fist and rushed towards the Swordsman Guild headquarters. I finally don't have to do missions anymore. After handing in the last mission, Li Fuchen's guild points had finally reached more than 10 million. Without the grade 8 swordsman test, Li Fuchen immediately became a grade 8 swordsman. What a joke! The first rank of the Great Emperor rankings and Sword Emperor rankings still needed to take the test. Li Fuchen, someone is looking for you outside. A grade 6 swordsman came over to inform Li Fuchen. Looking for me? Li Fuchen walked out. Elderly, after seeing Li Fuchen, the vacant mountain emperor was delighted. Mountain Emperor, why are you here? Where is Yan Qinggu? Li Fuchen quickly asked. The vacant mountain emperor said bitterly, Elderly, something happened to Yan Qinggu and the Thunder Beast. That's why I came all the way here to look for you. Over a year ago, 2 humans and 1 beast guessed that Li Fuchen should be in Wind Cloud City. Therefore, they rushed towards Wind Cloud City. Along the way, the Thunder Beast's chi presence was somehow exposed and attracted the experts from the Greedy Beast Guild. It was fortunate that Yan Qinggu was ranked 30th on the Great Emperor rankings and was extremely powerful. She defeated those people with ease. Immediately after, a low-level saint from the Greedy Beast Guild arrived. He didn't just capture the Thunder Beast, he even brought Yan Qinggu back to the Greedy Beast Guild. It was fortunate that the vacant Mountain Emperor had a Void Cardinal artifact. After activating the Void Cardinal artifact, he was able to escape successfully. Greedy Beast Guild. Li Fuchen's face turned dark. The Greedy Beast sect was one of the top 5 saint sects in the Saint Spirit continent. This sect was known for their tamed beasts, and the Thunder Beast was a saint beast. Once it was exposed, it would naturally attract the greed of the Greedy Beast sect. Fortunately, the Greedy Beast sect only had 3 saints. One was a mid-level saint and 2 were low-level saints. It was rumored that the Greedy Beast Guild's mid-level saint, who was also the Greedy Beast Guild Patriarch, wasn't in the Greedy Beast Guild for most of the time. There were only 2 low-level saints overseeing the Greedy Beast Guild. Otherwise, with individual strength, even 10 Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to do anything. Let's go to the Greedy Beast School. There was still half a year before the Elder selection. This period of time was enough for Li Fuchen to rescue Yan Qinggu. With just the 2 of us. The vacant Mountain Emperor hesitated. In his opinion, Li Fuchen's status in the Swordsman Guild was definitely extraordinary. It shouldn't be a problem to invite a Sword Dao Saint from the Swordsman Guild. Li Fuchen nodded. For this matter, don't let outsiders help first. He didn't know if the Greedy Beast sect would give face to the Swordsman Guild. If they didn't, wouldn't they be alerting the enemy? The Beast Greed sect was located near the Advanced City, Blue Knight City. As an advanced city, Blue Knight City had a teleportation array that led directly to the 9 main cities. Arriving at the Wind Cloud City's teleportation plaza, the 2 paid some upper spirit stones and instantly arrived at Blue Knight City. Mountain Emperor, wait for me at Blue Knight City. The vacant Mountain Emperor's strength was too low and he would only be a burden. Alright, Elderly must be careful. The vacant Mountain Emperor knew his limits and nodded. After leaving Blue Knight City, Li Fuchen headed straight for the Greedy Beast School. The Greedy Beast School was a saint sect and had Class 9 mid-tier array for protection. In normal situations, even a mid-level saint wouldn't be able to forcefully barge into the Greedy Beast School. Those with weaker strength might be trapped by the Greedy Beast School's array. Li Fuchen wasn't sure if he could enter the Greedy Beast School silently, but he had to try his best. The Greedy Beast School was situated in the center of the Greedy Beast Mountain Range. Outside the Greedy Beast Mountain Range, Li Fuchen stopped. In front of him was an invisible barrier. Without a doubt, this barrier was the Greedy Beast School's array. I wonder if I can successfully enter. Li Fuchen had already used his spirit soul talent to conceal his chi presence. At the same time, he executed the invisibility incantation to conceal his figure. Right now, his proficiency in the incantation Dao had already surpassed the incantation Martial Emperor, but he didn't have the chance to execute it. Of course, if Li Fuchen wanted to rely on the invisibility incantation to barge into the Class 9 mid-tier array, it was simply a pipe dream. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen still had the Purple Spirit Soul and the Void Dao Heart. The Purple Spirit Soul power allowed him to see the flaws of the Class 9 mid-tier array, while the Void Dao Heart allowed him to sense the flaws in the void. When he was just one step away from the Greedy Beast School's array, Li Fuchen released his Spirit Soul power. In the next moment, the formless and invisible array power revealed many colors in Li Fuchen's eyes. Class 9 mid-tier array. The array power has permeated deep into the void, therefore, it isn't enough to simply find the flaws of the array as there is a risk of being discovered. I need to find the flaws of the array and the void at the same time and enter from the place where the two overlapped. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed. Be it the array's flaws or the void's flaws, they were clearly visible in his eyes. However, there was almost no overlap between the two. Be it the array's flaws or the void's flaws, their positions weren't fixed and would change in an instant. In such a situation, even if they overlapped, it would only be for an instant and there wasn't enough time to take action. Li Fuchen was waiting for a surefire opportunity. 15 minutes later, a rather large array's flaw and a void's flaw overlapped. This is the time. Li Fuchen held his breath and passed through in a flash. Without any sound or presence, Li Fuchen entered the Greedy Beast mountain range. Success! Li Fuchen revealed a delighted expression. A Class 9 mid-tier array was an array that could trap a mid-level saint. Even a high-level saint might not be able to enter silently. Once Li Fuchen entered the Greedy Beast mountain range, he immediately sensed Yan Qinggu and the Thunder Beast's chi presences. Following the chi presences, Li Fuchen first arrived at the region where Yan Qinggu resided. This was a group of luxurious palaces and Yan Qinggu was residing in one of the luxurious palaces. Inside the palace, Yan Qinggu let out a sigh. It had been close to a year since she was captured and the vacant mountain emperor should have already found Li Fuchen. But so what if he found Li Fuchen? She understood the Greedy Beast sect very well. It was one of the top 5 saint sects on the Saint Spirit continent. After she was captured, it was almost impossible for her to leave. The Greedy Beast sect patriarch, Greedy Wolf Saint's strength was comparable with the Swordsman Guild's Mystic Deep Sword Saint. Even the Swordsman Guild had to show some respect and wouldn't allow the Greedy Beast sect to release her for no reason. It was fortunate that the Crimson Python Saint immediately went into seclusion after capturing her. Otherwise, it was unknown what kind of coercion she would have to face. Qinggu. A voice suddenly echoed in Yan Qinggu's ears. Li Fuchen. Yan Qinggu had a bewildered expression. Not far away, a figure gradually materialized. Qinggu, you have suffered. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. It was obvious that Yan Qinggu didn't encounter any coercion and was merely under house arrest. How did you come in? Yan Qinggu frowned and had a worried expression. This was the Greedy Beast Guild. Even the slightest disturbance would alert the Crimson Python Saint. I came in just like that. Li Fuchen grabbed Yan Qinggu's hand. In the next moment, Yan Qinggu felt her chi presence and figure disappearing. Come, let's go rescue the Thunder Beast. Li Fuchen brought Yan Qinggu and rushed towards the Thunder Beast's region. A moment later, a female attendant entered the luxurious palace. She felt it was strange that she couldn't find Yan Qinggu, but she didn't report it immediately. She didn't think that Yan Qinggu could leave the Greedy Beast Guild silently, as it was impossible. In just a short moment, the duo arrived at an extremely massive canyon. This canyon was called the 100 Beasts Canyon and it was where the Greedy Beast Guild reared their demonic beasts. In a small canyon that branched off from the 100 Beasts Canyon, the Thunder Beast was imprisoned inside. He might have good food and drinks every day, but he was very depressed. He was a sacred beast and advocated freedom. When had he ever been imprisoned? Lord Sacred Beast, your food is here. 2 members of the Greedy Beast Guild brought the food in and spoke with a respectful tone. They didn't dare to offend the Thunder Beast. As a low-tier sacred beast, the Thunder Beast was extremely useful to the Greedy Beast Guild. As long as there were enough resources, the Thunder Beast would definitely become a low-tier demonic beast overlord in the future. There was a great chance for it to become a mid-tier demonic beast overlord. The Thunder Beast grunted and ignored the duo. After the duo left, the Thunder Beast started to eat and drink to his heart's content. He mustn't mistreat himself. It seems like you are living rather well. A voice echoed in the Thunder Beast's ears. The Thunder Beast lifted its head with pleasant surprise. In front of it, Li Fuchen and Yan Qinggu's figures turned solid. Are you willing to leave with us? Li Fuchen smiled and asked. Of course. The Thunder Beast didn't hesitate. Then let's go. Li Fuchen reached out and grabbed the Thunder Beast. In the depths of the 100 Beasts Canyon, a giant wolf with boundless chi presence suddenly lifted its head. Apart from the 3 human saints, the Greedy Beast Guild also had a mid-tier demonic beast overlord. This mid-tier demonic beast overlord was tamed by the Greedy Wolf Saint a few hundred years ago. He had been overseeing the Greedy Beast Guild and his strength was even stronger than the Crimson Python Saint. As a mid-tier demonic beast overlord, the giant wolf could vaguely sense the stranger's chi presence. Howl! The giant wolf let out a roar and stood up abruptly. It was even taller than the 100 Beasts Canyon. I have been discovered. Li Fuchen was shocked as he brought Yan Qingguo and the Thunder Beast to fly towards the outskirts of the Greedy Beast Mountain Range. In the depths of the Greedy Beast Guild, the Crimson Python Saint was awakened by the giant wolf's roar. After scanning with his spiritual awareness, the Crimson Python Saint's expression turned gloomy. After sensing with his spiritual awareness, Yan Qingguo was already nowhere to be found. After controlling the array, the Crimson Python Saint finally sensed the chi presence of Li Fuchen and the others. Where are you going? Just as Li Fuchen was about to reach the outskirts of the Greedy Beast Mountain Range, a powerful array power enveloped over. Break! Li Fuchen drew the joint heaven sword and slashed. Boom! The array power was penetrated, and in the next moment, 2 humans and 1 beast arrived outside of the array. Damn it! The Crimson Python Saint didn't expect for Li Fuchen to break the array. With a flash, he chased after Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's speed was extremely fast. Even though he was carrying a human and a beast, his speed was still faster than any Law Phase Realm Emperor. It was a pity that the Crimson Python Saint wasn't slow either and was catching up quickly. Chapter 802. The two of you, head to Blue Night City and teleport to Wind Cloud City with the vacant Mountain Emperor. Li Fuchen knew that he wouldn't be able to shake off the Crimson Python Saint if he brought along a human and a beast. But you? Yan Qingguo hesitated. The one chasing them was a low-tier saint, and a low-tier saint's strength was countless times stronger than a low-tier demonic beast overlord. The top few rankers on the Great Emperor rankings had the strength to contest with low-tier demonic beast overlords and even defeat them. However, no one had ever been able to contest with a low-tier saint. Li Fuchen said, "Trust me." He wasn't confident that he could defeat Sage Crimson Python, but he was confident that he could escape unscathed. All right. Yan Qingguo nodded. In fact, it didn't matter if she trusted Li Fuchen or not, rushing to Blue Night City first was the wisest choice. If she stayed, she would only be a burden. Seeing Yan Qingguo and the Thunder Beast leaving, the Crimson Python Saint didn't give chase. It wouldn't be too late to give chase after he was done with Li Fuchen. You have guts. The Crimson Python Saint stared at Li Fuchen as though he was looking at a dead man. He could see that Li Fuchen was just a Law Phase Realm Emperor. Even if Li Fuchen was able to break the Greedy Beast Guild's array, he must have used some special methods. Sage Crimson Serpent, you're a sage, yet you kidnapped my friend for no reason. Aren't you being too overbearing? Li Fuchen said. Sage Crimson Serpent snorted coldly. Since you know that I'm a sage, how would you dare to disobey me? Surrender now while you still have a chance. Don't force me to make a move. He could see that Li Fuchen had a close relationship with Yan Qingguo. If he killed Li Fuchen, he would probably never be able to capture Yan Qingguo's heart in this lifetime. Of course, the prerequisite was for Li Fuchen to surrender. If Li Fuchen didn't comply, then Li Fuchen shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. Surrender? Li Fuchen shook his head. I wish to experience the Crimson Python Saint's incredible move. A battle with a saint was a terrifying matter to others, but to Li Fuchen, it was something that he had been looking forward to. He wanted to know how his strength was compared to a low-level great monarch. Ha, have a taste of my skills. Courting death. The Crimson Python Saint laughed with extreme anger and slammed his palm at Li Fuchen. This palm strike felt like it was shaking the entire heaven and earth. A scarlet python chi force engulfed at Li Fuchen. The earth cracked and collapsed, and the void cracked open. Wind, fire, thunder, and lightning burst out from the cracks in the space. For a moment, Li Fuchen felt as if he had arrived at the end of the world. This is the strength of a low-level saint. Li Fuchen could see that the Crimson Python Saint's martial art had yet to reach extremity, but his chi was too powerful. It was more than 100 times stronger than a Law Phase Realm Emperor's chi, and it was simply a qualitative transformation. When facing this move, Li Fuchen didn't dare to be careless. He pushed his sword energy to the limits and executed the glorious sword art's first move, Meteor Fall. The dazzling sword light seemed as if it was going to tear heaven and earth apart as it clashed with the crimson python energy. Crackle. The space between the two of them was riddled with holes. The spatial cracks were like dragons dancing in the air, spreading out like pitch-black lightning, exuding a destructive aura. In the blink of an eye, the scarlet python energy and the brilliant sword light dissipated at the same time. Extreme state sword art. The crimson python saint's eyes contracted and was in disbelief. He, a saint, wasn't able to comprehend an extreme state martial art, but Li Fuchen did. How was this possible? If I don't kill this child, once he progresses to a saint, there will be no way for me to survive. The crimson python saint's heart was filled with murderous intent. He burst out with all his chi and slammed hundreds of palm strikes at Li Fuchen. Break! Li Fuchen brandished his sword and split the sword light. Countless glorious sword lights welcomed the crimson python saint. After reaching the paramount realm, the meteor fall technique had undergone a complete transformation. Its strength could be concentrated on a single strike, and it could also be split apart, just like a meteor shower in the sky. Furthermore, the strength of each strike did not decrease much under the augmentation of the sword Dao laws. Boom boom boom, the chi forces exploded continuously. The crimson python saint was caught off guard and was forced to take a few steps back. Damn it! The crimson python saint had an ashen expression. It was fortunate that there wasn't anyone here to spectate, otherwise, he would be disgraced. Flame swallow 10,000 miles. The crimson python saint rushed into the sky and blasted with both palms at Li Fuchen. Immediately after, a towering scarlet python formed from flames opened its mouth and tried to devour Li Fuchen. Sword Sea Horizon. Li Fuchen countered with his sword and the sword wave was boundless. After a few blinks of the eye, the towering scarlet python was scattered by the sword wave. Without the protection of the towering scarlet python, the crimson python saint was trapped in the boundless sword wave. Impossible! The crimson python saint brandished his palm to cleave apart the sword waves, but there were too many sword waves and they were endless. No matter how powerful the crimson python saint was, he wasn't able to tear apart the boundless sword waves. Sect Origin Swords. After the Sword Sea Horizon trapped the crimson python saint, Li Fuchen burst out with his true kill move. When the sword was brandished, 10,000 swords returned to one. A dazzling sword light penetrated the crimson python saint's body. Ah! The crimson python saint let out a miserable scream. His body looked like it was splitting apart and countless fine pillars of light burst out from his body. Go! Li Fuchen sensed danger and instantly left. Immediately after, there was a wolf howl. An illusory wolf head descended and gnawed a giant hole in the ground. It was obvious that the mid-tier demonic beast overlord had made a move. It was fortunate that the demonic beast overlord's main body hadn't arrived yet. The injuries on the crimson python saint's body healed and his chi presence was dispirited. He roared, "You actually dare to injure me? I want you dead." As a saint, his body's bloodline was powerful. As long as his bloodline didn't scatter, it was impossible to kill him. However, Li Fuchen's sword attack had already inflicted severe injuries on him. Without at least half a year, he wouldn't be able to recover. Crimson Python Saint, you aren't a match for him. Stall him first and wait for me to arrive before making a move. The giant wolf's voice echoed in the Crimson Python Saint's ears. The Crimson Python Saint nodded and executed his fire shift technique to chase after Li Fuchen. It didn't matter if he admitted it or not, Li Fuchen's strength was indeed superior to him. How was Li Fuchen a Law Phase Realm Emperor? He was simply an elite among low-level saints. Behind, the giant wolf that was a mid-tier demonic beast overlord had also caught up quickly. It might not be a overlord beast, but it was still a mid-tier demonic beast overlord. Its strength was comparable to an elite among low-level saints and wasn't something a regular low-level saint like the Crimson Python Saint could compare with. With my current strength, I am still inferior to a mid-tier demonic beast overlord. I cannot fight to the death. Li Fuchen wasn't a fool. If he were to fight with the giant wolf, it would be courting death. His strength might be stronger than low-level demonic beast overlords, but to be honest, killing a low-level demonic beast overlord might not be easier than killing a low-level saint. The vitality of demonic beasts was too powerful. A low-level demonic beast overlord's vitality was several times stronger than a low-level saint, let alone a mid-tier demonic beast overlord. Chapter 803. The giant wolf's attack was very shocking. Every time it opened its mouth, there would be a giant wolf head biting at Li Fuchen. Crackle. A gap was bitten open in the void. It wasn't hard to imagine that once bitten, even a low-level saint would be severely injured. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen possessed the Void Dao heart and didn't have much difficulty dodging the giant wolf's attacks. The Blue Night City was getting closer. As long as Li Fuchen escaped into the Blue Night City, he would be able to use the teleportation array to head to Wind Cloud City. Due to the severe injuries, the Crimson Python Saint's speed was greatly reduced and the distance between them was gradually pulled apart. It was the giant wolf that caught up and was about to catch up to Li Fuchen. Remnant Blood Split Soul Claw. The giant wolf brandished its front claw and covered Li Fuchen with a blood-stained claw mark. Li Fuchen's scalp turned numb. This claw mark was very mystical and seemed to have locked onto his bloodline chi presence. No matter how he dodged, the claw mark would always be aimed at him. The giant wolf chuckled. This remnant blood split soul claw was his innate ability and it was fused with his bloodline power. Once activated, it wouldn't stop until death. Sect Origin Swords. Li Fuchen turned the 10,000 swords into a single sword and clashed with the blood-stained claw mark. Bang! Li Fuchen felt his chi and blood surging as he was pushed back and his speed was more than 2 times faster. Crafty human. The giant wolf had a gloomy expression and was extremely shocked at the same time. Li Fuchen actually resisted his claw mark. Such strength was simply unbelievable. Unknowingly, the Blue Night City appeared in the vision of the trio. The giant wolf roared and its body suddenly expanded by several times. It then slammed its claw at Li Fuchen again. It didn't believe that Li Fuchen could block this claw. It was true that Li Fuchen couldn't block it, but it was also impossible for the giant wolf to make him lose his combat strength in a single claw. After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, Li Fuchen was only a few dozen miles away from the Blue Night City. Blue Night City Lord, give me some face and seal the array. No one is allowed to enter. The giant wolf's voice was transmitted into the Blue Night City Lord residence. The Blue Night City Lord was also a saint. He released his spiritual awareness and saw the situation outside the city. If he didn't have to provoke the Greedy Beast sect, he naturally wouldn't want to. After all, the Greedy Beast sect's patriarch, the Greedy Wolf Great Sage, was very ferocious and could be considered a pinnacle expert below the high stage saints. However, it didn't mean that he would listen to the Greedy Beast sect. In just a few blinks of the eye, Li Fuchen skimmed into the city. Lord of Blue Night City, you, the giant wolf was furious. This Blue Night City Lord actually didn't give him face. The Blue Night City Lord said faintly, I'm not the only one who has the final say in this Blue Night City. As long as it doesn't violate the rules of Blue Night City, you can do whatever you want. He immediately saw the Grade 8 Swordsman crest on Li Fuchen's chest. In order to curry favor with the Greedy Beast Guild, Li Fuchen was offending the Swordsman Guild. It wasn't a good deal, furthermore, he wouldn't be getting any benefits. The giant wolf bore a grudge against the Blue Night City Lord, but the most important thing right now was to capture Li Fuchen. His body shook and turned into a middle-aged man with gloomy eyes. He then skimmed into the Blue Night City. Yan Qingguo, the Vacant Mountain Emperor and the Thunder Beast were waiting at the teleportation plaza. They planned to wait for Li Fuchen for 15 minutes. If Li Fuchen didn't arrive after 15 minutes, they would teleport to Wind Cloud City. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen arrived after waiting for a short moment. Let's go. Li Fuchen waved his hand and sent them into one of the teleportation arrays. Buzz! The teleportation light lit up and the trio vanished without a trace. This is the teleportation array to Wind Cloud City. The giant wolf that turned into the gloomy man didn't hesitate and activated the teleportation array too. The Wind Cloud City's teleportation plaza was located outside the city and there would be teleportation lights that would light up at all times. A teleportation light descended and Li Fuchen and the others appeared. Swish! Li Fuchen flew towards Wind Cloud City with 2 humans and 1 beast. Kid, where do you think you are going? The gloomy man followed closely behind and clawed at Li Fuchen. As a mid-tier demonic beast overlord, the gloomy man's claw was extremely horrifying. Along the way, plenty of unlucky individuals were instantly turned into blood mist. Isn't that Li Fuchen? Who is pursuing him? It is a demonic beast overlord, I recognize him. He is the Greedy Beast Guild's mid-tier demonic beast overlord, Grey Wolf Overlord. Everyone was shocked and quickly gave way. Kid, prepare to die. The Grey Wolf Overlord's bloodline power was ignited and a wolf head that was 10 times more condensed than before bit at Li Fuchen. Not good. If Li Fuchen was alone, he was 30% confident he could dodge. But with 2 humans and 1 beast, he wasn't confident at all. Turning around, Li Fuchen was preparing to forcefully intercept this move. Grey Wolf Overlord, who gave you the guts to pursue my Swordsman Guild's swordsman? An extremely cold voice suddenly echoed. In the next moment, the void froze and everyone was like an insect in amber. They didn't move at all, including the Grey Wolf Overlord. Mystic Deep Sword Saint, this child barged into my Greedy Beast Guild and abducted our important members and demonic beasts. If you give face to my Greedy Beast Guild, don't obstruct me. Otherwise, when the Greed Wolf Saint returns, he will not let this matter rest. The Grey Wolf Overlord's body was frozen, but he could still speak. Do you think I am afraid of the Greed Wolf Saint? The Mystic Deep Sword Saint appeared on the city wall and looked down. The Grey Wolf Overlord said, You are equally famous as my Greed Wolf Saint, I am naturally not afraid. But why do you have to turn our clans against each other because of a junior? As compared to the Swordsman Guild, the Greedy Beast Guild was naturally inferior. However, the Swordsman Guild had a huge business and there were 9 Swordsman Guild headquarters in each of the 9 high-class continents. The Saint Spirit Continent's Swordsman Guild was only 1 level stronger than the Greedy Beast Guild and there wasn't a huge difference. I don't believe that your Greedy Beast Guild dares to turn against my Swordsman Guild. Get lost, otherwise, don't even think about leaving. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint had an indifferent expression and instantly withdrew the Mystic Deep Sword field. You. The Grey Wolf Overlord was infuriated. For a junior, the Mystic Deep Sword Saint didn't even give face to the Greed Wolf Saint. Let's go. The Grey Wolf Overlord turned around and said to the Crimson Python Saint in a gloomy voice. Even if the Grey Wolf Overlord had 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to go against the Mystic Deep Sword Saint. However, this matter wouldn't end like this. The Swordsman Guild might be able to protect Li Fuchen now, but they wouldn't be able to protect Li Fuchen forever. After the Grey Wolf Overlord left, the Mystic Deep Sword Saint looked at Li Fuchen with an amused expression. How did you offend the Greedy Beast Guild? But it doesn't matter. Once you become my Swordsman Guild's headquarters elder, the Greedy Beast Guild wouldn't dare to do anything to you even if they had 10 guts. The headquarters elder was a true member of the Swordsman Guild. If Li Fuchen dared to kill the Swordsman Guild's headquarters elder, it would be the same as declaring war with the Swordsman Guild. Let alone a small Greedy Beast Guild, even 10 Greedy Beast Guilds would be annihilated. Many thanks for the Sword Saint's help. Li Fuchen might not have seen the Mystic Deep Sword Saint in person, but he had seen an image of him. As compared to the Tiger Fang Sword Saint, the Mystic Deep Sword Saint had a higher status. He was a high-class elder of the Swordsman Guild and his status was only inferior to the Guild Master, Vice Guild Master, and some core members. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint waved his hand and said, For this period of time, you better stay in Wind Cloud City. Chapter 804. You said you're a disciple of the Holy Saber sect? This was a small patch of fiery red maple leaf forest. The maple leaf forest was located in Li Fuchen's manor. Right now, in a pavilion in the center of the maple leaf forest, Li Fuchen and Yan Qinggu were seated opposite each other. They were drinking tea and admiring the scenery. After knowing that Yan Qinggu was a disciple of the Saint Saber Gate, Li Fuchen let out a bitter laugh. Saber Emperor Chu Kuang and Sky Saber Sage were also from the Sacred Saber Gate. The Sacred Blade Gate was one of the 10 great sects of the Deep Blue Plain. It had a long history and a powerful force. Yan Qinggu nodded, that's right. Not only am I a disciple of the Holy Blade Gate, but my Yan clan is also one of the 7 great clans of the Holy Blade Gate. It's a pity that I can't return to the Holy Blade Gate and my clan for the time being. She now had the memories of 2 lives, but it was not enough for others to know, and others would not believe her completely. Li Fuchen said, I feel that it isn't too late to return to the Saint Saber Guild after you progress to a saint. Only by possessing great strength would one be able to gain the trust of others. If one's strength was weak, it would be too difficult to gain the trust of others. You're right. Yan Qinggu also planned to cultivate to the Saint Monarch realm before returning to the Sacred Saber sect. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed, and the Swordsman Guild Elder selection was about to begin. In the Swordsman Guild headquarters garden, the mystic Deep Sword Saint turned around and smiled at Li Fuchen. The Deep Blue Plain has a total of 9 high-class continents. Only my Swordsman Guild doesn't need to use teleportation arrays and can directly head to other high-class continents. Is it because of Sword World? Li Fuchen said. You are very smart. The mystic Deep Sword Master nodded. There are 9 entrances to the Sword Realm. These 9 entrances are actually 9 exits. However, it's not easy to find the exits to other high-level continents. Let's go. The mystic Deep Sword Saint opened the entrance to the Sword World and flashed in with Li Fuchen. Finding the exit to the other continents wasn't just difficult, it was simply impossible. The Sword World was massive and boundless. The crucial thing was that one couldn't distinguish the direction in the Sword World. Even Li Fuchen was no different from a blind man and could only rely on his intuition to travel. Fortunately, the mystic Deep Sword Monarch seemed to be able to sense the exits of other high-level continents, so he moved in a straight line. After a whole month, the mystic Deep Sword Lord finally stopped. His face was pale and he had a bitter smile on his face. Traveling in the Sword World wasn't an easy task. Forcefully entering the Sword World before the Sword World automatically opened would consume a lot of essence, chi, and spirit. If he was only a low-level Sword Dao Saint, he wouldn't be able to reach his destination. We're here. Xian Ming Sword Sovereign waved his hand and a token flew out. In next to no time, a sword-shaped door of light appeared in the gray and hazy sky of the sword dimension. Outside the sword-shaped light door was a large peach forest. An aura that was as perfect as the Saint Spirit continent but had a slight difference surged in. Whoosh! The 2 of them rushed out of the sword realm. The peach forest was very big, almost 10,000 acres in size. Moreover, this was in the main city where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Only the Swordsman Guild could be so extravagant. In the middle of the peach forest was a small plaza. In front of the plaza was an antique palace. This is the Swordsman Guild headquarters in the Heavenly River City of the Holy Soul Continent. The mystic Deep Sword Saint introduced to Li Fuchen. Saint Soul Continent. Li Fuchen had naturally heard of the 9 high-class continents, but this was his first time visiting the Saint Soul Continent. There were already plenty of people waiting at the plaza. Li Fuchen could see with a single glance that half of the people here were saints, while the other half were youths like him. Mystic Deep Sword Saint, you are here. A gray-haired middle-aged man greeted. The mystic Deep Sword Saint laughed and said, I haven't been here for the past 150 years. It is finally time for me to come. It wasn't every elder selection that 9 individuals would participate. In normal situations, if one wasn't outstanding enough and didn't have heaven-defying strength, they wouldn't be qualified to be nominated. The mystic Deep Sword Saint and the others were a little hesitant about the nomination of the Sword Emperor. Of course, if Li Fuchen wasn't here, they would still nominate the Sword Emperor. After all, the Sword Emperor was qualified enough, but there was still a trace of hesitation. It was because of Li Fuchen's appearance that they didn't have any hesitation. There is no harm in coming to take a look. I am destined to accompany him anyway. Over a dozen meters to the left of the gray-haired middle-aged man, there was a handsome youth and a rather immature youth. The handsome youth smiled lightly. Extreme Dominating Sword Saint, don't be too full of yourself. Otherwise, you will be the one to embarrass yourself. The mystic Deep Sword Saint looked at the handsome youth. The handsome youth might be handsome and tall, but his title was very domineering. He was called the Extreme Dominating Sword Saint and had extremely powerful strength. Among the mid-level saints, he was one of the strongest. All right. It has been so many years since we met. Why are you bickering the moment we meet? The one who spoke was a middle-aged beauty who had a sword-shaped hairpin in her hair bun. The Heaven Luo Sword Saint is here. A sonorous voice echoed throughout the peach forest. Everyone looked over and saw a white-faced man and a lowly walking out from the sword-shaped door of light. Seeing the white-faced man, the Extreme Dominating Sword Saint's face flashed with battle intent. The Heaven Luo Sword Saint was publicly recognized as the #1 mid-level saint in the Deep Blue Plain. His strength was so powerful that he could transcend levels and was able to contest with top-notch high-level saints. However, the Heaven Luo Sword Saint could only contest with regular high-level saints. Heaven Luo Sword Saint, why did you bring a lowly here? The gray-haired middle-aged man teased. The Heavenly Luo Sword Saint raised his eyebrows. It's just that she broke through to the next realm earlier, so she looks small. Of course, compared to everyone else here, she is indeed much smaller. However, I'm sure that she will become the headquarters elder. That is a little boastful. Why does she have to be the headquarters elder? The Extreme Dominating Sword Saint sneered. The Heaven Luo Sword Saint chuckled, because she has an innate sword heart. Innate sword heart? What? Innate sword heart? Everyone was flabbergasted. Even Li Fuchen was very surprised. An innate sword heart meant that the person was born with the sword heart. What kind of sword Dao talent was that? Since ancient times, there were countless legends in the universe. Those with an innate sword heart had a trace of hope to become a god. It isn't right. I remember the ancient records that those with an innate sword heart would have innate sword chi lingering around their bodies. Regular people might not be able to sense this trace of innate sword chi, but it is impossible for us to not sense it. The middle-aged beauty raised a question. After hearing the question, the rest of the people reacted. They were certain that this little lowly didn't have an innate sword heart. With their mid-level saint's cultivation, it was impossible for them to not sense the innate sword chi. Since they couldn't sense it, it meant that she wasn't one. Ha! The Heaven Luo Sword Saint scratched his head embarrassedly. The innate sword heart I am talking about is different from your understanding of the innate sword heart. She automatically condensed the sword heart at the age of 8. It is also considered an innate sword heart. Considered my ass. The gray-haired middle-aged man was speechless. An innate sword heart meant that one had an innate sword heart. The little lowly might have automatically condensed the sword heart, but it was still an acquired sword heart. The two were completely different. Don't be so stubborn. Anyway, little one is already very incredible. How many people in the universe can condense the sword heart at the age of 8? The Heaven Luo Sword Saint spoke with pride. That is true. The gray-haired middle-aged man nodded. He didn't even dare to think about condensing the sword heart at the age of 8. Even if such a person didn't have the hope to become a god, they would at least have the hope to become a demigod. Everyone couldn't help but look at the little lowly in a different way. It is incredible to condense the sword heart at the age of 8, but this person beside me has the innate sword body. The extreme tyrant sword saint's statement was shocking. Innate sword body. The mystic deep sword saint's eyes contracted. What is the innate sword body? Li Fuchen asked the mystic deep sword saint. The mystic deep sword saint explained, the innate sword body means that the body contains innate sword patterns. Furthermore, it isn't an ordinary sword pattern, it is an innate sword pattern. As long as one cultivates the sword Tao, they will be able to advance at a tremendous pace. Furthermore, the body will be extremely tough and comparable to equipment. If the innate sword heart is the opportunity to become a god, then the innate sword body is destined to become the overlord of the universe. It is just one level inferior to the innate sword heart. Hearing the explanation, Li Fuchen understood. The innate sword body was similar to the sword essence, but it was of a much higher grade. The sword pattern in the sword essence was an acquired sword pattern. Furthermore, it was just the sword pattern in the bone marrow. It wasn't comparable to the sword pattern in the entire body of the innate sword body. It wasn't hard to imagine that with the same cultivation level and sword Tao rank, the sword art executed by the innate sword body would have power that was far superior to normal people. After all, the sword pattern would enhance the sword art. It seems like I really cannot underestimate the people of the world. Li Fuchen admitted that he had underestimated the people of the world. He might have heaven-defying fated opportunities, but it didn't mean that others didn't have heaven-defying talents or fated opportunities. During this period of time, Li Fuchen had already heard of 2 heaven-defying sword Tao talents. Who knew if there were any other heaven-defying sword Tao talents? With the arrival of the Heaven Luo Sword Saint, everyone had arrived. This time, a total of 5 individuals were participating in the Elder selection. The other 4 continents didn't have any elders nominated. Apart from Li Fuchen, the 5 individuals were the lowly Pei Xinwen who followed the Heaven Luo Sword Saint, the immature youth Qin Luo who followed the extreme tyrant Sword Saint, the red-clothed woman Zhuge Yihua who followed the middle-aged beauty, and the short youth Wei Yijian who followed the gray-haired middle-aged man. Pei Xinwen condensed the sword heart at the age of 8, Qin Luo possessed the innate sword body, Zhuge Yihua and Wei Yijian weren't inferior either as they had already condensed the sword heart and their sword Tao proficiency was extremely high. That's right, Mystic Deep Sword Saint, you haven't introduced this kid beside you? The gray-haired middle-aged man suddenly asked. Isn't he a little embarrassing? While the Heaven Luo Sword Saint was teasing the gray-haired middle-aged man, he sized up Li Fuchen. It was just a single glance and he wished he could take back his words. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint smiled and said, there isn't much to introduce. He merely defeated a low-level saint. He already knew that Li Fuchen defeated the Crimson Python Saint. Furthermore, Li Fuchen was able to escape from the pursuit of the Grey Wolf Overlord to Wind Cloud City. It already explained a lot of things. What? Everyone's eyes landed on Li Fuchen, wishing they could see through Li Fuchen from inside out. Chapter 805. Whether it was a mule or a horse, it had to be taken out for a walk. After the introductions, the selection began. The location was the Peach Forest Square. The 5 of them would fight to the death, and the winner would become a probationary elder of the headquarters. The reason why it was a probationary elder was to prevent cheating. For example, everyone would nominate one person every 50 years. As long as they won all the nominations, they would become the main guild elder. Then the Swordsman Guild would have too many main guild elders. It would be equivalent to making up the numbers and becoming a joke. Therefore, after the selection, there was another round of selection. This round of selection was very simple. One had to fight a sword saint puppet for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. The loser would not be qualified to become an elder of the headquarters. I'll go first. Who wants to be my opponent? Wei Yijian, the short youth beside the gray-haired middle-aged man, jumped out and shouted. Let me try. The lady in red, Zhuge Yihua, flashed and appeared in front of Wei Yijian. Be careful. Wei Yijian turned into a wisp of black smoke and suddenly disappeared. Ding! Zhuge Yihua's senses were extremely sharp. He blocked the slash that came from nowhere with his sword. This is the phantom sword principle. The mystic deep sword saint blurted out. The phantom sword Dao was an extremely powerful assassination sword Dao. It came and went without a trace. The gray-haired middle-aged man smiled and said, Wei Yijian's phantom sword Wei is a combination of sword escape and sword art. Even if you are stronger than him, if you cannot restrain the phantom sword Wei, you will still lose. You couldn't hit others, but others could easily attack you. As time went on, you would lose without a doubt. That's not necessarily true. The beautiful middle-aged woman did not take it seriously. She seemed to be very confident in Zhuge Yihua. Red Peanut Extermination. After more than 10 moves, Zhuge Yihua, who was gradually falling into a disadvantageous position, changed his sword stance. A red flower bloomed in the void, and the shadow of the sword flickered, as though it was shuttling through many spaces. Safflower Sword Principle. Li Fuqian could see that Zhuge Yihua's safflower sword Dao was obviously the same as the safflower empress safflower martial Dao. However, Zhuge Yihua's safflower sword Dao was much more profound. The red flower sword Dao contained the true essence of life and death. Just like how flowers bloomed and withered, it involved the operation of the heavenly Dao. There was no doubt that Wei Yijian's sword skill was slightly weaker than Zhuge Yihua's. Even though his movements were ghostly and his sword skills were ghostly, he still could not escape the red flower's blockade. Puff! Vomiting blood, Wei Yijian was shaken out of the void. Thanks for letting me win. Zhuge Yihua cupped his fists. Humph. Wei Yijian didn't have a great expression. In the Saint Moon continent, he was the #1 ranker on the Sword Emperor rankings. He didn't expect that he couldn't even defeat a woman. Seeing Wei Yijian's defeat, the gray-haired middle-aged man didn't mind. Wei Yijian was barely qualified to be nominated as an elder of the headquarters, so it was normal for him to be defeated. Qin Luo, please enlighten me. After defeating Wei Yijian, Zhuge Yihua looked at Qin Luo. Qin Luo had the legendary, innate sword body, but no one knew if it was true. Alright. Qin Luo walked out and stared at Zhuge Yihua with clear eyes. Red Peanut Extermination. Zhuge Yihua used his ultimate move right off the bat. With a single strike of his sword, red flowers filled the void and sword shadows filled the air. Break! Qin Luo raised the index and middle fingers of his right hand and jabbed them out. The overbearing sword aura was like a divine thunder that pierced through the universe. The sword pierced through the red peanut Mia and sent Zhuge Yihua flying. What a powerful innate sword body. The mystic deep sword saint's eyes lit up. Qin Luo's strength was clearly above the sword emperor's. No, it was way above the sword emperor's. His body was like a peerless divine sword that could increase one's strength to an unimaginable level. So powerful. Wei Yijian, who was initially unhappy, put away his emotions. So what if he could defeat Zhuge Yihua? He had no strength to fight against Qin Luo. I, Pei Xinwen, will fight you. The little lowly, Pei Xinwen, jumped out. Please. Qin Luo's childish face had a tinge of seriousness. The innate sword body allowed him to clearly sense the strength of his opponent's sword principle. In his eyes, Pei Xinwen was like a combination of sword principle rules. Her every move was in line with the great way of the sword. Thunderclap. Qin Luo attacked Pei Xinwen with the sword move that he used to defeat Zhuge Yihua. The overbearing sword aura tore through the void and blasted at Pei Xinwen. Azure Dragon out at sea. Pei Xinwen did not dodge, but met the attack with a sword move. Boom, 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 the Azure Dragon sword aura was more tenacious than Qin Luo had imagined. The thunderclap sword aura seemed to have shot into a ball of cotton, and within the cotton was a stone. Tai Chi Sword Dao. Li Fuqian immediately recognized that Pei Xinwen's sword art belonged to the Tai Chi Sword Dao. The Tai Chi Sword Dao was a combination of hardness and softness. There was softness in hardness and hardness in softness. It was the most difficult sword Dao to deal with. Unless Qin Luo was much stronger than Pei Xinwen, he would not be able to break her sword move. Tide. If the first move wasn't enough, Qin Luo swept with his sword fingers. Boom. The sword lights were like tides that were rising and falling. It was like the energy tide that was triggered by the explosion of stars. The shocking waves had swept across the entire place. Sword rotation yin-yang. Pei Xinwen wasn't in a hurry. Two sword shadows, one bright and one dark, were emitted from her body and revolved around her. In the next moment, a circle of sword light had enveloped her body. The sword intent contained yin and yang complemented each other, making it flawless. When the tide of sword lights blasted on the sword light barrier, there was a loud sound. But no matter how ferocious the sword lights were, the sword light barrier didn't suffer any damage and would only deform occasionally. The middle-aged beauty said, "It isn't without reason that the Tai Chi sword Dao is known as the most difficult sword Dao to deal with. It is truly a headache to be her opponent. If it was her, she wouldn't be able to deal with Pei Xinwen if they were on the same level. She might even be able to take advantage of the situation." Break. Seemingly realizing the problem, Qin Luo flashed and instantly appeared in front of Pei Xinwen. He then thrust his sword fingers at the sword light barrier. Pfff. The sword light barrier was broken. His innate sword body was the strongest in close combat. It was just like a divine sword. Only by slashing on the opponent's body would he be able to cause the greatest damage. Sword rotation 4 divisions. Pei Xinwen retreated continuously. As she was retreating, 4 sword shadows appeared and formed an even more powerful sword light barrier. Pfff. How could Qin Luo allow Pei Xinwen to widen the distance between them? He stuck close to the sword light barrier and punctured it with a single finger. Sword rotation 8 trigrams. 8 sword shadows appeared and a circle of 8 trigrams appeared under Pei Xinwen's feet. This time, Qin Luo wasn't able to puncture the sword light barrier and merely sent Pei Xinwen flying. After gently landing on the ground, Pei Xinwen wrinkled her adorable nose. "Your strength isn't bad, but it isn't enough to defeat me. Is that so?" Qin Luo flipped his palm and a sword appeared in his hand. He might have the innate sword body, but it didn't mean that he didn't need a sword. With a sword in hand, he could pour in sword chi without any restraints. After all, no matter how tough his body was, it wouldn't be comparable to a heaven-class high-tier artifact sword. This time, it is my turn to make the first move. Tai Chi, myriad forms. Pei Xinwen acted as though she didn't see the sword in Qin Luo's hand. Her body felt weightless and arrived in an instant with her sword art. It was impossible to describe the terror of this sword. When the sword was brandished, the sword chi turned into a myriad of scenes and enveloped over. Just in time. Qin Luo wielded his sword and slashed without restraint. "Li Fuchen, how confident are you to defeat them?" The mystic deep sword saint was a little uncertain and asked Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen looked at the battle between Qin Luo and Pei Xinwen and said slowly, 100%. "Oh. They have yet to use their full strength." The mystic deep sword saint was surprised. Li Fuchen might have defeated the Crimson Python Saint, but the mystic deep sword saint didn't know what happened back then. Unless they have grasped an extremity sword art. Li Fuchen didn't plan to conceal that he had grasped an extremity sword art. After this elder selection, he would become an elder of the guild and it would be exposed sooner or later. "You have really grasped an extremity sword art?" The mystic deep sword saint looked at Li Fuchen with a shocked expression. Even the Tiger Fang sword saint and the 100-flower sword saint hadn't grasped an extremity sword art. Only his mystic deep sword art had reached the extremity level. "After entering the sword world, my sword art has reached the extremity." Li Fuchen nodded. The mystic deep sword saint was even more astonished. Li Fuchen had only entered the sword world once and his sword art was already at the extremity. Such sword Dao perception was simply unprecedented. After taking a deep breath, the mystic deep sword saint felt as though he could see Li Fuchen galloping through the universe. Perhaps, he can allow my deep blue plains swordsman guild to achieve glory again. The mystic deep sword saint thought to himself. After knowing that Li Fuchen had grasped an extremity sword art, the mystic deep sword saint was much less interested in the battle. Correspondingly, his mental state was much more relaxed. Tai Chi, origin return. Pei Xinwen executed her kill move. Her kill move wasn't just limitlessly close to extremity, it already had the fledgling stage of extremity. It wasn't an exaggeration to call it a quasi-extremity sword move. Once this move was executed, Qin Luo immediately felt his opponent's sword chi collapsing and becoming more refined. Even with his innate sword body, he felt a stinging pain on his skin. He knew clearly that if he was hit by this sword move, his innate sword body would definitely be penetrated. It was also the Tai Chi sword Dao, but Pei Xinwen's Tai Chi sword Dao was obviously more focused on killing. Of course, this was also because Pei Xinwen's Tai Chi sword Dao wasn't powerful enough. If the Tai Chi sword Dao was at the extremity, it should be balanced on offense and defense and wouldn't be focused on one side. Innate body piercing sword Qi. When Pei Xinwen executed her kill move, Qin Luo naturally didn't dare to be negligent and also executed his kill move. Countless mists were emitted from his body and turned into a horrific sword Qi that blasted at Pei Xinwen. PFFF. Fresh blood was vomited as Pei Xinwen still lost. The duo's kill moves were similar, but Pei Xinwen's physical defense wasn't as good as Qin Luo's, therefore, she wasn't able to resist as well. The innate sword body is truly tyrannical. The gray-haired middle-aged man praised. The middle-aged beauty nodded and said, the innate sword body is an innate bloodline. It isn't something that regular bloodlines and physiques can compare with. The sword Dao Saint's bloodline could actually be considered a sword body, but as compared to the innate sword body, it was definitely inferior by several levels. After Qin Luo defeated Pei Xinwen, everyone couldn't help but look at Li Fuchen. Right now, only Li Fuchen hadn't entered the stage yet. If Qin Luo defeated Li Fuchen, then Qin Luo would be the victor. If Li Fuchen defeated Qin Luo, then Li Fuchen wouldn't need to fight with anyone else and would be the victor. Please enlighten me. Chapter 806. You are able to defeat a low-level saint, I think you should be able to withstand my all-out attack. Receive my innate body-piercing sword Qi first. It was the same innate body-piercing sword Qi. This time, Qin Luo's body was flowing with sword patterns. Countless sword Qi that looked like mist gathered into a shocking sword Qi that was overflowing with light. It then swept at Li Fuchen. The innate body-piercing sword Qi didn't just contain Qin Luo's understanding of the sword Dao, it also contained the mystical of the innate sword body. When the two were combined, it was truly invincible. Unfortunately, his opponent was Li Fuchen. There was a radiant sword light as Li Fuchen executed a sword slash. A blinding pillar of light instantly penetrated the innate body-piercing sword Qi. The extreme sword Dao presence had shocked everyone apart from the mystic deep sword saint. Extremity. The Heaven Luo sword saint blurted out while his eyes were wide open. He was able to contest with the elites of high-level saints because his extremity sword art was extremely powerful and much stronger than regular extremity sword arts. Previously, he didn't believe that Li Fuchen could defeat a low-level saint, but now, he was 80% convinced. How is it possible to comprehend an extremity sword art at the law phase realm? The extreme dominating sword saint couldn't believe his eyes. In order to comprehend an extremity sword art, two conditions had to be fulfilled. Firstly, the true spirit had to transform into a saint spirit. Secondly, the sword Dao perception had to be exceptional. Both conditions were as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Possessing a saint spirit at the law phase realm was something that many half-saints couldn't achieve. If a half-saint had a saint spirit, they would most likely be able to become a saint. Why would they still be lingering at the half-saint level? The second condition was even harder than the first. At least, the extreme dominating sword saint didn't know anyone who could comprehend an extremity sword art at the law phase realm. Not even the Swordsman Guild leader could do it. The extreme sword Dao presence was emitted. Even with the innate sword body, Qin Luo couldn't withstand Li Fuchen's extremity sword art. He was sent flying and vomited blood. Li Fuchen had already held back, otherwise, the sword qi would have penetrated Qin Luo's innate sword body. The victor was already decided. The gray-haired middle-aged man let out a bitter smile and looked at the Mystic Deep Sword Saint. Mystic Deep Sword Saint, you aren't being honest. Since he knows an extremity sword art, what is the point of competing? I didn't expect for your Saint Spirit continent to produce such a superb sword Dao prodigy. The middle-aged woman said. To be able to make a middle-stage sword path Saint Monarch call him a super sword path genius, he wasn't just a continent-level genius, he was a plane-level genius or even a universe-level genius. The Mystic Deep Sword Sovereign said, actually, I only found out for a while. It was true that he had only known about it for a while. Extreme State Sword Art. Qin Luo cried out involuntarily as he stumbled to the ground. With the Xiantian sword body, he had never tasted defeat among his peers. In fact, he had never encountered any great threat. This was the first time in his life that he had lost, and it was such a clean defeat that he couldn't even withstand a single move. For no reason at all, a phrase flashed through his mind. There is always someone better than you out there. In the past, he was the man beyond the man and the sky beyond the sky. This time, he had become the former. Li Fuchen, I will definitely defeat you next time. Qin Luo's battle intent soared into the sky. As the innate sword body, he didn't believe that he couldn't surpass Li Fuchen and it was just a matter of time. This failure was a blow to him, but it was also an opportunity to hone himself. In the past, things had been too smooth for him and he didn't activate the greatest potential of the innate sword body. Alright, I will wait for you. Li Fuchen nodded. After defeating Qin Luo, Li Fuchen passed the first selection. Next up was the second selection. The second selection was to fight with a low-tier sword saint puppet for 15 minutes. At the Swordsman Guild headquarters testing hall, a group of people entered. In the depths of the testing hall, there was a Class 9 array. Inside the Class 9 array, a sword saint puppet was standing quietly. This sword saint puppet didn't look any different from a real person, but its skin was icy cold and didn't have a trace of warmth. At this moment, the sword saint puppet's eyes were closed and it didn't have a trace of chi presence. When the middle-aged woman activated the array, the sword saint puppet suddenly opened its eyes and shot out two beams of silver light. Li Fuchen could see that the sword saint puppet's eyes were obviously a type of heaven-class gem that contained extremely powerful energy. Looking at Li Fuchen, the middle-aged woman said, the time is 15 minutes. As long as you can persist and not be defeated, you will become the headquarters elder. While speaking, the middle-aged woman removed the restrictions on the sword saint puppet. Boom! A horrific chi prowess rushed into the sky. The sword saint puppet's body felt as though it was alive and had an additional indescribable nimbleness. Without any sound or presence, the sword saint puppet vanished on the spot and a circle of dazzling crescent sword light enveloped Li Fuchen. Clang! Sparks burst out as Li Fuchen executed a sword strike to shatter the sword light and sent the sword saint puppet flying a few meters back. He actually suppressed the sword saint puppet. The middle-aged woman was shocked. The Swordsman Guild only had a total of 9 low-tier sword saint puppets. They might only be puppets, but their strength was stronger than most low-level saints. Furthermore, their bodies had astounding toughness and were very resistant. Clang clang clang, the sword saint puppet didn't have any emotional fluctuations. It felt as though its body was weightless as it attacked at Li Fuchen from different angles. Each sword strike was very concentrated, but when facing Li Fuchen's radiant sword art, no matter how fast the sword saint puppet's sword speed was, it couldn't get close. A moment later, the sword saint puppet's sword prowess suddenly changed. The dazzling sword light turned into countless horrific halos that slashed at Li Fuchen. It was obvious that the Sword Saint puppet had used a kill move. Sword See Horizon. Li Fuchen could feel that the Sword Saint puppet was stronger than the Crimson Python Saint. With just one move of the Radiant Sword Art, it wasn't enough to withstand the kill move. Once the Sword See Horizon was executed, Li Fuchen's sword prowess was unprecedentedly powerful. Everyone in the surroundings took a deep cold breath. Li Fuchen's Radiant Sword Art was already powerful enough, but it was still inferior to the primary Extreme Sword Art. How many more trump cards did this kid have? Qin Luo clenched his fist tightly. This was the first time he felt that he didn't work hard enough in the past. If he worked hard enough, why didn't he create an Extremity Sword Art? Looking at Li Fuchen, he didn't just possess an Extremity Sword Art, he even possessed an even stronger Extremity Sword Art. From today onwards, I shall only have the Sword Dao in my heart. Qin Luo swore. How did he cultivate? The lowly Pei Xinwen was flabbergasted. Everyone said that she was a prodigy, but as compared to Li Fuchen, she didn't seem to be a prodigy. Once the Sword See Horizon was executed, Li Fuchen instantly scattered the Sword Saint puppet's sword prowess and sent it flying. Soon enough, 15 minutes later, the middle-aged beauty restrained the Sword Saint puppet and said to the Mystic Deep Sword Saint, "Mystic Deep Sword Saint, congratulations to your Saint Spirit Continent for gaining another headquarters elder." Congratulations. Kid, you have to treat me to a drink. Everyone had a good relationship and the occasional bickering was just for boredom. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint laughed heartily and said, Of course, of course." He was very happy that the Saint Spirit Continent had another headquarters elder. As the Swordsman Guild's headquarters elder, there was a need to bear some responsibilities. With the addition of Li Fuchen, his burden was definitely much lighter. In the future, if there was anything, he just had to ask Li Fuchen to step up and he could cultivate properly. Chapter 807. After becoming a headquarters elder, Li Fuchen obtained an elder token. This token was actually a heaven-class high-tier cardinal artifact. After dripping the blood to recognize the owner, no one else would be able to use it. In addition, the elder token also had multiple functions such as protection, communication, alertness, information storage, meditation, and so on. Moreover, once the holder of the elder token died, the other holders of the elder token would immediately sense it, and they would be able to make preparations in advance so that the enemy wouldn't be able to take advantage of the situation. Li Fuchen, you are now the Swordsman Guild's headquarters elder and are responsible for protecting the guild. You are no longer a swordsman who can come and go freely. You have to understand this. After returning to the Saint Spirit Continent, the Mystic Deep Sword Saint warned. Li Fuchen nodded, I understand. After becoming a headquarters elder, there would naturally be some restrictions. When the guild was in trouble, he would have to lend a hand. When the guild was in trouble, he would also have to lend a hand. Since it was time for him to lend a hand, he couldn't refuse as it was his duty. Of course, the Swordsman Guild had always been in a lot of trouble. After all, who would be stupid enough to offend the Swordsman Guild? With duties, there will naturally be privileges too. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint smiled and said, after becoming a headquarters elder, as long as you have enough contribution points, you can read any manuals in the Swordsman Guild, including the Unbounded Old Man's Unbounded Sword Art. Apart from that, you can also redeem Extreme Dao Cardinal Artifacts and Extreme Dao equipment. In short, as long as you have enough contribution points, the Swordsman Guild will be open to you. Unbounded Sword Art, huh? Li Fuchen was curious. It was also an extreme state sword art, but the Unbounded Old Man's Unbounded Sword Art was one of the strongest sword arts back then. There were only a few sword arts that were stronger than it. However, Li Fuchen could imagine the astounding amount of contribution points required to read the Unbounded Sword Art. His 10 million contribution points were probably a drop in the bucket and wasn't worth mentioning. From the Mystic Deep Sword Saint, Li Fuchen found out about the various privileges of the headquarters elder and the methods to earn contribution points. To earn contribution points, apart from completing missions, one could also exchange with the Swordsman Guild. For example, a Heaven-class high-tier weapon would be worth 1 million contribution points, a Heaven-class high-tier armor would be worth 2 million contribution points, and a Heaven-class high-tier cardinal artifact would be worth 3 million contribution points. If it was an extreme Dao weapon, it would be worth 500 million contribution points. An extreme Dao armor would be worth 1 billion contribution points, and an extreme Dao cardinal artifact would be worth 2 billion contribution points. Apart from treasures that could be exchanged for contribution points, martial arts could also be exchanged for contribution points. According to the value, Heaven-class high-tier martial arts could be exchanged for at least 100,000 contribution points, and the highest could be exchanged for 1 million contribution points. Heaven-class high-tier cultivation techniques could be exchanged for at least 1 million contribution points, and the highest could be exchanged for 10 million contribution points. Extreme Realm martial arts, which were Heaven-class peak-tier martial arts, could be exchanged for at least 100 million contribution points. There was no upper limit. The minimum requirement for an Extreme Realm cultivation technique was 1 billion contribution points, and there was no upper limit. In other words, as long as I'm willing, I can obtain hundreds of millions of contribution points at any time. The Radiant Sword Art and the primary Extreme Sword Art weren't complete extremity sword arts, but they were superior in the Sword Dao they contained. One was the Radiant Sword Dao and the other was the primary Extreme Sword Dao. Li Fuchen reckoned that the value wouldn't be too low. Arriving at the Swordsman Guild headquarters library, Li Fuchen entered. Divine Rainbow Sword Art. 200,000 contribution points per reading, 100 million contribution points per year. Soaring Dragon Sword Art, 300,000 contribution points for each reading, 150 million contribution points for borrowing for a year. Yin Yang Clear Wind Sword Art. 500,000 contribution points per reading, 250 million contribution points per year. Heavenless Sword Tiger Art. 100,000 contribution points per reading, 500 million contribution points per year. The Heavenly Cycle Star Sword Art costs 1.2 million contribution points per reading. Borrowing it for a year costs 600 million contribution points. Mystic Deep Sword Art. 100,000 contribution points per reading, 1.5 billion contribution points per year. In the library, manuals that were made with special materials were listed. Li Fuchen ignored the Heaven-class high-tier manuals and went straight to the Extreme Realm manuals bookshelf. I didn't expect for the Mystic Deep Sword Saint's sword art to be in the library too. I wonder how many contribution points this sword art earned for the Mystic Deep Sword Saint. Li Fuchen guessed that this sword art would be exchanged for at least 3 billion contribution points. It might be possible for it to be exchanged for 5 billion contribution points. 3 million contribution points per reading is too expensive. I better flip through the Divine Rainbow Sword Art once. Li Fuchen only had a total of 10 million contribution points and it was only enough for him to flip through the Mystic Deep Sword Art 3 times. As for the Supreme Sword Art, the Everlasting Sword Art, Li Fuchen couldn't afford it. Arriving at the Divine Rainbow Sword Arts manual, Li Fuchen pasted his Elder token on it. In the next moment, the 10 million contribution points in the Elder token were reduced by 200,000 points. When Li Fuchen flipped open the first page of the Divine Rainbow Sword Arts manual, he felt the surroundings changing. A divine rainbow was skimming over from the depths of the universe. Its chi presence and speed couldn't be described with words. Divine Rainbow Sword Art First Move, Divine Rainbow of Outer Heaven. Flipping to the second page, there was an even more dazzling divine rainbow that penetrated the stars. Divine Rainbow Sword Art Second Move, Divine Rainbow penetrates the sun. Flipping to the third page, there was an explosion of the divine rainbow. Billions of light spots burst out and enveloped the starry sky. Divine Rainbow Sword Art Third Move, Divine Rainbow Light Rain. What a great divine rainbow sword art! Li Fuchen exclaimed. He thought that his Radiant Sword Art contained a first-rate sword Dao, the Radiant Sword Dao, and its value shouldn't be low. But at this moment, he knew that he was wrong. The divine rainbow sword art might not be a first-rate extremity sword art and wasn't even a first-rate extremity sword art, but the sword intent was very complete and touched upon the essence of the universe. On the contrary, his Radiance sword art only had the first move and the sword intent wasn't complete enough. It also didn't touch upon the essence of the universe. If it was converted into contribution points, it would only be able to exchange for 10 or 20 million contribution points at most. The first time is a little blurry, I better read a few more times. Li Fuchen flipped open the Divine Rainbow Sword Arts manual again. At the same time, his Elder Token's contribution points were reduced by another 200,000 points. 2 times, 3 times, 10 times, unknowingly, Li Fuchen flipped through the Divine Rainbow Sword Art 12 times and used 2.4 million contribution points. He might not be able to learn the Divine Rainbow Sword Art, but the Divine Rainbow Sword Art and the Radiance Sword Art had some similarities. After referencing, Li Fuchen felt that his mind had some comprehension of the Radiance Sword Art's second move. The fledgling form of the second move was faintly appearing. Who? Forcefully letting out a turbid breath, Li Fuchen thought to himself, in order to learn the Divine Rainbow Sword Art, I will probably have to read it at least 100 times. If I convert it to contribution points, it would be at least 20 million. But it isn't necessary. Li Fuchen's perception was definitely astounding. Others might not be able to learn the Divine Rainbow Sword Art even after borrowing it for a year. Li Fuchen was confident that he didn't need such a long time. It also meant that he didn't need to borrow it for a year to learn a sword art and save a lot of contribution points. Of course, Li Fuchen didn't intend to learn the Divine Rainbow Sword Art. His objective was to use it as a reference. Blocking the inspiration, Li Fuchen walked into the depths of the library pavilion. He wanted to see how many contribution points were needed to read the legendary Limitless Sword technique. Soon, Li Fuchen came to the deepest part of the book collection pavilion, where there are layers of arrays and countless restrictions. Without the Elder Token, Li Fuchen believes that he has already been crushed into dust by the overlapping power of arrays and restrictions. In the deepest part of the room, there were only a few bookshelves, and on each shelf, there was only one secret manual. Coming to a bookshelf, Li Fuchen looked at it. On one of the secret manuals, the words Limitless Sword Technique fell into his eyes. Limitless Sword Technique, 200 million contribution points for each reading, 100 billion contribution points for borrowing for a year. SSS. Looking at the introduction of the Limitless Sword Technique, Li Fuchen took a deep cold breath. 200 million for each reading and 100 billion for borrowing for a year? This was a little too exaggerated. Even if he increased his contribution points by 10 times, it wouldn't even be enough for a single reading. But as a supreme sword art, the Limitless Sword Technique is worth this price. Chapter 808. After returning to his manor, Li Fuchen immediately went into seclusion and started to comprehend the second move of the Radiance Sword Art. A few days later, in the manor, there was a resplendent sword light that rushed into the sky. The intense radiance was radiating above the wind cloud city. This second move shall be called Boundless Radiance. In the manor's empty space, Li Fuchen sheathed his sword. After several days of arduous cultivation, he had already fused all the comprehensions from the Divine Rainbow Sword Art into the Radiance Sword Art and created the second move, Boundless Radiance. This move's power was several times stronger than the Meteor Fall and was just inferior to the sect origin swords. Young master, someone wishes to meet you. The people that followed the barbaric Peak Great Emperor back then, including the barbaric Peak Great Emperor, had already become Li Fuchen's attendants. Li Fuchen didn't mistreat them and would occasionally give them pointers. On this day, someone came to report. Someone wishes to meet me. Li Fuchen released his spiritual awareness. Soon enough, he saw the visitor outside the manor's entrance. It was a middle-aged man with an extraordinary aura and his appearance was somewhat similar to Li Jianxin. A member of the Li clan. Li Fuchen let out a silent laugh. It seemed like the Li clan really suspected that he was the Sword Lord's bloodline. There is no harm in meeting him. Li Fuchen knew that this was a misunderstanding, and if he didn't resolve this misunderstanding, it would be troublesome. Bring him to the guest reception hall. Li Fuchen said. Yes. The informant backed off and left. Guest reception hall, Li Jianhui waited apprehensively. The Li clan had declined for too many years and didn't even have a saint. A single Li Jianxin should be able to restore the Li clan's glory. But if Li Fuchen was included, the Li clan would definitely regain its ancient glory. But the prerequisite was that Li Fuchen was the Li clan's bloodline. A short moment later, Li Fuchen arrived at the guest reception hall. May I know who you are? Li Fuchen asked. Li Jianhui cupped his fist. I am Li Jianhui, the current clan head of the Li clan. I am here to understand some information. You wish to know if I am the Li clan's bloodline? Li Fuchen let out a smile that didn't look like a smile. Li Jianhui appeared rather awkward, but there was a blazing passion in the depths of his eyes. My Li clan might have declined, but we still left behind plenty of saints' absolute arts. If young Master Fuchen is of the Li clan's bloodline, then these saints' absolute arts will be completely open to young Master Fuchen, including the top-rate extremity sword art, Skyline sword art. The Skyline sword technique was an extremely famous sword technique in the entire Deep Blue Plain. It was second only to the Limitless sword technique and a few other sword techniques. Is there any way to test the bloodline? Li Fuchen asked. Hearing this, Li Jianhui hurriedly took out a bloodstone. This is my Li family's bloodline stone. If you have the Li family's bloodline, drip your blood on it, and the bloodline stone will shine. All right. Li Fuchen swung his hand and a drop of fresh blood dripped onto the bloodline stone. Patter. There was no reaction from the bloodline stone. Seems like I don't have the Li clan's bloodline. Li Fuchen said. Li Jianhui regretfully said, yes, you don't have the blood of my Li family. Hesitating for a moment, Li Jianhui lifted his head and said, the Li clan would like to make a deal with young Master Fuchen. I wonder if young Master Fuchen is willing to listen. Speak. Li Fuchen nodded. Young Master Fuchen should know that the Sword Saint is the strongest expert in the history of my Li clan. He left behind plenty of saints' absolute arts, and the most incredible absolute art is the Skyline sword technique. However, not many people know that the Skyline sword technique can be used together with the Extreme Dao artifact sword, the Skyline sword, to display the strongest power. Especially for the juniors, the Skyline sword can reduce the cultivation difficulty of the Skyline sword technique. But it is useless for the Li clan's descendants. 800 years ago, the Skyline sword was lost on the Fire Dragon Island and there has been no news of it. If young Master Fuchen is willing to head to the Fire Dragon Island and help us search for the Skyline sword, my Li clan is willing to pay 5 peak-grade spirit stones. If young Master Fuchen can find the Skyline sword and bring it back, the Li clan's Skyline sword technique can be borrowed for 1 year and another 5 peak-grade spirit stones. Li Jianhui stated the terms of the deal. Peak-grade spirit stones. Skyline sword technique. Li Fuchen raised his brows as this wasn't a low reward. Peak-grade spirit stones were extremely important even for saints. After all, the Li clan had declined and every time they used a peak-grade spirit stone, there would only be one left. It was a non-renewable resource. As for the Skyline sword technique, it could be reused, but to the Li clan, the Skyline sword technique was more important than anything else. How could they allow others to casually borrow it? Why do you want to make a deal with me? There are plenty of people who are stronger than me. Li Fuchen questioned. Li Jianhui smiled bitterly and said, it is a huge price to request a saint to make a move. Furthermore, the Skyline sword has a spirit and it isn't possible for a regular person to come into contact with the Skyline sword. Apart from that, I am also worried that a saint might covet the Skyline sword. The Skyline sword wasn't a regular Extreme Dao artifact sword, it was a top-notch Extreme Dao artifact sword and it was priceless. Aren't you afraid that I will covet it? Li Fuchen laughed and said. Li Jianhui said seriously, I don't trust saints, but I trust young Master Fuchen. If young Master Fuchen goes back on his words, he wouldn't have come this far. Alright, since the Li clan trusts me, I, Li Fuchen, am willing to make a trip to the Fire Dragon Island. 10 peak-grade spirit stones were enough to push him to the half-saint realm. If he relied on himself to cultivate slowly, it was unknown how many years it would take to progress to the half-saint realm. Then the Li clan shall thank young Master Fuchen in advance. Here are 5 peak-grade spirit stones. Li Jianhui took out 5 peak-grade spirit stones and handed them to Li Fuchen. He wasn't afraid that Li Fuchen wouldn't do anything after obtaining the peak-grade spirit stones. The higher the martial Dao realm, the more importance would be placed on promises. If a promise wasn't fulfilled or wasn't treated seriously, it would have a huge impact on the path of the martial Dao. If Li Fuchen went back on his promise because of 5 peak-grade spirit stones, Li Jianhui would treat it as his judgment wasn't good enough and he had misjudged Li Fuchen. After receiving the peak-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen said, I will head to the Fire Dragon Island within half a year. Li Fuchen naturally wouldn't go back on his promise. Right now, when he accepted the peak-grade spirit stones, it was the same as accepting karma. If there was a karmic backlash, it would cause his sword Dao to stagnate. After sending Li Jianhui off, Li Fuchen turned around and returned to the manor. He thought to himself, the Fire Dragon Island isn't a benevolent place. This place was once the territory of the Overlord Beast, the Fire Dragon race. After the Fire Dragon race moved away, the demonic beast overlords and human saints frequently went there to explore. During the exploration, it was normal for them to kill each other. I might not be afraid of low-tier demonic beast overlords and low-tier saints, and I am confident that I can escape unscathed if I encounter a mid-tier demonic beast overlord, but it is still abnormally dangerous. This was also the reason why Li Fuchen didn't head to the Fire Dragon Island immediately. He needed to use these 5 peak-grade spirit stones to increase his cultivation. Forget about chi cultivation, I can increase my body refinement. Li Fuchen didn't plan to increase his chi cultivation as he knew that 5 peak-grade spirit stones weren't enough. The peak level of 9th level of Law Phase Realm and Half-Saint might only be a difference of 1 level, but the amount of chi required was extremely shocking. If the peak level of 9th level of Law Phase Realm was a basin of water, then the Half-Saint's chi would be a vat of mud. Be it quantity or quality, it wasn't on the same level. The difficulty of increasing his body refinement was relatively easier. Right now, Li Fuchen's body refinement was already at the middle level of the completion level of Law Phase Realm and wasn't too far from the perfection level of Law Phase Realm. 5 peak-grade spirit stones should be enough. If he wanted to advance from the perfection level of Law Phase Realm to the body refinement Half-Saint, it would be far from enough. Even 50 peak-grade spirit stones wouldn't be enough. Peak level of the completion level of Law Phase Realm. Peak level of the completion level of Law Phase Realm. Peak level of the completion level of Law Phase Realm. After consuming all 5 peak-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen's body refinement was stuck at the peak level of the completion level of Law Phase Realm. He was just a sliver away from the perfection level of Law Phase Realm. Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. The hand of God's chi power is too horrific. 5 peak-grade spirit stones aren't even able to break through half a small level. This is only the hand of Moon. If it is the hand of Sun, the consumption of peak-grade spirit stones will probably be doubled. If his body refinement wasn't able to increase, his body's defense naturally wouldn't be able to increase too. This wasn't something that Li Fuchen wished to see. Li Fuchen soared into the sky and arrived at the Thunderbolt layer before arriving at the Heat layer. For the next period of time, he was planning to come here to temper his chi power every day. Half a month, 1 month, 2 months, it might be because Li Fuchen's body refinement was just a sliver away from breaking through, or there might still be some peak-grade spirit chi remaining in the depths of his body. 2 months later, Li Fuchen's body refinement suddenly broke through to the perfection level of Law Phase Realm. Li Fuchen felt as though he could hear the sound of his body's flesh and blood being reconstructed. His body's toughness had instantly increased and the law field on the surface of his body had also increased significantly. The star immortal body might still be at the mid-class, but it was already at the peak of the mid-class. His entire body was as tough as steel and even his hair was extremely tough. It was hard to be damaged by sabers and swords. Right now, even if it was a mid-tier demonic beast overlord, Li Fuchen was confident he could resist and wouldn't crumble in a single clash. It is a pity that I am still unable to reach the hand of Sunday. If I can reach the hand of Sun, so what if I am a mid-tier demonic beast overlord? Chapter 809. 3 months later, Li Fuchen set off for the Fire Dragon Island. With his current strength, it was truly hard for him to progress further. After all, with his current contribution points, it was hard for him to achieve anything in the library. It wasn't an easy task to create the third move of the Radiance Sword Art or the primary Extreme Sword Art. The remaining contribution points weren't enough. Above the boundless sea, a sword light was advancing rapidly. The weather above the sea was constantly changing. A moment ago, it was clear and boundless, but in the next moment, dark clouds that looked like ink were approaching and covering the entire sky. Rumble. Within the dark clouds, there were electric snakes that were rumbling and there would be magma-like electric currents splashing out from time to time. Below the dark clouds, water tornadoes would surge into the sky and converge with the dark clouds, forming spiraling water pillars. The thinner water pillars were a few miles in thickness, the thicker ones were 100 miles in thickness. Furthermore, they were getting thicker and spinning faster. They contained violent water Dao laws and wind Dao laws. Even a great ruler would be in danger if they enter. With Li Fuchen's strength, he naturally didn't need to care about these water pillars. The sword light flashed and penetrated through the water pillars without any obstruction. Who dares to offend me, the Rampage Overlord? A massive silver crab emerged from the sea. Due to the pressure from the Saint Spirit Continent willpower, this silver crab wasn't as big as some of the demonic beast rulers in the outside world, but it was still close to 100 miles in size. Its carapace was glistening with silver light as though it was polished with silver metal. With a casual swing of its pincer, a water pillar that was a few dozen miles in thickness exploded. Low-tier Overlord Beast. Li Fuchen was rather surprised. He already knew that the storm above the sea was caused by the Overlord, but he didn't scan with his spiritual awareness. After all, if his spiritual awareness scanned the Overlord would definitely notice him too. Human kid, you aren't even a saint and you dare to offend me, the Rampage Overlord. Hand over your life. The Silver Crab was a famous Rampage Overlord in this sea region. Its main body was a low-tier Overlord beast, Chaos Element Silver Crab. It was used to being arrogant and didn't even put Li Fuchen in its eyes. Let alone Li Fuchen, it would even dare to teach a low-tier saint a lesson. I am just passing by, there is no need to hand over my life, right? Li Fuchen didn't slow down. Stay here. The Rampage Overlord's 8 legs moved rapidly on the surface of the sea. It was so fast that it looked as though it was teleporting. In an instant, it arrived below Li Fuchen and slashed at the sky with its pincers. Kacha! The illusory silver pincers cut a large hole in the void. As expected of a low-tier saint beast. Li Fuchen silently praised. An adult low-level sacred beast was much stronger than a low-level demon overlord. Its strength was almost on par with a mid-level demon overlord. Meteor Fall. A brilliant sword light descended from the sky and blasted rampaging demon sage, sending him straight into the sea. Before the rampant overlord appeared, Li Fuchen concealed his chi presence and vanished without a trace after a few flashes. Voila! The waves were monstrous, and the rampaging demon saint emerged from the sea. There was not a single scar on its body, and its silver carapace was still shining brightly. Damned human, where did you go? The Rampage Overlord relied on his spiritual perception to search everywhere, but he couldn't find Li Fuchen's traces and chi presence. The Fire Dragon Island was located at a sea region that was billions of miles south of the Saint Spirit continent. This place still belonged to the Saint Spirit continent, but due to the extreme distance, apart from saints, there wouldn't be any humans nearby. 100 Poison Saint, are you certain that the Sword Saint's Skyline Sword is on the Fire Dragon Island? On a small island that wasn't far from the Fire Dragon Island, there were two figures standing in the air. The one who spoke was wearing half a devil mask and had a fearsome chi presence. Ghost Sword Saint, I, 100 Poison Saint, might dare to deceive others, but why would I dare to deceive you? The Skyline Sword is a first-rate extreme Dao artifact sword and its sword chi is unique. It is hard to make a mistake, but it isn't easy to retrieve the Skyline Sword. Right now, the Skyline Sword is in the territory of the Fire Ape race on the Fire Dragon Island. Without the strength of a mid-level saint, it would be difficult to enter the Fire Ape race's territory, let alone retrieve the Skyline Sword. The 100 Poison Saint was an elder wearing a dark purple robe. His eyes were glossy green and his skin was purple. The Ghost Sword Saint that he mentioned was a mid-level saint from the Sky Thrust Union. He was abnormally powerful and even a high-level saint might not be a match for him. Fire Ape race huh? The Ghost Sword Saint went silent. The Fire Ape race might not be a saint-beast race and their strength wasn't as terrifying as the Fire Dragon race, but it didn't mean that there weren't any experts in the Fire Ape race. It was said that the Fire Apes of the Fire Ape race possessed the bloodline of the pinnacle saint beast, the Fiery Eye Saint Ape. As long as the bloodline of the Fiery Eye Saint Ape was stimulated, the Fire Ape would evolve into a mid-level saint beast, the Scarlet Fire Saint Ape. Currently, there was only one Scarlet Fire Saint Ape in the Fire Ape race, but it was this Scarlet Fire Saint Ape that had strength close to the human race's pinnacle saint. Apart from this Scarlet Fire Saint Ape, the Fire Ape race still had plenty of demonic beast overlords. Most of them were low-level demonic beast overlords, but when they joined forces, it was enough to move people. Ghost Sword Saint, I have already told you about the Skyline Sword. It is up to you whether you want to go or not. The 100 Poison Saint said. The Ghost Sword Saint said resolutely, if it is a battle with the Fire Ape race, I will leave immediately. But if it is to infiltrate and take the Skyline Sword, I am rather confident. Don't worry, as long as your information is reliable, after the matter is over, I will recommend you to join the Sky Thrust Union and also recommend you to be the Union Head Elder. This was a top-rate extreme Dao artifact sword, the Skyline Sword. As a mid-level saint, his weapon was only a third-rate extreme Dao artifact sword and it was impossible to compare. If he could obtain the Skyline Sword, no one below the peak-level saints would be a match for him. It is a deal. The 100 Poison Saint revealed a smile. It was easy to join the Sky Thrust Union, but it wasn't easy to become the Union Head Elder. This is the Fire Dragon Island? After arriving at the Fire Dragon Island, Li Fuchen felt a blazing chi presence rushing at him. It was obvious that the heaven and earth law of the Fire Dragon Island was dominated by the fire law. It was no wonder the Fire Dragon race and the current Fire Ape race had established their base here. The Fire Dragon Island was massive. Apart from the Fire Ape race, there were plenty of demonic beast overlords living here. Searching for a sword on the Fire Dragon Island was the same as searching for a needle in a haystack. It was fortunate that Li Jianhui had given Li Fuchen a sword test rock. This sword test rock was stained with the Skyline Sword's chi presence. As long as the distance was close enough, the sword test rock and the Skyline Sword would be able to sense each other. By then, Li Fuchen would naturally know where the Skyline Sword was. Boom boom boom, Li Fuchen had just arrived at the Fire Dragon Island for a short moment when a few thousand miles away, there was a shocking collision sound. Without a doubt, it was a battle between two Saint-class experts. He didn't use his spiritual awareness to scan. In the past, he was able to use his spiritual awareness without any restraints because his opponent's spiritual awareness wasn't as powerful as his. But now, he was encountering either demonic beast overlords or saints. Both parties' spiritual awareness were on the same level. If he used his spiritual awareness to scan others, he would definitely expose himself and it wasn't something Li Fuchen wished to see. A few thousand miles away, two human saints were in a great battle. One of them was already injured and had a dispirited chi presence. Yellow Wind Saint, I treated you as a brother, but you actually plotted against me. The injured person yelled out. The yellow-faced middle-aged man called Yellow Wind Saint sneered and said, Brother? Black Absolute Saint, don't treat me as a fool. If I didn't make the first move, I might already be lying on the ground. The 1000-severing soul-chasing arrow that you are hiding in your sleeve is specially used to deal with me, right? Die. The black-clothed Black Absolute Saint shook his wrist and shot an illusory black chilling light at the Yellow Wind Saint. If there was a knowledgeable person here, they would definitely recognize that the illusory black chilling light was an extremely vicious extreme Tao cardinal artifact, the 1000-severing soul-chasing arrow. It was said that once the 1000-severing soul-chasing arrow locked onto the spirit soul chi presence, it was impossible to dodge and could only resist. However, the 1000-severing soul-chasing arrow wasn't something that could be resisted with normal methods as it was illusory. Clang! The black chilling light was repelled and the Yellow Wind Saint continued to sneer. Black Absolute Saint, I dare to cooperate with you because I have this beast soul jade token that can restrain your 1000-severing soul-chasing arrow. Damn it! The Black Absolute Saint turned and fled. He was severely injured and wasn't a match for the Yellow Wind Saint. Chapter 8:10. As Li Fuchen didn't release his spiritual awareness, he only noticed the Black Absolute Saint when he approached. Two low-level saints. Li Fuchen's expression turned dark. He might have defeated Sage Monarch Crimson Python before, but it didn't mean that he could disregard low-leveled sages. Firstly, Sage Monarch Crimson Python didn't have any extreme Tao equipment, extreme Tao cardinal treasure, or extreme martial arts. He was a classic Trino low-level saint, and defeating such a low-level saint wasn't something to boast about. One couldn't hope to meet a Trino low-level saint every time. After seeing Li Fuchen, the Heiju saint didn't hesitate to fire the 1000-severing soul-chasing arrow. The 1000-severing soul-chasing arrow might be a mediocre extreme Tao cardinal treasure, but it was a soul Tao cardinal treasure that was very hard to defend against. In the past, the great monarch Heiju had used the 1000-severing soul-chasing arrow to ambush a mid-level great monarch. The great monarch's soul spirit was injured, and the great monarch had to flee. The great monarch didn't recover even after dozens of years. He naturally didn't want to kill Li Fuchen, but to control Li Fuchen. Once the 1000-severing soul-chasing arrow entered the opponent's soul, it would be able to control the opponent's soul. Soul Tao Secret Treasure. Just as the illusory black cold radiance was about to enter his mind, Li Fuchen executed the Soul Tao secret technique, Spirit Soul Chain. Clang! The illusory black light was sent flying. What? Lord Heijue's eyes widened. How could it be so coincidental to encounter a soul path expert? Furthermore, the other party was clearly only at the Transcendence realm, yet he was able to contend against an extreme secret treasure. This was too exaggerated. Li Fuchen's Spirit Soul Chain's proficiency wasn't high and it wasn't powerful either. However, Li Fuchen's Spirit Soul was abnormally tough and the Spirit Soul Chain was naturally indestructible. It was able to deflect the 1000-severing soul-chasing arrow with ease. Go! There was still some distance between the duo. The Black Absolute Saint controlled the 1000-severing soul-chasing arrows and constantly attacked Li Fuchen. Clang clang clang, Li Fuchen sent the illusory black cold light flying time and time again. Li Fuchen condensed the second Spirit Soul Chain and lashed at the Heiju Saint. Sage Monarch Heiju's mind was struck. Apart from feeling a little dizzy, he did not feel anything out of the ordinary. It's not that powerful. Strange. Lord Heijue thought that he would suffer a little, but it was all bark and no bite. The distance between the duo was already very close. The Black Absolute Saint thrust with his finger and a black flame expanded with the wind. It turned into a giant black flaming millstone that blasted at Li Fuchen. Endless radiance. The intense light filled the heavens and the earth. Sage Hejue's expression changed and he was sent flying by the sword light. He could not help but fly towards Sage Huang Feng, who had caught up to him. However, because Sage Huang Feng was affected by the 10,000 fathoms sword move, his vision and spiritual sense were temporarily blinded. He was unable to react immediately and missed a good opportunity to kill Sage Hejue. Without any hesitation, Li Fuchen concealed his chi presence and vanished without a trace. If it was a one-on-one fight, he would not be afraid. However, if it was a one-on-two fight, it would still be quite dangerous. Who knew what trump cards the other party had or if they had powerful extreme path secret treasures? Damn it! Sage Monarch Hejue fled frantically. He originally wanted to control Li Fuchen and let Li Fuchen restrain the Yellow Wind Saint. Since Li Fuchen was able to come to the Fire Dragon Island, Li Fuchen's strength wasn't weak. He reckoned that Li Fuchen was a heaven-defying great emperor that could contest with low-tier demonic beast overlords. Such a heaven-defying great emperor might not be a match for a low-tier saint, but he should be able to withstand a few moves. He might even have a trump card that was bestowed by his seniors and could restrain the Yellow Wind Saint for more time. However, Li Fuchen was simply too heaven-defying. He was so heaven-defying that he wasn't a match for Li Fuchen. After a single move, he suffered severe injuries. The Yellow Wind Saint took a glance in the direction where Li Fuchen left and continued to chase after Sage Hejue. If he didn't kill Sage Hejue this time, it would be hard for him to kill Sage Hejue in the future. The Fire Dragon Island is truly dangerous. Li Fuchen believed that if it was a regular low-level saint, he might have been hit earlier. An extreme Dao Soul Dao cardinal artifact wasn't something that anyone could resist. Even a mid-level saint would be injured if he was caught off guard. The Fire Dragon Island was massive and was dozens of times bigger than the Flying Silver Island. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness could only extend out to a few thousand miles, therefore, he could only constantly move. After flying for a while, Li Fuchen felt that the temperature of this region seemed to be a little higher. Could the fire element crystals be unearthed? The fire element crystals were one of the most elite resources on the Fire Dragon Island. A single low-grade fire element crystal was worth 2 peak-grade spirit stones. A single mid-grade fire element crystal was worth 10 peak-grade spirit stones. A single high-grade fire element crystal was worth 100 peak-grade spirit stones. Most of the saints or overlords would head to the Fire Dragon Island to search for the fire element crystals. Sensing the intensity of the temperature, Li Fuchen gradually flew towards the place with the higher temperature. 1 hour later, the temperature was already very high and the entire place was filled with pure red light. After scanning with his spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen noticed a scorched pit a few hundred miles away. In the center of the pit, there was a scarlet red crystal that didn't have any impurities. Concentrated fire Dao laws were gathered around the crystal and formed all sorts of fire phenomenon. Low-grade fire element crystal. Li Fuchen revealed a delighted expression. The low-grade fire element crystal was scarlet red and didn't have any impurities. The mid-grade fire element crystal was red with a hint of purple. The high-grade fire element crystal was pure purple. It might only be a low-grade fire element crystal, but it was still equivalent to 2 peak-grade spirit stones. Swish! With a flash, Li Fuchen arrived at the vicinity of the scorched pit. He extended his hand and sucked the fire element crystal into his hand. Let go. A red streak swept over from the horizon with astounding speed. Li Fuchen's body flashed and dodged the attack. Rumble. Not far away, half of a small mountain peak was sliced off and was scorched black. The newcomer was a low-level saint wearing a yellow robe. His chi presence had traces of blazing heat and it was obvious that he was a fire Dao saint. The fire element crystal isn't something you can touch. Quickly throw it away and get lost. The yellow-robed saint was rather surprised that Li Fuchen was able to dodge his attack. This was also the reason why he was willing to let Li Fuchen leave. Otherwise, he would have just killed Li Fuchen and wouldn't have to waste so much time talking. Why? Is this Fire Dragon Island your backyard? How could Li Fuchen throw away a fat piece of meat that was in his hands? The opponent wasn't worthy. Courting death. The yellow-robed saint didn't say anything and attacked again. He formed a seal with both hands and blasted a fireball that was a few miles in size at Li Fuchen. He had already given the opponent enough face by asking him to get lost. The opponent wasn't grateful and even mocked him. He was simply courting death. Before the fireball got close to Li Fuchen, it suddenly exploded. Li Fuchen thrust his sword at the yellow-robed saint. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. It is a pity that you don't even dare to reveal your true chi presence. How can you do anything to me? In the yellow-robed saint's opinion, Li Fuchen should be a low-level saint, but he used some method to lower his chi presence to the law phase realm. As such, no one would be able to see through him. Without dodging, the yellow-robed saint's yellow robe suddenly lit up with countless blazing patterns. A circle of flames bloomed and extinguished the sword light. Extreme Dao armor. Li Fuchen wasn't a fool and immediately knew that the yellow-robed saint was wearing an extreme Dao armor. The extreme Dao armor was able to block extreme realm martial arts. Unless the extreme realm martial art was of a high enough level or the attacker was powerful enough, otherwise, it was impossible to break it. Li Fuchen was only at the law phase realm now, and with just his extreme realm sword art, he naturally wouldn't be able to deal with the yellow-robed saint's extreme Dao armor. Fire God Fist. The instant the sword light was extinguished, the yellow-robed saint yelled out and executed a fist. Countless fire Dao laws surged over and gathered on his fist before it was blasted at Li Fuchen. Rumble. The horrific flaming fist was condensed into a substance and was like a fist of lava that didn't have any impurities. It had melted the void. Zhu Clan. When Li Fuchen saw the fire god fist, he knew that the opponent was a member of the half-god clan, the Zhu clan. The Zhu clan's ancestor was known as the fire god, and the fire god fist was one of his absolute arts. It was said that a single fist could melt everything. Li Fuchen frowned. He didn't wish to become enemies with the Zhu clan, but it didn't mean he didn't dare to do so. Sect Origin Swords. It was fine if Li Fuchen didn't make a move, but once he made a move, he immediately used his strongest kill move. There were layers of sword lights in the sky, and in an instant, 10,000 swords had turned into one sword. PFFF-TSS. The Zhu clan's fire god fist that could melt everything had been neutralized. The biting cold sword light didn't dissipate and enveloped the yellow-robed saint. TSS TSS TSS, the yellow-robed saint's yellow robe was rippling with flames, but this time, the flames had small holes. It might not be a big deal, but it gave him a shock. Li Fuchen's move was too terrifying, and even the ripple flame saint garment wasn't able to block it completely. If the fire god fist wasn't there to obstruct it, wouldn't the ripple flame saint garment be broken? Die. The yellow-robed saint didn't have an extreme Dao weapon, but he had an extreme Dao cardinal artifact. There was an additional metal sphere in his hand. He tossed it lightly and the metal sphere was suddenly shot at Li Fuchen. Blaze. Along the way, the metal sphere enlarged by more than 1,000,000 times and the surface was surging with glaring flames. It was just like a small sun as it smashed at Li Fuchen. Not good. Li Fuchen quickly retreated. In the next moment, the ground shook and flames burst into the sky. The surging heat wave turned the radius of a few dozen miles into magma. 100 miles away, Li Fuchen extinguished the flames on his body and had a lingering fear. This extreme Dao cardinal artifact had astounding power. If he was smashed by it head-on, he would definitely be injured. If it was a regular low-level saint, he might even be smashed to death. After all, his defense wasn't inferior to a low-level saint. Furthermore, he had the star immortal body. The Zhu clan is a half-god clan and is extremely wealthy. There is no way to compare. Li Fuchen concealed his chi presence and quickly escaped from the yellow-robed saint's vision. After the yellow-robed saint chased for a while, he stopped with a gloomy expression. It was obvious that Li Fuchen was proficient in chi presence concealment, and the yellow-robed saint's spiritual awareness couldn't detect Li Fuchen. Consider yourself lucky. Chapter 8:11. The low-grade fire element crystals contained extremely pure fire Dao Qi. This fire Dao Qi was superior to the spirit Qi in the peak-grade spirit stones. To fire Dao martial artists, the cultivation effects of the fire element crystals were definitely superior to the peak-grade spirit stones. This was also why a low-grade fire element crystal was worth 2 peak-grade spirit stones. After keeping the low-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen was looking forward to this trip to the Fire Dragon Island. It was extremely difficult for others to progress to a half-saint or saint. Without a few decades or a century, it was basically impossible. But Li Fuchen was different. His spirit soul had definitely reached the saint soul class, and his true spirit had also reached the saint soul class. As long as he had enough resources, he would be able to keep progressing. According to his previous estimations, 10 peak-grade spirit stones would allow him to progress to a half-saint. 200 peak-grade spirit stones should be enough to progress to a saint. 200 peak-grade spirit stones would only be equivalent to 2 high-grade fire element crystals. A few days later, Li Fuchen shook his head and smiled bitterly. He was too optimistic. Fire element crystals weren't cabbages and could be found everywhere. It would depend on luck to encounter one. I heard that in the territory of the fire ape race, there is a small-scale fire element crystal or vein. I wonder if it is real or fake. Li Fuchen's mind flashed with a piece of information. Of course, it didn't matter if this information was real or fake, Li Fuchen wouldn't head to the fire ape race. The fire ape race's mid-tier overlord beast, the red fire saint ape, had strength that was close to a peak-level saint. Furthermore, all the peak-level saints in the deep blue plane had basically left the deep blue plane. Who below the peak-level saints would be a match for the red fire saint ape? Furthermore, apart from the red fire saint ape, the fire ape race also had plenty of demonic beast overlords. There were plenty of mid-tier and high-tier demonic beast overlords. Half a month later, Li Fuchen obtained a low-grade fire element crystal and a few pieces of extreme Dao weapon shards on the Fire Dragon Island. A mediocre extreme Dao weapon shard wouldn't have any value, at least not in Li Fuchen's eyes. But these extreme Dao weapon shards contained immense power, and it was at least a third-rate extreme Dao weapon shard. It might even be a second-rate extreme Dao weapon shard. Boom 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 boom, there were frequent battles on the Fire Dragon Island. In normal situations, Li Fuchen would avoid them. But this time, the commotion was too huge and there were at least a dozen saints fighting. A treasure has appeared. As the thought flashed in his mind, Li Fuchen concealed his chi presence and approached silently. Li Fuchen didn't use his spiritual awareness to sense. When he approached the battlefield, he took a glance from afar. In the middle of a green lava lake, there was a scarlet-red, dragon-shaped blazing herb that was growing on a piece of green rock. Heaven-class top-tier herb, fire dragon grass. Li Fuchen took a deep breath. Heaven-class peak-tier herbs were also known as extreme Dao herbs. They were extremely precious and were items that saints had to fight for. The value of a fire dragon grass was at least 50 supreme-grade spirit stones. It was no wonder that so many martial saints were fighting. However, it wouldn't be easy to snatch this fire dragon herb. In the sky above and around the green lava lake, 8 demon saints and 5 saints were fighting. If he recklessly rushed over to snatch the fire dragon herb, he would definitely become the target of everyone. I can only seek fortune amidst danger. Li Fuchen sank into the ground, then burrowed into the magma lake, gradually approaching the green rock in the middle of the magma lake. During this period of time, Li Fuchen didn't release any chi presence, and it was all thanks to his valiant spirit soul talent. Swish! The lava splashed and a figure flashed by, taking away the fire dragon herb on the green rock. The barbaric dragon overlord possessed the true dragon bloodline. After reaching the mid-tier overlord, he would even be able to contest with mid-level saints. Right now, his opponent was a mid-level saint called the Eagle Claw Saint. The Eagle Claw Saint was extremely powerful, and after exchanging a few dozen moves, the barbaric dragon overlord's body already had plenty of claw marks. If it wasn't for his tough defense and vigorous vitality, he would have already perished. With a glance, the barbaric dragon overlord subconsciously took a glance at the fire dragon herb on the green rock. The barbaric dragon overlord's eyes widened. Where did the fire dragon herb go? The Eagle Claw Saint was one step ahead of the barbaric dragon overlord when he noticed that the fire dragon herb was gone. Furthermore, he saw that Li Fuchen had snatched the fire dragon herb. Die! The Eagle Claw Saint's body shook and instantly appeared behind Li Fuchen before clawing. When the Eagle Claw Saint attacked, Li Fuchen felt his skin stinging as though countless needles were pricking his body. Bang bang! The spatial zone exploded and there was a splash of blood. Li Fuchen vanished without a trace. Can you escape? The Eagle Claw Saint was a mid-level saint and his eyes immediately locked onto Li Fuchen's figure before chasing after him. The fire dragon herb has been snatched. Chase after him. The rest of the saints and overlords had stopped and chased after the Eagle Claw Saint. Li Fuchen's speed was very fast and wasn't inferior to low-level saints. However, the Eagle Claw Saint was a mid-level saint and took a few breaths to catch up. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen had the Void Dao heart and was very sensitive to spatial waves. He was able to instantly change directions the moment the Eagle Claw Saint made a move. Soon enough, Li Fuchen saw a forest. The trees in this forest were extremely massive. Any random tree was at least 10,000 feet tall and a few hundred feet thick. The bark of the trees wasn't tough tree bark, but dark red scales that were the size of water tanks. It felt as though they weren't trees but vertical pythons. The dragon scale wood was an extremely tough tree. It was said that during the fire dragon race's existence, a powerful foe once descended. The fire dragon race's patriarch had a battle with a fire dragon that was comparable to a heaven monarch. When the dragon blood splattered, it caused a transformation in this forest. As long as one didn't leave this area, even if the dragon scale wood was destroyed, it would be able to grow back quickly. Furthermore, with the toughness of the dragon scale wood, even a great emperor might not be able to break a single dragon scale wood. A low-level saint wouldn't be able to break too many dragon scale wood at once. What was more mystical was that the dragon scale wood forest contained a natural array. Once one entered the dragon scale wood forest, it was the same as entering the array's range. It was the same in the sky. The reason why Li Fuchen dared to take the risk was because he discovered the existence of this dragon scale wood forest. As long as he escaped inside, even a mid-level saint wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Don't even think about entering. The Eagle Claw Saint was anxious. He had seen the dragon scale wood before, and with his strength, a single attack would only be able to destroy a small patch of dragon scale wood. No one knew how many dragon scale woods there were in the entire dragon scale wood forest. With a burst of speed, the Eagle Claw Saint clawed viciously. An illusory eagle claw tore the spatial zone that Li Fuchen was in into pieces. Crash! Li Fuchen's body was splattered with blood and even his bones could be seen, but he still stubbornly rushed into the dragon scale wood forest. Damn it! The Eagle Claw Saint was certain that Li Fuchen was a saint that concealed his chi presence. Otherwise, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to withstand a single claw attack. Without hesitation, the Eagle Claw Saint followed Li Fuchen into the dragon scale wood forest. At the back, most of the overlords and saints followed in, only 2 overlords stopped. The 2 overlords looked at each other and transmitted a message: the dragon scale wood forest is the Golden Eye Ancestor's territory. The Golden Eye Ancestor has a bad temper, it is better for us not to enter. Boom boom boom. Patches of dragon scale wood collapsed and the Eagle Claw Saint realized that he had lost track of Li Fuchen. Croak! Right at this moment, there was a thunderous frog cry. Apart from the Eagle Claw Saint and the barbaric dragon overlord, the rest of the saints and overlords vomited fresh blood and were sent flying. Croak! Another frog croak rang out, and a low-level holy monarch was blasted into a bloody mess, almost exploding to death. Hurry up and flee. How could everyone not know that they were in the territory of a horrific expert? Furthermore, this expert's strength was probably at the level of a high-level saint. Run! The Eagle Claw Saint turned and retreated. He was just a regular mid-level saint, and if he encountered a high-level saint, he would have to kneel. Wow! 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 The croaking of the frogs became more and more frequent, and the dragon's scale would exploded. In the next moment, a blood-colored shadow flashed, and an incomparably huge blood-colored toad appeared in front of everyone. This blood-colored toad had a pair of golden pupils, and it looked both majestic and cold. Golden Eye Ancestor. A demonic beast overlord recognized the blood-colored toad and was appalled. Li Fuchen, who concealed his chi presence naturally, wasn't discovered by the Golden Eye Ancestor. When he heard the explosions and miserable cries, he was silently rejoicing that he had the spirit soul talent to conceal his chi presence. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to come to the Fire Dragon Island. After exiting the Dragon Scalewood Forest, Li Fuchen found a concealed place to land. The Fire Dragon herb can be used to increase the Fire Dao Qi and also to temper the body. I wonder if a single stalk of Fire Dragon herb can allow my body refinement to reach the half-saint level. A single stalk of Fire Dragon herb was worth at least 50 peak-grade spirit stones. Li Fuchen felt that with so many peak-grade spirit stones, it was enough to increase his body refinement to the half-saint level. After taking out the Fire Dragon herb, Li Fuchen consumed a leaf first. Blaze! A surging flame burned on Li Fuchen's body. Li Fuchen felt a huge amount of impurities being refined from the depths of his body. At the same moment, the Fire Dragon herb's medicinal effects were rapidly transforming into the Hand of Moon's chi power. The medicinal effects of the leaf were quickly consumed. Li Fuchen consumed the rest of the Fire Dragon herb in one go. Boom! A fire dragon soared into the sky, accompanied by crackling sounds. Initial state of perfection of Law Phase Realm, middle state of perfection of Law Phase Realm, late state of perfection of Law Phase Realm, peak state of perfection of Law Phase Realm. Boom! When Li Fuchen's body refinement broke through to the half-saint level, everything in the surroundings was absorbed over. On the ground, there was an extremely giant pit, and above the pit was a solid metal sphere. There was a cracking sound as the solid metal sphere cracked open and Li Fuchen walked out. This is the half-saint level. Chapter 8:12. The disparity between the perfection level of Law Phase Realm and a half-saint is truly huge. Li Fuchen could feel that a bloodline was forming in his flesh and blood. This bloodline was naturally the body refinement bloodline. Right now, Li Fuchen's body had two bloodlines. One was the body refinement bloodline and the other was the Sword Dao bloodline. The body refinement bloodline contained the marvel of the Hand of God. As for the Sword Dao bloodline, it contained the marvel of the primary extreme sword technique, primary extreme sword art, and radiance sword art. The existence of the bloodline was very special. Even if Li Fuchen lost his memories and couldn't remember anything, he could still casually execute the things that he learned and had reached an extremely high level. This was an ability that was superior to instincts. Furthermore, when he had children in the future, they would inherit his bloodline, saving him countless years of hard work. Swish! The spatial zone distorted and Li Fuchen's figure instantly vanished. Now that his body refinement was at the half-saint realm, Li Fuchen's speed was even faster than most of the low-level saints. The Hand of Moon's chi power burst out slightly and the horrific star's law spread out. The surrounding void immediately distorted and propelled Li Fuchen forward. The Eagle Claw Saint was in a miserable state. Perhaps because he was the strongest, the Golden Eye Ancestor treated him as the main enemy in the Dragon Scalewood Forest. If he didn't have an escape cardinal artifact, it would be a problem if he could escape from the Dragon Scalewood Forest alive. Damn kid! The Eagle Claw Saint hated Li Fuchen. If it wasn't for Li Fuchen, he wouldn't be in this situation. After suffering severe internal injuries, he couldn't even use 10% of his strength. If he used more than 10% of his strength, his injuries would worsen. Just as he was searching for a secluded place to recuperate, he suddenly saw Li Fuchen again. Even though his strength was less than 10%, was there a need to use so much strength to deal with a low-level saint? The answer was no. Kid, prepare to die. The Eagle Claw Saint lunged at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was shocked, but when he saw that the Eagle Claw Saint was severely injured, his eyes flashed and he executed a palm strike. Rumble. The spatial zone was torn open and Li Fuchen was sent flying. Even if it was a heavily injured mid-level saint, his strength was still much stronger than a low-level saint. But Li Fuchen calmed his heart. Currently, his body tempering cultivation had improved tremendously, while the Eagle Claw Sacred Sage was severely injured. As such, the opponent's attacks could no longer hurt him. With the Starlight Immortal body, he was able to resist the attacks. The Eagle Claw Saint had a bad premonition that his claw wasn't able to injure Li Fuchen. Claw shatters the world. The Eagle Claw Great Sage roared as he crossed his claws and lashed out. Voila! Like a mirror, the space was torn into countless large cracks. Myriad swords returned to origin. Transforming 10,000 swords into a single sword, Li Fuchen blasted over. Although his current physique refining strength was not inferior to his sword Dao strength, the extremity sword art was very exquisite. Only by relying on the extremity sword art would he have the hope of injuring the Eagle Claw Sage. Puff! Li Fuchen and the Eagle Claw Saint vomited a mouthful of blood at the same time. Li Fuchen vomited a mouthful of blood because the Eagle Claw Saint was indeed ridiculously powerful. Even if the Eagle Claw Saint was left with less than 10% of his strength, he was still able to injure Li Fuchen. The reason why the Eagle Claw Saint vomited blood was because the clash between the two of them had caused his injuries to worsen. With the Starlight Immortal body, such minor injuries were nothing to Li Fuchen. Boundless Radiance. Li Fuchen slashed at the Eagle Claw Saint again. The vision and spiritual awareness were obstructed by the intense radiance. By the time the Eagle Claw Saint reacted, the sword was already in front of him. Clang clang. With a swipe of his claw, the Eagle Claw Saint deflected Li Fuchen's sword, but the sword chi still left a sword wound on his body. Kid, you are too much. The Eagle Claw Saint was enraged. If he was at his prime, Li Fuchen would already be on the ground and wouldn't be able to injure him. After forcefully increasing his strength by 20%, the Eagle Claw Saint turned his claw into a beak and pecked at Li Fuchen. Pfff. A bloody hole was pecked on Li Fuchen's chest. Li Fuchen's body turned into a prawn and was sent flying. But the Eagle Claw Saint was flabbergasted. In just a few breaths, the bloody hole on Li Fuchen's chest had closed up and it looked like nothing had happened. Die! The Eagle Claw Saint didn't believe it and created countless Eagle Claw Saints to peck out bloody holes on Li Fuchen's body. The price was that the Eagle Claw Saint was also struck by Li Fuchen's sword and his abdomen was nearly pierced. The final result was that Li Fuchen's injuries recovered in just a few breaths and the Eagle Claw Saint's injuries had worsened by several times. I cannot let this continue. This kid must have cultivated some indestructible secret technique. Unless half of his body is destroyed or his energy is exhausted, it is impossible to injure him. With this thought, the Eagle Claw Saint understood and quickly retreated. Once he recovered his strength, he would look for Li Fuchen to settle the score, but not now. If the Eagle Claw Saint wanted to leave, Li Fuchen couldn't stop him even if he wanted to. He could only watch as the Eagle Claw Saint left. With my current strength, it is still not enough to deal with a mid-level saint. But if a mid-level saint wants to kill me, they will need to put in some effort. Now that his body refinement was at the half-saint realm and with the star immortal body, Li Fuchen's survivability had increased tremendously. It wasn't exaggerating to say that his current survivability might not be comparable to a mid-level demonic beast overlord, but it wasn't too far off. After choosing a direction, Li Fuchen continued to fly. Inside the storage bag, the sword trial stone fragment that had been silent all this time suddenly let out a sword hum. Can you sense the chi presence of the skyline sword? Li Fuchen revealed a delighted expression. To be honest, Li Fuchen didn't really care about the other 5 peak-grade spirit stones that Li Jianhui promised. However, he still cared about the Skyline Sword Art. The Skyline Sword Art was a first-rate sword art. Previously, Li Fuchen was able to create the second move of the Radiance Sword Art after reading the second-rate sword art, the Divine Rainbow Sword Art. If he observed the Skyline Sword Art, he would at least be able to create the third move of the primary Extreme Sword Art. Following the feeling, Li Fuchen gradually flew towards the Skyline Sword. On a mountain rock, the Ghost Sword Saint was looking at the Fire Ape race's territory from afar. As a swordsman, he was already able to sense traces of the first-rate Extreme Dao artifact sword's chi presence. The Skyline Sword is indeed in the Fire Ape race's territory. The Ghost Sword Saint flashed and turned into a faint shadow that skimmed towards the Fire Ape race's territory. This is the Fire Ape race's territory. Li Fuchen might not have been to the Fire Dragon Island and didn't know where the Fire Ape race was, but he recognized the Fire Apes. When he saw the Fire Apes moving around at the border of the Fire Ape race's territory, Li Fuchen knew that his hopes of seizing the Skyline Sword had been shattered. It didn't matter what methods he had, they weren't worth mentioning in the eyes of high-tier demonic beast overlords or the Fire Eye Saint Apes. Even if they were separated by a few hundred or a few thousand miles, a casual attack from the Fire Eye Saint Apes would be able to kill Li Fuchen easily. Forget it, there are some things that cannot be forced. Li Fuchen shook his head and was preparing to leave. Hum. There was a sword hum and a white light flew out of the Fire Ape race's territory at a speed that surpassed Li Fuchen's eyes and spiritual awareness. Skyline Sword. Li Fuchen's eyes burst out with radiance as he chased after the Skyline Sword. He might not know why the Skyline Sword flew out of the Fire Ape race's territory by itself, but he didn't care as long as he could obtain the Skyline Sword. Shortly after Li Fuchen left, there was a yell that echoed from the Fire Ape race's territory. Immediately after, a fire fist rushed out and melted the land within 100 miles into magma. Splash! The magma exploded and an indistinct shadow skimmed out. With the Ghost Sword Saint's strength, a mere high-tier demonic beast overlord wasn't worth mentioning. Only the Red Fire Saint Ape had the ability to suppress him, but it didn't mean that he couldn't even withstand a single attack. Die! The meteor crashed onto the ground while the scarlet flames soared into the sky. A giant ape that was burning with flames rushed out. The giant ape's eyes were also burning with flames like 2 fireballs. He focused his eyes and immediately saw the fleeing shadow, Li Fuchen, and the Skyline Sword that was advancing at light speed. He grinned and said, "I didn't expect my Fire Ape race's territory to have such an artifact sword. How can I let you have it so easily?" The Fire Ape race's territory was massive and the Skyline Sword had spirituality and knew how to conceal its chi presence. Unless one was a first-rate Sword Dao Saint, it was impossible to detect the existence of the Skyline Sword. This was why the Red Fire Saint Ape didn't notice the Skyline Sword. Otherwise, he would have already used it to exchange for artifacts. Crackle! The Red Fire Saint Ape tore with both hands and there was a large opening in the void. The other side of the opening was actually behind the faint shadow. The faint shadow was naturally the Ghost Sword Saint. He looked behind and saw that the Red Fire Saint Ape was about to emerge from the opening. Cross Ghost Slash. The black sword crisscrossed and slashed as the Ghost Sword Saint forcefully slashed the Red Fire Saint Ape back. Crackle. Another large opening appeared and this time, a flaming fist rushed out first and blasted on the Ghost Sword Saint. The Skyline Sword was extremely fast and in a split second, Li Fuchen couldn't sense the existence of the Skyline Sword. Li Fuchen had a premonition that the Skyline Sword's speed was probably at light speed or close to it. If it wasn't for the Sword Trial Stone Shard, Li Fuchen wouldn't know which direction to pursue. 1 million miles. 10 million miles. 1 million miles. After chasing for 1 million miles, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness finally sensed the existence of the Skyline Sword. Chapter 8:13. Li Fuchen slowed down and gradually approached the skyline sword. When the skyline sword didn't react, Li Fuchen flashed and arrived at the steep mountain peak. Although that sword of yours has been sealed, I can sense that it is even more powerful than me. Why are you chasing after me? A cold and arrogant voice sounded from the heavenly path sword. Li Fuchen was startled. The skyline sword could feel the presence of the joint heaven sword. That was right, the connection between swords was probably more direct. Right now, the joint heaven sword still had a seal that wasn't removed. According to the sword spirit, the fully unsealed joint heaven sword was the leader of the three great divine swords of ancient times. Since it was called a divine sword, it was at least a supreme extreme Tao artifact sword. I am entrusted by the sword saint's descendant. Li Fuchen stated the reason for his visit. Sword saint's descendant. The skyline sword said, if I wish to return, I can do so at any time. But the Li clan doesn't have anyone that is qualified to use me. As a top-notch extreme Tao artifact sword, as long as it wasn't controlled, it would be able to go wherever it wished. Of course, its power was limited and it would usually be in deep slumber. 800 years was just like a nap to it. The Li clan still has an incredible descendant. He is young and has already condensed the sword heart. Li Fuchen was referring to Li Jianxin. As long as one of them pushes the skyline sword art to extremity, I will sense it. The skyline sword didn't plan to return. If the ghost sword saint didn't discover it, it would continue to sleep in the fire ape race's territory until someone from the Li clan pushed the skyline sword art to extremity. Just as Li Fuchen was planning to continue persuading the skyline sword, he suddenly frowned. His spiritual awareness could sense a faint shadow rushing over with astounding speed. It was the ghost sword saint. The moment the ghost sword saint noticed the skyline sword, he had already placed an imprint on the skyline sword. No matter where the skyline sword saint fled to, the ghost sword saint would be able to sense it. Therefore, after breaking away from the scarlet fire saint ape, the ghost sword saint immediately chased after the skyline sword saint. I will make a move first. The skyline sword spirit was just a sword spirit. Under the ghost sword saint's control, the skyline sword saint wasn't just fast, its power wasn't powerful. It was barely at the mid-level saint level and couldn't last for long. Once the skyline sword saint's power was exhausted, it would enter a slumber and wouldn't wake up for thousands or tens of thousands of years. Do you think you can escape? Previously, the ghost sword saint had not expected the skywalk sword to be so fast and had been caught off guard. This time, he would not be careless. As soon as he used his sword art, a formless energy bound the skywalk sword. The skywalker sword slammed left and right, cutting through the formless energy layer by layer. However, the formless energy was endless, and not long after, the skywalker sword's sword energy withered. Little friend, lend me a hand. The skyline sword was unwilling to be controlled by the ghost sword saint. Once he fell into the hands of the ghost sword sage, the other party would definitely refine him. Then, are you willing to return to the Li family with me? Li Fuchen asked. Yes. Previously, he was unwilling because he was still a free man. But now, he was no longer a free man. All right, I believe that you won't go back on your word. Li Fuchen rushed into the sky and grabbed the skyline sword. The Skywalker sword did not resist. You dare to touch the skyline sword? Cross ghost slash. The ghost sword saint's voice was cold as he crisscrossed his black sword and slashed at Li Fuchen. Extreme state sword art. Li Fuchen's eyes contracted. The sword art that the ghost sword saint executed was actually an extreme state sword art. A mid-level saint was already extremely powerful, but a mid-level saint that possessed an extreme state sword art could only be described as terrifying. Li Fuchen didn't bother about anything else and poured his sword energy into the skyline sword before brandishing it. It was impossible to describe the speed of Li Fuchen's sword as it was already close to light speed. PFFF. The black cross sword light was shattered while the ghost sword saint retreated miserably. His gloomy eyes had a trace of shock. This is the power of an ultra first-rate extreme Dao artifact sword. In the Ghost Sword Saint's opinion, Li Fuchen's strength was at most a low-level saint. Without the Skyline Sword, not even 10 Li Fuchens would be a match for him. But with the Skyline Sword, Li Fuchen was able to break his cross ghost slash in an instant. If I have the Skyline Sword, even if I encounter a peak-level saint, I might still be able to contest. After the shock, there was extreme desire. The Ghost Sword in the Ghost Sword Saint's hand was just a mediocre extreme Dao artifact sword. It was 4 tiers inferior to an ultra first-rate extreme Dao artifact sword. Right now, the Ghost Sword Saint already had the strength to contest with a high-level saint. If it was 4 tiers higher, he wouldn't have to fear peak-level saints. Azura Ghost Slash. A shadow appeared on the Ghost Sword Saint's body. The shadow was like a demon god and had blood-red eyes. When he brandished his sword, the black sword light burst out and it felt like it was going to devour the world. It was going to devour Li Fuchen. When Li Fuchen executed the first slash, he knew that the Skyline Sword's specialty was its speed. It was so fast that he couldn't control it anymore. The only thing he could do was to choose the right angle and brandish the sword. Everything else basically had nothing to do with him. Towering Radiance. When facing the Ghost Sword Saint's finishing move, Li Fuchen also executed his own finishing move. A dazzling radiance filled up the entire place. If the Ghost Sword Saint's finishing move was the night, then Li Fuchen's finishing move was the radiance that dispelled all darkness. Bang! The ground split open as the radiance and darkness vanished at the same time. Originally, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to block the Ghost Sword Saint's finishing move, but the Skyline Sword's enhancement to the sword art was too great. The Radiance Sword Art's limit potential was definitely at the super first-rate level, but the current Radiance Sword Art was only at the lesser grade. But when complemented with the super first-rate Extreme Dao Sword, the Skyline Sword, the power was at least third-rate or even second-rate. The power of a second-rate extreme state sword art wasn't something that a regular person could block. If the opponent wasn't the Ghost Sword Saint but the Eagle Claw Saint, even if the opponent didn't die, he would be severely injured. Bastard! The Ghost Sword Saint was extremely enraged. The ghost sword in his hand had only enhanced his sword art by 1 or 2 times, but the Skyline Sword had enhanced his sword art by dozens or even 100 times. It might even be more than that. It was simply preposterous. This is the power of a super first-rate artifact sword. Li Fuchen was shocked. The Ghost Sword Saint who had grasped an extreme state sword art might not be as strong as the Mystic Deep Sword Saint, but he wasn't too inferior. Furthermore, the Mystic Deep Sword Saint was publicly acknowledged to be comparable with regular high-level saints. It also meant to say that with the Skyline Sword, the Ghost Sword Saint's strength was already at the level of a high-level saint. This was too exaggerated. How could the Ghost Sword Saint know that the Extreme Dao Artifact Sword contained the Extreme State Sword intent? A super first-rate Extreme Dao Artifact Sword's sword intent wasn't inferior to a super first-rate Extreme State Sword intent. It was already able to allow the user to surpass levels in combat. It was just like how Li Fuchen had grasped 2 Extreme State Sword arts and was able to contest with a saint while at the Law Phase realm. This child actually grasped an Extreme State Sword art. The Skyline Sword Spirit was rather shocked. Li Fuchen was only at the Law Phase realm and had already grasped an Extreme State Sword art. When he became a saint, his sword art proficiency would be incredible. Chapter 8:14. 10 moves, a few dozen moves. With the Skyline Sword, Li Fuchen's strength was terrifying. After a few dozen moves, the Ghost Sword Saint didn't have the upper hand at all. The Ghost Sword Saint had a grave expression as he stared at Li Fuchen. If he still thought that Li Fuchen was able to contest with him because of the Skyline Sword, then he would be an arrogant fool. A child, given an extremely sharp sword, could contend against an adult wielding a sharp sword? It was only a pipe dream. By the same logic, if it was someone else, even if they had the skyline sword, they wouldn't be able to exhibit such strength. After all, attack power could be increased, but combat awareness, reaction speed, and the fine control of power couldn't be improved by external forces. Apart from Li Fuchen's strength, Li Fuchen wasn't inferior to the Ghost Sword Saint in other aspects. The Ghost Sword Saint couldn't understand how Li Fuchen cultivated. The Ghost Sword Saint wasn't like the Zhu clan saint. The Zhu clan was a half-god clan and had an unimaginable foundation. They might not have several extreme Dao equipment and extreme Dao cardinal artifacts, but it was already enough. The Ghost Sword Saint only had 2 extreme Dao artifacts. One was the ungraded extreme Dao artifact sword, the Ghost Sword, and the other was the ungraded extreme Dao cardinal artifact. The latter was basically useless to him and might be able to save his life during crucial moments, but that was all. Therefore, he couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen now. However, it didn't mean that the Ghost Sword Saint would give up. Activating a top-grade extreme Dao artifact sword would consume a lot of qi. He didn't believe that Li Fuchen could persist forever. The Ghost Sword Saint's speculations were correct. Li Fuchen was indeed unable to persist any longer. After just a short moment, Li Fuchen's qi was already depleted by 30%. The Skyline Sword was like a black hole that constantly devoured his sword energy. Do you know the union of man and sword? The Skyline Sword's spirit naturally knew that Li Fuchen wasn't in a good condition and asked. I can only do that. Li Fuchen nodded. After taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen suddenly executed Meteor Fall. But this time, he wasn't executing it at the Ghost Sword Saint, he was executing it behind him. Stay behind. The Ghost Sword Saint yelled out and wanted to intercept Li Fuchen. But he was still too late. Li Fuchen and the Skyline Sword fused into a sword light and vanished without a trace. The Meteor Fall move was originally the union of man and sword. Right now, Li Fuchen could still use the union of man and sword. Furthermore, it was pushed to the extremity of the union of man and sword. When combined with the Skyline Sword, Li Fuchen's flying speed had increased by countless times. It might not be as fast as attacking enemies, but it was enough to shake off the Ghost Sword Saint. Even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, I will catch up to you. The Ghost Sword Saint chased after the mark on the Skywalker sword. So fast. Li Fuchen felt that the concept of time and space was blurry. His spiritual awareness could sense that time and space was nearly at a standstill and he was constantly advancing. A moment later, a man and a sword flew out of Fire Dragon Island. We must remove the brand on my body. Otherwise, with our strength, we won't be able to hold on for long. The Skywalk Sword Spirit said. Let me see. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness entered the Skyline Sword. If the Skyline Sword didn't recognize an owner, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness wouldn't be able to invade it. However, the sword spirit didn't resist and it was an exception. After his spiritual awareness entered the Skyline Sword, Li Fuchen quickly noticed the brand left behind by the Ghost Sword Saint. The brand was a deep and cold small sword. This small sword was magnified by 10,000 times and it was still very mystical. It was no wonder the Skyline Sword couldn't erase the brand within a short period of time. If Li Fuchen was just using his spiritual awareness, he wouldn't be able to erase the brand either. However, Li Fuchen still had his spirit soul power. After scanning with his spirit soul power, the details of the brand were still vivid in his mind. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen had erased the brand. Over 10 million miles away, the Ghost Sword Saint vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. In order to break free from the Red Fire Saint Ape, he suffered severe internal injuries, but he was able to suppress them. Now that the brand on the Skyline Sword was erased, he couldn't suppress his injuries anymore. He actually broke my Mystic Een sword mark. The Ghost Sword Saint had a rather unpleasant expression. The Mystic Een sword mark was a 9-star spiritual awareness secret technique. In normal situations, unless the enemy's spiritual awareness was extremely powerful, it was impossible to break the mystic Yin sword mark within a short period of time. Was it the Skyline sword or that kid? The ghost sword saint hadn't suffered a setback for a long time. In the deep blue plane, there weren't many that could make him suffer. After erasing the brand, Li Fuchen removed the union of man and sword. The union of man and sword with the Skyline sword consumed too much sword energy. Right now, Li Fuchen's sword energy was left with less than 30%. Li Fuchen changed directions and flew towards the Saint Spirit continent. Senior is the joint heaven sword. When the two swords were together, they had to converse. After knowing that Li Fuchen's sword was the joint heaven sword, the Skyline sword spirit was shocked. As compared to the joint heaven sword, the sword spirit was definitely a junior. Since the sword spirit had consciousness, the joint heaven sword had already shaken the entire universe and was the leader of the ancient era's 3 divine swords. According to what the sword spirit knew, the uncontrolled joint heaven sword could slaughter high-level saints, and it wasn't just one level stronger than the sword spirit. That's right. The joint heaven sword spirit said proudly. Senior, this junior has heard of your achievements for a long time. It is my honor to finally meet you today. In front of the joint heaven sword, the Skyline sword spirit withdrew his arrogance. The joint heaven sword said, "You aren't bad too. There aren't many that can reach your speed in the ancient era." Every sword had its own characteristic, and the Skyline sword's characteristic was definitely speed. In the world of martial arts, there was nothing that couldn't be overcome, only speed was unbreakable. It was the same for swords. When a sword was fast enough, it could ignore the difference in strength to a certain extent. It didn't matter how strong the opponent was, as long as the opponent's defense could be broken, the opponent would be injured or even killed. With the sword spirit's eyesight, he could naturally see that the Skyline sword could break the speed of light. Breaking the speed of light was an incredible ability. Apart from the Void Dao artifact swords and Supreme artifact swords that were famous for their speed, the Skyline sword was definitely the fastest sword. Of course, in order to break the speed of light, the Skyline sword wouldn't be able to rely on itself. It would require an extremely powerful swordsman to activate it. Hearing this, the Skyline sword spirit felt a little proud. Although he didn't come from the ancient era, he was very clear about his own strength. Back then, when the sword sovereign wielded it, he could easily surpass the speed of light. Sometimes, before the enemy could even react, the Skyline sword would already penetrate the enemy's body. That feeling was still lingering in his mind. This was also the reason why he wasn't willing to return to the Li clan. He didn't wish for his next master to be a mediocre person. Senior, you have experienced the ancient era. You should have seen or heard of all kinds of supreme artifact swords and superb artifact swords. Other than the Void Dao artifact sword, what other sword is faster than me? The Skyline sword asked. In the era that he lived in, he had never heard of any sword that was faster than him. Even supreme artifact swords were slightly slower than him. When the Joint Heaven Sword spirit heard this, he knew that the Skyline sword was rather arrogant. There aren't many swords that are faster than you, but there are a few. Like the superb artifact sword, Pegasus sword. Once this sword moves, it is like a heavenly steed flying in the sky and is untraceable. Another example would be the supreme artifact sword, Time sword. This sword contains the power of time, and there are also supreme artifact swords. The Joint Heaven Sword spirit mentioned a few types of swords in a single breath, causing the Skyline sword to fall silent. The Joint Heaven Sword spirit wasn't trying to diss the Skyline sword, but a mere superb artifact sword wasn't considered anything in the entire universe. Everyone said that it was the leader of the 3 great divine swords, but the Joint Heaven Sword knew clearly that there were stronger swords in the depths of the universe. The so-called leader of the 3 great divine swords was just a saying in this star field. Li Fuchen didn't know the conversation between the 2 sword spirits. He was currently recovering his sword energy while making haste to return to the Saint Spirit continent as soon as possible. During this trip to the Fire Dragon Island, Li Fuchen knew that it was necessary to increase his qi cultivation. A low-level Unity Realm Saint might not be as strong as him, but his chi was vigorous enough to use a superb artifact sword for a long period of time. Chapter 8:15. To be honest, Li Jianhui didn't have much hope for Li Fuchen. The Fire Dragon Island wasn't a friendly place. Let alone the fact that Li Fuchen wasn't a saint yet. Even if Li Fuchen was a saint, he would still need to be careful at the Fire Dragon Island. The Li clan had no choice but to make this deal with Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was definitely the most likely to obtain the Skyline Sword below the saints. They didn't really believe in saints and they couldn't afford to pay such a high reward. In Li Jianhui's opinion, Li Fuchen was ranked number 1 on the Great Emperor rankings and had great luck. He might just be lucky enough to bring back the Skyline Sword. Therefore, when Li Fuchen brought back the Skyline Sword, Li Jianhui was extremely shocked. He really brought it back. The Skyline Sword couldn't be fake and Li Jianhui immediately recognized it. Right now, Li Jianhui knew that he had underestimated Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen might not have progressed to the Soul Merge realm, but his strength wasn't inferior to a saint. Otherwise, no matter how lucky Li Fuchen was, he wouldn't be able to bring back the Skyline Sword. The 5 peak-grade spirit stones that Li Fuchen promised were naturally not lesser. Apart from that, Li Jianhui had to borrow the Skyline Sword art for a year too. Li Jianhui didn't even dare to think about reneging. This is my Li clan's core region, Skyline Sword Valley. Li Jianhui brought Li Fuchen to a valley in the depths of the Li clan. Such intense sword intent. Outside the Sword Valley, Li Fuchen could already feel the sword intent assaulting him. Li Jianhui said, "The Skyline Sword art is engraved on the walls of the Sword Valley. Therefore, you can only observe the sword art inside the Sword Valley and cannot bring it out." He wasn't at ease to let Li Fuchen bring it out. All right. Li Fuchen nodded and walked into the Sword Valley. The Skyline Sword Valley wasn't huge and could only be considered a small valley. The intense sword intent was rippling in the Sword Valley, making Li Fuchen feel as though he was in the universe. The Skyline Sword art is a sword art that I created after roaming the universe for 1,000 years. It is derived from the fact that the universe revolves endlessly and a gentleman should constantly strive to improve himself. If a junior wishes to comprehend the Skyline Sword art, they must first have the heart to advance courageously. At the entrance of the Sword Valley, Li Fuchen saw a row of captivating words. Each word was like a sword art that went straight into the soul. It was hard to forget them even if one wanted to. As expected of Sword King, Li Fuchen guessed that these words were carved by Senior Sword Lord to warn the later generations. As Zhang Xian continued forward, he saw a sword art on the stone wall. Written on it were the words "Heaven and earth are my own." Li Fuchen reached out to touch. Boom! In the universe, a beam of sword light was galloping. It was clearly in the depths of the starry sky a moment ago, but in the next moment, it was already in front of him. In the vast universe, this beam of sword light was the most eye-catching and unstoppable. What a fast sword, what a fierce sword. Compared to the real Heaven and Earth Ren Wishing, Li Jianxin's Heaven and Earth Ren Wishing was too immature. He had not comprehended the core sword intent at all. The true Heaven and Earth Let Me Roam was not only fast, it also contained a will that could not be stopped by 10,000 mountains. Only with such a will would one be able to unleash the speed of the Heaven and Earth Let Me Roam to the limit. Exiting the sword intense space, Li Fuchen continued to move forward. The second move was the Tianguang Flying Sword. In the pitch-black universe, countless sword lights gathered to form a river of light. This river of light gathered the power of heaven and earth. With a single strike, it shattered many stars. Although its speed wasn't as fast as Heaven and Earth Let Me Go, it was 10 times more ferocious. The third move was the Sky Wind Godspeed Slash. In the universe, a wisp of wind was galloping. When the wind blew past, stars would be extinguished and many of the stars would be slashed apart. The fourth move was the Heaven Thunder Illusion Destroyer. In the universe, there was a red electric light that was flickering. In the surroundings, stars were exploding. If Li Jianxin's fourth move has 100% of this intent, even two of me wouldn't be a match. Li Fuchen lamented in his heart. The skyline sword art was too powerful, and it was the strongest sword art that Li Fuchen had ever seen. Be it the Tianguang Flying Sword, Sky Wind Godspeed Slash, or the Heaven Thunder Illusion Destroyer, they actually had nothing to do with light, wind, or thunder. They merely looked similar. The skyline sword art was able to use pure sword Dao laws to simulate the effects of light, wind, thunder, and thunder. It was enough to show how terrifying it was. Li Fuchen continued to advance. The fifth move was the Sky Fire Splitting Sun Sword. The sixth move was the Heaven Will Slash. Each move was more terrifying than the previous move, and each move was closer to the sword Dao essence. After looking through the 9 moves of the Skyline Sword Art, Li Fuchen's mind was filled with the lingering charm of the Skyline Sword Art and his own sword Dao comprehension. Let me digest it first. Li Fuchen sat cross-legged and started to digest the sword Dao comprehension. 3 days later, Li Fuchen opened his eyes and they were filled with astonishment. Watching the Skyline Sword Art once is already comparable to watching the Divine Rainbow Sword Art over a dozen times. If I watch it 10 or 100 times, I will definitely be able to create the third move of the primary extreme sword art. After returning to the entrance of the Sword Valley, Li Fuchen started from the first move and continued to watch the Skyline Sword Art. 1 month, 2 months, in the blink of the eye, half a year had passed. The Skyline Sword Art uses the Sword Dao to coincide with the Heaven Dao. The Heaven Dao will circulate endlessly and the Sword Dao will circulate endlessly. When the two are combined, it will yield twice the results with half the effort. Li Fuchen had a deep understanding of the Skyline Sword Art. He might not have intentionally cultivated the Skyline Sword Art, but he had unknowingly grasped 5 moves of the Skyline Sword Art. They were the Heaven and Earth Roam, Tianguang Flying Sword, Sky Wind Godspeed Slash, Sky Thunder Illusion Destroyer, and Sky Fire Splitting Sun Sword. Among them, the Sky Thunder Illusion Destroyer and Sky Fire Splitting Sun Sword had been pushed to extremity. In terms of pure power, the 5th move, Sky Fire Splitting Sun Sword's power was far superior to Sect Origin Swords. The 4th move, Sky Thunder Illusion Destroyer, was comparable to Sect Origin Swords. Time cannot be wasted. Li Fuchen continued to watch the Skyline Sword Art. As for creating the 3rd move of the primary extreme sword art, he would do it after 1 year. 7th month, 9th month, 11th month, it seems different. It turns out that this is the true Heaven and Earth Roam. No wonder there was a saying, reading a book 1,000 times will reveal the meaning. Even the stupidest person would be able to gradually understand the meaning of the book after reading a book a few times. Li Fuchen wasn't a stupid person. In terms of perception, not even saints were comparable to him. Therefore, after watching the Skyline Sword Art for close to 100 times, Li Fuchen felt as though a layer of veil had been removed and he saw the true face of the Skyline Sword Art. Correspondingly, Li Fuchen had pushed the first 5 moves of the Skyline Sword Art to extremity. He had even learned the 6th move, Celestial Will Slash. Previously, the 4th move was comparable to the Sect Origin Swords. Right now, the 3rd move, Sky Wind Godspeed Slash, was comparable to the Sect Origin Swords. The 4th move had surpassed the Sect Origin Swords. According to Li Fuchen's understanding, the Sect Origin Swords was around the power of a 3rd-rate extremity sword art. The 4th move of the Skyline Sword Art was at the pinnacle of a 3rd-rate extremity sword art. The 5th and 6th moves were probably at the level of a 2nd-rate extremity sword art. Li Fuchen let out a bitter laugh. He didn't expect for his strongest sword art to change in less than a year. Furthermore, for a long time in the future, his strongest sword art would probably be the Skyline Sword Art. If the primary extreme sword art wanted to catch up, he would have to create the 4th move. It was probably impossible for him to create the 3rd move. It should be related to the Skyline Sword Valley. Back at the Swordsman Guild headquarters library, Li Fuqian had only flipped through the Divine Rainbow Sword Arts Manual, and he had only flipped through it 12 times. Chapter 8:16. After 1 year, Li Fuqian left the Li clan. The Li clan didn't know that Li Fuqian had cultivated 6 moves of the Skyline Sword Art in just 1 year. In Li Jianhui's opinion, even if Li Fuqian was a prodigy, it was already incredible for him to cultivate 1 or 2 moves of the Skyline Sword Art. If Li Jianhui knew that Li Fuqian had cultivated 6 moves of the Skyline Sword Art, he would most likely regret it. Heaven and Earth roam. In the wilderness, Li Fuqian was the union of man and sword. He turned into a sword light and flew with lightning speed. Although it was the same union of man and sword, heaven and earth roam was much faster than meteor fall and was much more agile. There was no other choice, as the radiant sword art only had the potential to become a top-rate extreme state sword art. But the Skyline sword art was already a top-rate extreme state sword art. When night arrived, the demonic beasts and demons attacked the humans in a frenzy. It was unknown how many towns were destroyed. In normal situations, Li Fuqian wouldn't hesitate to make a move. With his strength, no matter how many demonic beasts and demons there were, he would just need 1 or 2 sword moves to deal with them. Kill! Countless demonic beasts were surging towards the nearby towns. The people in the towns were already in despair. Some of the stronger people had already escaped. It was a pity that only a minority could escape. Most of them were killed by the hidden demonic beast great rulers as soon as they rushed out. Die! In the sky, Li Fuqian brandished his sword. The sword light was like the sunlight that illuminated the night sky. All the demonic beasts that were within the range of the sword light were turned into ashes without any corpses. It is a human saint. They actually dare to break the rules. Hurry up and contact the demonic beast overlord. Apart from a sword Dao saint, who else could have such power in a single sword move? The demonic beast great rulers that were fortunate enough to survive quickly contacted the nearby demonic beast overlords. The humans and demonic beasts had an agreement. In normal situations, demonic beast overlords and saints weren't allowed to interfere with low-level fights. Whoever violated the agreement would have to pay the price. Previously, when Li Fuqian killed the Sky Trample Great Ruler, the Sky Quake Overlord took revenge and destroyed plenty of towns and a city. Afterwards, the humans were infuriated and killed countless demonic beasts. They forced the demonic beasts to hand over the Sky Quake Overlord. Had it not been for the upper echelons of both sides, they wouldn't have given up so easily. What? A saint has made a move. Which saint is it? There were more demonic beast overlords than saints. There was a demonic beast overlord in the vicinity called Demonic Beast Overlord, but he was just a low-tier demonic beast overlord. He didn't dare to show himself immediately. After all, his strength wasn't comparable to a saint, even if it was the weakest low-tier saint. Demon Sage Wind Smoke frowned and immediately contacted the nearby mid-tier and low-tier demon sages. A human sword Dao saint is causing trouble. The sky-shaking overlord's eyes flashed with a ferocious light when he received the news. Grand Monarch Skytrampler was his child with the most potential, but he was killed by the humans. He had been holding back his anger and wanted to take revenge on the humans again. However, he knew that brainless revenge on the human race would only put him in danger, so he was waiting for an opportunity. Now, the opportunity had come. Since the human race was the first to violate the agreement, he could use this opportunity to slaughter them. The sky-shaking overlord soared into the sky and quickly disappeared. Human sword Dao Sacred Sage. Hee, I wonder if swallowing his blood essence will allow me to advance further. The Golden Light Overlord grinned and revealed a mouth full of golden teeth. There were plenty of demonic beast overlords on the Saint Spirit continent. After all, if there weren't enough demonic beast overlords, how could they contest with human saints? With the Wind Smoke Overlord's help, 3 or 4 nearby overlords received the message and were rushing over at full speed. Stall him first. After contacting the nearby overlords, the wind smoke overlord turned into a cloud of smoke and flew towards Li Fuchen. Which human saint are you? Do you know that you have violated the agreement between the two races? Hurry up and surrender. The smoke was rolling over from the horizon and was covering the sky. Demonic beast overlord. Li Fuchen looked up at the smoke. When he first arrived at the Saint Spirit continent, his strength might be at the pinnacle of the law phase realm, but as compared to a demonic beast overlord, he was far inferior. Right now, he already had the strength to look down on regular demonic beast overlords. When the wind smoke overlord saw that Li Fuchen didn't make a move, he assumed that Li Fuchen was apprehensive. The smoke expanded and turned the radius of 1,000 miles into a smoky area. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers. There was also an unpleasant chi presence. Die! Li Fuchen casually slashed with his sword. A resplendent sword light sliced through the smoke and sliced a lump of thick smoke. There was a muffled groan as the smoke rapidly retracted and the surroundings became clear. Such power! 100 miles away, the wind smoke overlord who had turned into a lump of thick smoke was extremely shocked. Ever since he evolved into a demonic beast overlord, he awakened an innate ability called the wind smoke undying body. With the wind smoke undying body, his body could be real or virtual, making it impossible for enemies to injure him. Unless the enemy's strength was countless times stronger than him, they wouldn't be able to injure his bloodline source. Earlier on, Li Fuchen actually injured him. Turning into thick smoke. Li Fuchen was rather surprised that a single sword slash wasn't able to kill the wind smoke overlord. It might be a casual sword slash, but with his current strength, it wasn't strange for a casual sword slash to kill a low-tier demonic beast overlord. You still dare to make a move? The wind smoke overlord was enraged. He had already sensed that a mid-tier demonic beast overlord was rushing over. So what if I make a move? I wonder if you can block this sword slash of mine. When Li Fuchen brandished his sword, the sword light shone like sunlight. Ah! The wind smoke overlord yelled out miserably. Under the dazzling sword light, the thick smoke was evaporating bit by bit. Golden light overlord, hurry up and save me. The wind smoke overlord didn't expect Li Fuchen's sword move to be so terrifying. Huff 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 huff, a golden light broke through the air and arrived. Golden light arrow rain. Golden arrows were shot at Li Fuchen. The arrows contained a layer of vicious and tyrannical chi presence that was specialized in injuring the soul spirit. How could Li Fuchen not see that the wind smoke overlord was a mid-tier demonic beast overlord and was stronger than most of the low-level saints? Cling cling clang clang, a sword slash and the golden arrows couldn't advance any further. Golden light protection. Seeing that the innate ability, Golden Light Arrow Rain couldn't injure Li Fuchen, the Golden Light Overlord who was enveloped in golden light charged at Li Fuchen. From the looks of it, it seemed like he was going to smash Li Fuchen to death. Courting death. Li Fuchen's eyes surged with murderous intent as he executed the Skyline Sword Art's fourth move, Sky Thunder Illusion Destroyer. There was a flash of red electric light as Li Fuchen arrived behind the Golden Light Overlord. Impossible. The Golden Light Overlord lowered his head and saw that the golden light on his body had been forcefully sliced apart and one of his arms had vanished. What? Even the Golden Light Overlord isn't a match? Could he be a mid-level saint and is just concealing his chi presence? From far away, the Wind Smoke Overlord was shocked. The Golden Light Overlord was a mid-level demonic beast overlord and his innate ability, Golden Light Protection, was something that regular low-level saints couldn't break. Golden Light Overlord, we are here to assist you. In the horizon, there was a green light and a green light that flew over. It is the old Green Devil and the Green Lion Overlord. The Wind Smoke Overlord was very determined. The old Green Devil and the Green Lion Overlord were both low-level demonic beast overlords. With the addition of the Golden Light Overlord and the Wind Smoke Overlord, there were 3 low-level demonic beast overlords and 1 mid-level demonic beast overlord. With such a combination, they might be able to contest with a mid-level saint. Let's kill him together. The Golden Light Overlord activated the Golden Light Arrow Rain. Kill. The Wind Smoke Overlord, the Old Green Devil, and the Green Lion Overlord had also activated their innate abilities. The Wind Smoke Overlord opened his mouth and blew out a wind blade that was formed from thick smoke. The Old Green Devil executed a palm strike and a green palm print was launched at Li Fuchen. The Green Lion Overlord turned into a green lion head and bit at Li Fuchen. Just in time. Li Fuchen's body burst out with a flame-like radiance. Immediately after, countless dazzling sword lights burst out like a sun that was split into countless dazzling spheres of light. Skyline Sword Art's 5th move. Sky Flame Splitting Sun Sword. PFFF 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 PFFF. Apart from the Golden Light Overlord, the other 3 low-level demonic beast overlords were sent flying while vomiting blood. Their bodies were riddled with wounds and they were on the verge of death. The Golden Light Overlord didn't have it good either as his body was pierced with several large holes. Damn it, he is too powerful. The Golden Light Overlord had an unpleasant expression. He had once fought with a mid-level saint and that mid-level saint wasn't as powerful as Li Fuchen. Human Saint Lord, prepare to die. A loud and clear voice was like thunder. A palm that could shake the heaven and earth blasted over from a distance. Great, it is the Sky Quake Overlord. The Green Lion Overlord was delighted. They were both mid-level demonic beast overlords, but the Sky Quake Overlord wasn't someone the Golden Light Overlord could compare with. After all, the Sky Quake Overlord's original body was a low-tier overlord. Chapter 8:17. There is truly no end to this. Li Fuchen didn't expect so many overlords to arrive in such a short period of time. No wonder there were rumors that the number of overlords on the Saint Spirit continent was around 10 times more than saints. If it wasn't for the strength of saints that were far superior to overlords, the humans wouldn't be able to suppress the demonic beasts. However, not all overlords were inferior to saints. If their true forms were overlords, they would be able to contest with saints. Furthermore, overlords were also separated into different grades. Overlords that were low-tier overlords would be able to contest with regular saints. Overlords that were mid-tier overlords would be able to contest with prodigious saints. Overlords that were high-tier overlords would be able to contest with extremely demonic saints. Overlords that were peak-tier overlords would be born to be the overlords of the universe and would stand at the pinnacle of all life forms. They were equivalent to the elite group of human heaven monarchs. The Sky Quake Overlord was a mid-tier saint beast and a mid-tier demonic beast overlord. It was completely capable of fighting with the human race's genius mid-tier saints. The human race's genius mid-tier saints were at the level of the mystic deep sword sovereign, which was equivalent to an ordinary high-level human saint. Let's go. Li Fuchen wasn't conceited enough to contest with a high-tier saint and had quickly retreated. Do you think you can escape? The Sky Quake Overlord's palm covered the sky and shook the earth. As compared to this palm, Li Fuchen was just like a speck of dust that was extremely insignificant. Just as the palm was about to close, an unstoppable sword light suddenly burst out and skimmed through the gaps of the fingers. Skyline Sword Art's 1st move, Heaven and Earth Roam. After viewing the Skyline Sword Art 100 times, Li Fuchen didn't just cultivate the Skyline Sword Art's 6th move, Heavenly Will Slash, he also had a new understanding of the Skyline Sword Art's 1st move, Heaven and Earth Roam. Right now, among the 6 moves of the Skyline Sword Art, the 1st and 6th moves had the highest proficiency. You have some skill, but it is a pity that it isn't enough. The Sky Quake Overlord revealed a surprised expression. He was a mid-tier overlord beast and every move contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. This palm might seem like a simple palm, but even a mid-tier saint wouldn't be able to block it. After the palm strike was ineffective, the Sky Quake Overlord's body shook. A horrific vibration force suddenly burst out and spread far away. Boom! Towns, mountains, rivers, everything was instantly reduced to dust by the power of the vibrations. The sky-shaking overlord's true form was a sky-shaking sage elephant. He was born with the ability to use the power of tremors. If the enemy was slightly weaker, they would immediately shatter into pieces, leaving nothing behind. The vibrating power had affected the void and it was indescribably fast. In the face of this horrific vibrating power, Li Fuchen's sword light had immediately shattered. He vomited a mouthful of fresh blood while his body was covered with cracks. Is this the power of the sky-shaking overlord? Li Fuchen believed that if he didn't have the star immortal body, he wouldn't be able to withstand it with his half-saint body refinement and peak 9th level law phase realm chi cultivation. He wouldn't even be able to last a single breath. He's not dead. The sky-shaking overlord was even more astonished. Xian Ming Sword Sovereign, I'm in trouble. Come and help me. Without a choice, Li Fuchen could only seek help from the mystic Deep Sword Saint. Swordsman Guild Headquarters. The mystic Deep Sword Monarch was in seclusion. Suddenly, the elder token in the storage bag vibrated. He took it out and looked at it. A voice sounded, Xian Ming Sword Sovereign, I'm in trouble. Come and help me. Elder Li Fuchen. The mystic Deep Sword Saint's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He flashed and vanished from the Swordsman Guild headquarters. In the next moment, outside of Wind Cloud City, a teleportation platform was activated at the teleportation plaza. The mystic Deep Sword Saint was teleported to the high-class city that was closest to Li Fuchen. There was a translucent sword light as the mystic Deep Sword Saint entered the void and used extreme speed to rush towards Li Fuchen's location. Li Fuchen, you must hold on. The mystic Deep Sword Saint was too fast. Due to the extreme speed, the void was like a viscous stream that was flowing around his body. Li Fuchen, with your strength, you will definitely die if you block another attack. Right now, you can only temporarily unseal the Joint Heaven Sword in order to survive. The intense life and death crisis had awakened the Joint Heaven Sword's sword spirit. How do I unseal the Joint Heaven Sword? Li Fuchen asked. The Joint Heaven Sword's sword spirit said, for these years, you have provided me with plenty of power. Therefore, when unsealing the Joint Heaven Sword, you just need to control yourself and not get injured by the sword intent. Alright. Li Fuchen nodded. Unseal. The Joint Heaven Sword's sword spirit burst out with a yell. An extremely horrific sword Dao power was produced out of nowhere and poured into the sword pattern inside the Joint Heaven Sword. Roar. In the next moment, there was a sword roar. The instant the sword roar echoed, the void was actually sliced apart. It felt as though there was an invisible edge that was slicing the void. Li Fuchen's perlicue was bleeding while he gripped the Joint Heaven Sword tightly. In order to unseal the Joint Heaven Sword, one would need to comprehend the Joint Heaven Sword's sword pattern. Only by comprehending the Joint Heaven Sword's sword pattern would one be able to truly control the Joint Heaven Sword. The price to pay for skipping this process was the rejection from the Joint Heaven Sword. The rejection might be very weak, but the unsealed Joint Heaven Sword was a supreme artifact sword. The weak rejection wasn't something that a regular person could endure. Boom! Inside the Joint Heaven Sword, all the sword patterns were connected and were glowing. The sword spirit said with fatigue, these sword patterns are only temporarily connected by me. They can only be maintained for a short period of time. Remember. After speaking, the sword spirit fell into a deep slumber. Die. The Sky Quake Overlord launched the second attack and blasted over with horrific vibration power. But this time, there was a circle of sword light that protected Li Fuchen. This circle of sword light was produced automatically by the Joint Heaven Sword. What? This chi presence, could it be a top-class extreme Dao artifact sword? No, it seems like a supreme artifact sword. The Sky Quake Overlord's eyes widened and immediately revealed a greedy expression. If this supreme artifact sword was exchanged for resources, it would save him countless years of hard work. He didn't know where Li Fuchen obtained this supreme artifact sword. In the entire deep blue plane, there weren't that many supreme artifacts. But so what? Soon enough, this supreme artifact sword was going to belong to him. With a flash, the Sky Quake Overlord executed a palm strike. The vibration power covered the palm and blasted at Li Fuchen. Get lost! Li Fuchen struggled to lift the joint heaven sword and slashed. Crash! The void was sliced into pieces. The sword chi storm that was formed by Minute Sword Chi had devoured the Sky Quake Overlord. There was a miserable scream as a blood figure emerged from the sword chi storm. This blood figure was naturally the Sky Quake Overlord. He looked at the sword in Li Fuchen's hand with fear. In the past, he only knew that supreme artifacts were very powerful, but he didn't know how powerful they were. Today, he finally knew the power of a supreme artifact weapon. No wonder the Skyline Sword is only a top-class artifact sword, while the Joint Heaven Sword is a supreme artifact sword. Li Fuchen was shocked. When wielding the Skyline Sword, he was barely able to execute sword arts. When wielding the Joint Heaven Sword, he was only able to brandish it in a simple manner. Firstly, it was too strenuous to control the Joint Heaven Sword. Secondly, the Joint Heaven Sword contained an extremely profound sword intent and his sword intent wasn't able to pour in. Therefore, the current Li Fuchen wasn't too different from when wielding the Skyline Sword. He was at most 1 or 2 times stronger. If the sword spirit was controlling the Joint Heaven Sword, it was enough to slaughter high-level saints. Die! Li Fuchen cleaved at the Sky Quake Overlord again. The sword chi storm ignored the distance and descended on the Sky Quake Overlord. Ah! The Sky Quake Overlord's flesh was sliced off layer by layer. If he wasn't a mid-tier overlord and had vitality that was 10 times or 100 times stronger than regular mid-tier overlords, he would have died a long time ago. Damn it, Blood Shadow Quake! The Sky Quake Overlord waved his hand and gathered all the blood in the air. It turned into a ball of blood and exploded around Li Fuchen. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.